Chapter 51. Squad 13, Reception Room. Edo 4. Are you sure you want to participate in the present world garrison mission? But the garrison mission is full now, and it's not time for rotation yet. Renzaburo Ozawa, who was in charge of issuing garrison missions for the 13th Division, looked at Edo Makoto with a gleam in his eyes, knowing that this was another person who was using the excuse of garrisoning to enjoy the world. Please, Captain Ozawa, I heard there are a lot of unique foods and comics in the real world that Soul Society doesn't have. As Edo Makoto spoke, he took out the few spirit coins from his pocket and stuffed them all into Ozawa Renzaburo. This person also gave Edo Makoto a look that showed immediate understanding, and quietly put the spirit coin into his sleeve. Senior Edo Makoto, I just remembered that the Shinigami stationed in a certain area seemed to have just come to take over yesterday, and I was about to reassign a Shinigami there. Present world, Yuka Town. A white light flashed, and suddenly a gorgeous sliding door appeared in the air. As the door slowly opened, Edo Makoto slowly walked out. Looking at the modern city below, Edo Makoto sighed helplessly. Makoto Edo spent all of his remaining spirit coins and finally got a 3-month garrison mission from the 13th Division. This is actually modern society. Although it wasn't the first time Edo Makoto had seen the real world, he was still surprised. After all, it had been nearly 100 years since the start of the original story, and he hadn't expected that the real world would already be filled with tall buildings and a modern atmosphere. Although it was late at night, the world was still bustling with lights and cars. Feeling the hustle and bustle of the city and the constant sound of car horns, he felt as if he had returned to his previous life. Roar! Suddenly, a roar interrupted Edo Makoto's thoughts. Chien is here. Makoto Edo came over after hearing the noise. In a parking lot a few kilometers away from him, a powerful hollow that looked like a cockroach was lying on a bus, looking at the terrified little boy below, with saliva dripping all over the floor. Help up! Looking at the monster in front of him approaching him, the little boy let out a desperate howl. Bang! The cockroach stomped its 6 legs heavily on the roof of the bus, then jumped high and crushed the roof of the bus to pieces. Dark yellow saliva flowed all over the floor, and the cockroach raised its big claws, trying to tear the little boy in front of it into pieces. Kaido number 4. White thunder. A white lightning as thick as a thumb suddenly appeared and pierced through the forehead of this virtual being. Just as Edo Makoto dealt with this powerful hollow and was about to leave, a childish voice came from behind him. Thank you, you saved me. Hearing this, Edo Makoto turned his head and looked in disbelief at the little boy in front of him, whose nose was snotting and whose body was covered in dirt. Can you see me? He was a little stunned at first, but soon recovered. He calmed down and carefully sensed the Ryatsu of the little boy in front of him. He was surprised to find that the boy's Ryatsu level had reached the 8th level of spiritual power, which was comparable to that of an ordinary Shinigami soldier. No wonder it attracts powerful hollows. You have to know that this is a world with a very low concentration of spiritual particles. It is very rare to find someone born with 8th level spiritual power. The appearance of a human with 8th level spiritual power in the world is much rarer than the appearance of a soul with 7th level spiritual power in Soul Society. Oh, what trouble! Makoto Edo touched the back of his head helplessly, took out the memory conversion device given to him by Renzaburo Ozawa from his arms, and hit the little boy in the face. Bang! After a muffled sound, a puff of black smoke came out of the memory converter. As a result, the little boy in front of him was still standing there calmly. Hey, is this true? Shouldn't you be fainting now? Makoto Edo looked at the memory converter in his hand, somewhat speechless. Is this Technology Development Bureau really any good? Jinjo Kugo looked at the big brother in strange clothes who had saved his life. Although he didn't understand why the other party fainted on his own, he still fell down on the ground and pretended to be unconscious. After all, the other party was his savior. Seeing this scene, Edo Makoto's mouth twitched helplessly. Kid, I didn't ask you to pretend to be unconscious. Makoto Edo was very upset by the series of actions of the little boy in front of him. He then spread his hands and turned away. Forget it, just remember it. Just as Edo Makoto was about to leave, the timid voice of the little boy behind him came again. Big brother, thank you for saving me. My name is Jinjo Kugo. What's your name? He was about to take a step forward, but stopped abruptly. He turned his head with a look of surprise and looked at the little boy in front of him. Tell me again, what's your name? Jinjo Kugo looked up at the strange man who was looking at him with strange eyes and spoke timidly. My name is Jinjo Kugo. After some conversation, I learned that Jinjo Kugo was 7 years old. Not long after he was born, a gas explosion occurred in his home, and both his parents died. He was sent to the Yuka orphanage, where he grew up. Because he often claimed to see monsters, the other children in the orphanage didn't like playing with him, and anyone who got close to him would get hurt for no apparent reason. Even the orphanage's caregivers disliked him, so he sneaked out during dinner time when everyone was in the cafeteria. I originally wanted to wander around alone, but before I had walked 2 miles, I was spotted by a cockroach, so I ran into the parking lot alone. Who would have thought that Jinjo Kugo was born 100 years before the story unfolds? Then he changed his mind and thought that a soul with only one Shinigami power could live for hundreds or thousands of years without any problem. For Jinjo Kugo, who possessed the trinity of hollow power, Shinigami power, and Fullbringer, it didn't seem difficult for him to live for hundreds of years in a spirit particle-poor place like the real world. At this moment, Ito Makoto was 100% sure that the Jinjo Kugo in front of him was the first-generation Shinigami agent who had seized the Fullbringer power from Kurosaki Ichigo in the Fullbringer chapter. This is one of the 3 candidates for Spirit King in the original book. In the original work, his record seems to be poor, but in fact his opponent is too strong, because when he fought with him, Kurosaki Ichigo could already be selected by Yawatch as one of the 5 special combat forces. Besides, this is the only time in the original work that Kurosaki Ichigo is beaten to tears. Therefore, Jinjo Kugo is definitely a seriously underestimated character in the original work. If I can recruit him, he will definitely be a great help to me in the future. Thinking of this, Ito Makoto's expression instantly became much kinder when he looked at the little boy in front of him. It's just that his childhood was really miserable. No wonder he became so gloomy when he grew up. As for the real cause of his parents' death, Ito Makoto estimated that they were most likely killed by a Hollow's attack. After all, the so-called Fullbringers were actually the carriers of Soul King fragments, which were a real tonic for the low-level Hollows wandering in the real world. Chapter 52. Gugu, Jinjo Kugo's stomach growled. The little boy scratched his head and looked at Ito Makoto with a blush. I really can't do anything with you. Ito Makoto rubbed his forehead helplessly. Okamoto Hamburger Shop. Okamoto EKA was in a very good mood today because the business in her store was extremely booming. She was constantly flipping the beef patties with the spatula in her hand. The golden fried beef patties were sizzling on the iron plate, and the tempting aroma wafted from the kitchen. Okamoto EKA quickly puts a beef patty into the burger bun, skillfully squeezes out the sauce, and places the vegetables on top. A delicious beef burger is ready. Hey, boss lady, are you still not feeling well? I'm starving. The customers at the table kept urging. I'm so sorry, I'll be right there. Just as Okamoto EKA looked down, she found that the beef burger she had just made had disappeared, and a bottle of soda was missing from the drinks cabinet at the door. Hoo-hoo, hey kid, eat slower, this burger is hot. Xiao Yinxing bit off a large piece of beef burger, but gasped because of the heat, and choked again the next moment after he took it off. Makoto Ito had no choice but to unscrew the cap of the bottle of soda and hand it over. Xiao Yinxing took the soda and took 2 big gulps before he caught his breath. Seeing Jinjo Kugo's expression, Ito Makoto had no doubt that if he didn't hand over the water, he would have one more soul burial business today. I never thought that I, the dignified 4th seed of Ito, would engage in such sneaky activities. In order to fill Jinjo Kugo's stomach, Ito Makoto can only go to the hamburger shop to steal hamburgers. Because he is now in a soul state, ordinary people cannot see him without his artificial body, so he can only resort to this last resort. I'll pay them back when I have the chance. Separate. In a short while, Jinjo Kugo finished the entire beef burger and drank all the soda. Now that we're full, let's go. Seeing that Jinjo Kugo had finished his meal, he immediately prepared to send him back to the welfare home first, because he had his own things to deal with, and it was impossible for him to keep this little burden with him. Bakudo number 3. Bundle Spirit. In order to prevent the aura of the Soul King fragment on Jinjo Kugo from attracting hollows again after he left, Ito Makoto used Kido to temporarily bind the Ryatsu in his body, ensuring that he would not be discovered by the low-level hollows wandering in the real world. Since Jinjo Kugo was still a child and walked slowly, it took the 2 of them nearly an hour to reach their destination. At the gate of Yuhua Welfare Home, a slightly plump middle-aged woman was anxiously looking around with a flashlight. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she saw the dirty Jinjo Kugo walking towards her on the other side of the road. She ran over quickly and picked up Jinjo Kugo. The words she wanted to blame him with couldn't come out of her mouth. Brother Chong, will we meet again? I saw Xiao Yinchong, who was held in his arms, talking to the air in front of him and even waving his hands. Kitayama Tsubaki saw that Jinjo Kugo had another attack, and it happened to be the middle of the night. She felt terrified and picked her up and ran to the welfare home. After dealing with Jinjo Kugo's affairs, Ito Makoto was going to take care of his own business. Ito Makoto first covered the entire Yuka town with Ryatsu to ensure that all the hollows in Yuka town had been cleared out. Since he had accepted the garrison mission, he must complete it well, otherwise causing hollow trouble will eventually attract the attention of Soul Society. Not long after, a large irregular hole opened up in the space in front of Ito Makoto, followed by darkness and chaos, which was the black cavity. Ito Makoto's mouth corners slightly raised, and he secretly said in his heart, "Is it finally here?" Then he jumped into the black cavity, and waiting in the black cavity was a humanoid Minos Grande with black eyes and black hair. His whole body was black and covered with bone armor. The humanoid Minos Grande is naturally the real Chuan. Not long after, in the empty desert of Hueco Mundo, the void twisted and two figures walked out. They were Chuan and his clone Makoto Ito. As soon as they entered Hueco Mundo, Chuan disappeared with a loud bang, leaving Ito Makoto alone. Next to a low hill, Barnes the strange fish and Perk the red goat were whispering. Seeing Chuan coming, he immediately knelt down to salute. "How is it, my king? You are truly as foresight as you said. As you said, we indeed found several female Minos Grande in the same direction you mentioned. However, we didn't dare to get too close for fear of alerting them." Barnes spoke to Chuan with all his might, his words full of flattery. Just after Chuan learned the specific address, Ito Makoto in the Sand Sea suddenly moved, using Shuinpa to rush towards that direction. Although Aizen has already seized Hueco Mundo, he has not yet betrayed Soul Society, so it is naturally impossible for him to stay in Hueco Mundo forever. Makoto Ito took advantage of the time when he returned to Soul Society to come to Hueco Mundo to cause trouble, and his main strategy was a time difference tactic. The Soul Society's Noble Hunting Conference this year was entrusted to Aizen by Old Man Yamamoto. If Ito Makoto's guess is correct, Aizen will not appear in Hueco Mundo in the next 6 months. This is one of the reasons why Makoto Ito dared to go to Hueco Mundo to cause trouble at this time. In a hidden cave south of Shia Palace, Ajuchas, a deer-shaped creature with a brown and black body and a pair of long white antlers on its head, was bragging to a yellow golden lion. "I could have dealt with that ugly big guy even without you guys coming. He's no match for me." The yellow golden lion Su was lying on the stone wall nearby and spoke leisurely. "Haha, you've become very brave, but I've also become stronger recently." At this time, a slender white snake swam over and said cheerfully, "I don't know who it is, but he was shaking when he saw Berrigan before." The yellow golden lion and the deer-shaped void turned around and shouted at the white snake void. Son, what nonsense are you talking about?" The three female Ajuchas were like three human girls playing in their boudoir. Suddenly, a powerful Ryatsu attacked, and a sharp blade light directly blasted the hole open. A tall and straight young man wearing a death suit and holding a sealed state slowly walked out of the cave entrance. The moment he saw these three Ajuchas, he grinned. "It's you guys." Ito Makoto laughed loudly and attacked the three Ajuchas in front of him with a knife. "Human? No, Shinigami. How come a Shinigami appeared in Hueco Mundo? Could it be that the damn expedition team is coming again?" The three Ajuchas were startled by the sudden appearance of Ito Makoto. What a fast knife! Just when the white snake son was about to be beheaded by Ito Makoto with a single blow, a humanoid figure named Minos Grande with short golden hair, holding a giant bone sword, and his whole body covered in white bones suddenly appeared and blocked the blow. The one who came was Harabel. Chapter 53. Ding ding ding. Ito Makoto chopped down with his knife and pointed with his left hand at the same time. Hado number 4. White thunder. A white lightning bolt as thick as a thumb shot towards Harabel's chest. Pribble used a sharp turn to create distance at the critical moment. Then a powerful golden Ryatsu burst out from his body, and his momentum increased greatly. He raised the white giant sword connected to his right arm again and killed Ito Makoto. Ito Makoto chuckled, then used Shuinpa to distance himself, while Harabel's powerful sword slashed the stone wall behind Ito Makoto. Boom! As the stone wall was destroyed, the entire cave collapsed instantly. Ito Makoto rushed out first, holding the Zanpakuto horizontally in his hand and muttering, "All the demons and monsters, all the gods and saints, will turn to dust and be annihilated." A dark golden Ryatsu flashed across the blade, and the originally ordinary sealed state instantly transformed into a slender, deep, white bone blade. At the same time, Harabel rushed out from the ruins of the cave, and a golden Zero with terrifying power shot towards Ito Makoto's face. Second style of Annihilation God, breaking the forbidden rule. Ito Makoto spun around with the knife in his right hand, and a gray mist formed a circle in an instant, colliding with the powerful Zoro. 3 Ajuches that had just rushed out of the ruins were shouting, "Master Harabel, we are here to help you." As a result, he was blown far away by the aftermath of the collision between Zoro and Lie Jin. Harabel looked at his 3 followers with a worried look on his face. "Stay away. You'll only hinder my fight if you're here. I can handle this alone." After the instructions were given, the 3 Ajuches immediately ran away obediently. Seeing that his 3 subordinates had all left, Harabel no longer hesitated. Song Jin Cannon. Ryatsu was accumulated on the white giant sword, and a golden sword light shot towards Ito Makoto like a cannonball. Seeing this, Ito Makoto immediately pushed forward with his right palm. Kaido number 31, Red Fire Cannon. A red fireball exploded from Ito Makoto's palm and collided with the cannonball formed by the golden Ryatsu. Bang! After a loud bang, smoke and dust rose up and rocks flew everywhere. Ahem, it's a stretch to think I can defeat Harabel with just my strong vice-captain strength. When the smoke and dust cleared, Ito Makoto looked a little embarrassed. It was obvious that the red fire cannon that he had abandoned the chanting was defeated by Harabel's blue sword cannon in terms of wave resistance. "Shinigami, you are strong, but you are not my opponent. You dare to hurt my friends. I believe you are ready to die." Harabel looked at Ito Makoto and spoke calmly. Hearing Harabel's innocent words, Ito Makoto laughed out loud. "Ha, buddy. You're a Minos Grande Vasto Lord, yet you're so naive. You've truly wasted the Vasto Lord body God bestowed upon you." Then, under Harabel's shocked eyes, the Ryatsu around Ito Makoto began to surge, and soon reached the captain-level Ryatsu level. Chuan, hiding nearby, was surprised to discover that the Ryatsu he had lent to his clone was only about 30% of his total Ryatsu, while the clone's Ryatsu had skyrocketed to captain level. Apparently, his previous suspicion was correct. The 20% loss in Ryatsu when the clone was in Soul Society was due to the distance between them. Now that the original body and the clone are both in Hueco Mundo, there will naturally be no loss in the shared Ryatsu room. In other words, as long as Ito Makoto is close to the main body, he can borrow 50% of the main body's Ryatsu without loss through Ryatsu sharing, and exert combat power far beyond the ordinary captain level. However, when Ito Makoto was fighting against Harabel at this time, he did not borrow all 50% of Ryatsu from the original body, but only borrowed 30% of the original body to raise his Ryatsu level to the level of ordinary third-level spiritual power. Because he was sure that he, combined with the 30% of his main body's Ryatsu, was more than enough to defeat Harabel, who had not yet reached Arankar. What's going on? You've been hiding your strength until now." Looking at Ito Makoto, whose Ryatsu suddenly skyrocketed, Harabel seemed a little unbelievable, but Ito Makoto came towards him with a knife with an indifferent expression. Annihilation God-style shock. After a sword fight with Ito Makoto, Harabel felt an indescribable shock force flowing along his blade and into his limbs and bones. Obviously, as Ito Makoto's Ryatsu was amplified, his shock force was also greatly enhanced. With a cry, Harabel felt that his internal organs were being constantly pulled by the shock force. As this strange force spread throughout his body, even his hands and feet became weak for a moment. And Ito Makoto naturally would not give her a chance to breathe, and continued to attack, while Harabel was slow. Seeing the aggressive Ito Makoto, Harabel had no choice but to use Ryatsu to continue fighting, suppressing the shock in his body. Then Ryatsu exploded and briefly repelled Ito Makoto. Broken waterfall. Harabel raised the giant sword connected to his arm, and then a huge wave suddenly spurted out from the huge bone sword on his arm. Ito Makoto, who was about to engage in close combat again, had to retreat quickly when he saw this scene, using Shuinpa to create distance. The water from the cataract was like countless sharp steel blades, crushing all the densely packed hills around it. Ito Makoto had no choice but to constantly change his body shape to avoid the attack of the water. There's so much water. He glanced down and saw the huge amount of water formed by Ryatsu below was washing away the ground, and Ito Makoto complained. Snort. After putting some distance between himself and Ito Makoto, Harabel gradually got rid of the entanglement of the shock force. Looking at Ito Makoto on the hill, Harabel raised his giant sword and pointed it upwards. Burning sea flow. The vast amount of water below suddenly began to rise and turned into scorching steam, attacking Ito Makoto. Seeing that the water vapor like white mist in the sky was carrying a terrifying high temperature and was about to surround him. Second style of Annihilation God. Breaking the forbidden rule. Ito Makoto drew circles with the knife in his right hand, and a thick gray-black mist spread out from the tip of the knife, instantly turning into 3 interlocking black circles, colliding with the water vapor in the sky. Boom! The water vapor in the sky was covered by the endless shock force formed by the 3 black circles, and Harabel below was also knocked back by Ito Makoto's triple band-breaking move. Bang! Harabel crashed into the rock wall, his body covered in wounds and blood. Hateful! Harabel struggled to raise his right hand, which had been fused with the greatsword. Wang Su's flash. A pure golden zero blasted out directly. Its power far exceeded the previous ordinary zero by several times. Seeing this, Ito Makoto didn't dodge or evade, but simply grinned and raised the Annihilation God in his hand, the third style of the God of Annihilation, Mustard Net. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared on the blade of the God of Annihilation, and then the small black dot split instantly and soon turned into a huge black net, which completely swallowed up King Zero Guang, who had bet everything on him. Chapter 54. Then Ito Makoto made a shuinpa and came to the dying Harabel, stabbing him with a knife to end Harabel's life. At this critical moment, 3 zero shells were fired at Ito Makoto. Seeing this, Ito Makoto immediately pulled back and looked closely. The ones who came were none other than the 3 Ajuches under Harabel, Mira Rhodes, Apache, and Sun Sunday. You 3. Why don't you run? Harabel, who was lying on the rock wall, asked weakly. The 3 of us will not abandon Lord Harabel and run away alone. The white snake Sun said while looking at Ito Makoto with a cold expression. You damn Shinigami, prepare to die. Deer-shaped Apache and yellow golden lion Mila Rhodes also echoed. Ito Makoto sneered. Just 3 Ajuches, they're courting death. Ito Makoto directly threw the God of Annihilation out, and then grabbed the chain behind the handle of the God of Annihilation, and then the chain instantly stretched out. Clatter! The God of Annihilation was like a long whip, and was swung out by Ito Makoto. With one blow, the 3 Ajuches who overestimated their own strength were directly thrown away. With just one blow, the 3 Ajuches fell to the ground and could not get up again. Then he took back the God of Annihilation again and continued to kill Harabel with the knife, who was embedded in the mountain wall and unable to move. Master Harabel. In the distance, 3 Ajuches cried out in despair. Clang! However, at this critical moment, a sealed state suddenly appeared between Harabel and Ito Makoto, blocking the fatal blow. Harabel, who had originally closed his eyes and calmly faced his own death, opened his eyes to find that a vasto lord with a pitch-black body and bone armor covered with shimmering dark gold patterns was actually fighting with the Shinigami with a knife. Ding ding ding. I saw this strange vasto lord fighting with the young Shinigami, and soon completely suppressed the powerful Shinigami. So strong. Mira Rose, Apache, and Sun saw that the Shinigami who had been suppressing their own Lord Harabel was completely suppressed by the mysterious vasto lord in front of them in just a few moves. I couldn't help but exclaim. And Harabel, who was lying in the ruins of the rock wall, was even more surprised. How can he be so strong? We're both vasto lords, but the gap between us is so huge. In the field, the mysterious Minos Grande looked at Ito Makoto with disdain. How dare a mere Shinigami trespass into Hueco Mundo? Then he waved his left hand, and a dark golden lightning whip appeared in his hand. Holding the lightning whip in his left hand and Zanpakuto in his right hand, he continued to kill Ito Makoto. This mysterious Minos Grande is naturally Chuan. The purpose of his doing this was naturally to make Harabel completely submit to the play performed by him and his clone. For Harabel, what Chuan wanted was that kind of wholehearted submission. That's why he didn't choose the simple and crude method of planting thunderballs and then enslaving them. After all, winning the heart is the best. The drama on the field continues. In order to gain the trust of Harabel Chuan and his clone Ito Makoto, a real fight naturally breaks out. Ito Makoto made a shuinpa move and stepped forward, holding the Annihilation God tightly in both hands and chopped down with the force of shock. Chuan only raised his right hand slightly, and the sealed state in his hand blocked the knife. However, facing the shock force transmitted from the blade, Chuan just sneered, a trifle. Then a huge burst of Ryatsu drove away the feeling of discomfort. Then Chuan made a move with his left hand, and the thunder whip in his hand reappeared and chopped directly towards Ito Makoto's chest. Of course, Chuan must have let it go this time. Otherwise, if he had used all his strength on the whip, Ito Makoto would have lost his combat effectiveness on the spot, if not killed. Even so, Makoto Ito, who was struck by the thunder whip, had a charred whip mark on his chest. Ahem. I never thought there was a hollow as powerful as you in Hueco Mundo. Ito Makoto looked at Yi Chuan with a cold expression. Then he raised the God of Annihilation again. The third style of the God of Annihilation, Mustard Net. The pitch-black net reappeared, attacking Yi Chuan with unparalleled power. Harabelle, who was standing by, had her pupils constricted the moment she saw this move. It was this move that easily swallowed up the flash of Wang Su that she had staked everything on. But this attack, which seemed terrifying to Harabelle, was directly cut off by Yi Chuan's casual knife. With just one ordinary sword move, Yi Chuan easily neutralized the strongest move that the current clone Ito Makoto could use. It seems that the difference in strength between my clone and my original body is really huge. At this moment, Ito Makoto has 30% of Yi Chuan's Ryatsu in his body, which means that Yi Chuan can only exert at most 70% of his strength at this moment. But he can still easily resolve the powerful offensive launched by ordinary captain-level Shinigami. At this moment, Yi Chuan finally had a clear understanding of his own strength. I think the acting is about done now. Ito Makoto then raised his right hand, Heido number 33, blue fire falling. Then a blue-white flame burst out from his palm and struck the mountain wall behind Yi Chuan, raising a cloud of dust. Ito Makoto then left the scene at high speed with Shuanpa, but Yi Chuan did not pursue the matter. Mila Rhodes and Apache on the side shouted, "Don't let this Shinigami go, kill him." Yi Chuan shook his head slightly and said, "This Shinigami's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Besides, I suspect he might have companions in Hueco Mundo. He should be a member of the so-called expedition team. Shinigami who can join the expedition team are not to be trifled with." Yi Chuan openly put the blame on the current Hueco Mundo expeditionary force. Then he teleported to the ruins nearby and helped up the fallen Harabelle. "Why did you save me?" The wounded Harabelle hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question in his heart. "Since I've been reincarnated as a hollow, you four are the first beings I've seen willing to sacrifice each other for their companions. In this horrific battlefield of Hueco Mundo, you possess the virtue of sacrifice, the willingness to dedicate yourself to your companions. Therefore, I judge that you have the qualifications to continue to survive, and you also have the qualifications to become my companions and walk side by side with me. Would you like to walk hand in hand with me?" After saying that, Yi Chuan extended his hand towards Harabelle with a smile. Listening to Yi Chuan's deafening voice, Harabelle felt his mind wavering. Then he knelt on one knee in front of Yi Chuan, and at the same time, the three Ajuchas, Mila Rhodes, Apache, and Sun Sun, also knelt down. "Strange Vasto Lord, I don't know your name. My name is Yi Chuan. Lord Yi Chuan, Tia Harabelle is willing to follow you, just to walk side by side with you, through life and death." At the same time, Mila Rhodes, Apache, and Sun Sun also echoed Harabelle's words. Yi Chuan smiled slightly, and then bent over to help Harabelle up. "Then from today on, we are companions." Chapter 55. In a hidden cave somewhere in Hueco Mundo, Ito Chung used kaido magic to simply treat his physical injuries. I'm so strong." Makoto Ito grinned as he treated the wound, showing a satisfied smile. Through this battle between the clone and the original body, he finally realized clearly how powerful the original body was at this moment. After a short while, after simple treatment, Ito Makoto's injuries had almost recovered. He then began to sit cross-legged with his eyes closed. He wanted to use his own Ryatsu to sense the Kido aura in Hueco Mundo, the Kido aura belonging to the Shinigami. The purpose of his doing this was naturally to find this group of Hueco Mundo expeditionary forces, or to find someone in the Hueco Mundo expeditionary forces. During the Hueco Mundo expedition, Godei 13 implanted a specific Kido into each member of the expedition, so that even if the expeditionary soldiers were separated in Hueco Mundo, they could reunite with the main force through this Kido. This special Kido ability allows the expedition members to locate each other, while also blocking Minos Grande's spiritual perception to a certain extent, covering the team members' Ryatsu and ensuring that they are not discovered by Minos Grande. It was because of this special Kido that Yi Chuan was unable to find the whereabouts of the Hueco Mundo expeditionary force. Although Ito Makoto has never been implanted with this special Kido, he is a Shinigami, so it is naturally easier for him to sense the hiding places of these expedition members than the original body. As Ito Makoto entered the state of perception, the Ryatsu around him skyrocketed in an instant, exceeding the level during the previous battle with Harabelle. It was obvious that at this moment, Ito Makoto had borrowed 50% of the Ryatsu from his main body to find the location of the expeditionary force. During this period, Ito Makoto changed his position and continued to perceive. The reason is simple. The entire Hueco Mundo is too large. Even with the 50% Ryatsu power of the main body, Ito Makoto cannot find the location of the expedition team in one go. In this way, Makoto Ito kept wandering around Hueco Mundo to sense the specific location of the expeditionary force. This process lasted for more than half a month. Found it. In a dense forest in the Minos Grande forest, Ito Makoto, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes, looking slightly excited. At that moment, Ito Makoto sensed a hint of Shinigami's Ryatsu. On a hill south of Shuya Palace, Harabel was sparring with Chuan. Under Chuan's training and encouragement for half a month, Harabel's fighting skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Previously, facing the powerful Chuan, Harabel would have been defeated within 5 seconds. Now, she can hold her own against Chuan for over 30 seconds. If she were to face Ito Makoto, who has borrowed 30% of his original form, even if she still can't win, she wouldn't lose so miserably. Bang! With a crisp sound, Harabel was whipped by Chuan's thunder whip and flew backwards. Harabel was beaten so badly that he was embedded in the crevice of the stone. Chuan turned around and came directly to the front, helped Harabel up, and then affectionately stroked Harabel's delicate face, which was covered by the mask, and only half was exposed. Thinking of Harabel Arankar in the original novel, Chuan's heart was burning with passion because of his impressive figure and charming temperament. It's time to put Arankarization on the agenda. Although Chuan is still essentially an Ajuchas at this time, his actual Ryatsu and combat power far exceed those of a group of Vasto Lords. In the process of being promoted from Jillian to Ajuchas, he devoured at least 100 Ajuchas. By analogy, he must devour more than 100 Vasto Lords to evolve into a Vasto Lord. But in reality, Hueco Mundo probably doesn't even have 10 Vasto Lords. Therefore, if Chuan wants to be promoted to Vasto Lord, relying on devouring his own kind will definitely not work, and he needs to find another way. But if you want to improve your fast combat ability now, you can try Arankar first. Anyway, Arankar first will not affect his subsequent promotion to Vasto Lord. After all, in the original work, Grimjow was the one who first broke the mask and then was promoted to Vasto Lord. Of course, another important reason that prompted Chuan to temporarily change his evolutionary route and decide to go to Arankar first was that Aizen had already taken control of the Kayamika Palace. He had to gain strong enough strength first to be eligible for a share of subsequent events. He was definitely not in a hurry to go to Arankar, just because he couldn't do anything with Harabel due to his body as Minos Grande. Taya, I have to go take care of some things. In the near future, try not to go out, especially to Shuya Palace. Chuan spoke to Harabel in a gentle tone. Yes, Lord Chuan. Harabel looked respectful to Kaido, his emerald green eyes filled with unconcealed longing and joy. It was obvious that the past half-month of getting along had made this proud royal mermaid deeply fascinated by the man in front of her. Somewhere in the Minos Grande forest, a group of Shinigami wearing Death Hatsune costumes and holding Zanpakuto are fighting against the Jillian group. The Ryatsu emanating from these Shinigami is not to be underestimated, with the weakest among them having the level of a regular officer of Godei 13. Moreover, among this group of Shinigami, there was actually a man wearing a captain's Haori. The terrifying Ryatsu emanating from him had obviously reached the captain level. With every swing of his sword, a Jillian died. However, what is strange is that the man wearing the captain's Haori does not have any number on his back. Just when all the Jillians were killed by these powerful Shinigami, 6 huge Ajuchas with bodies very similar to loaches emerged from all directions and launched Zero at the Shinigami in the field. "Oh no, we've been ambushed," said an older Shinigami in surprise. The 6 Zero shots were about to hit several Shinigami in the middle. The man wearing the captain's Haori lightly tossed the Zanpakuto in his hand. Zanpakuto instantly transformed into dozens of diamond-shaped darts and shot towards 5 of the Ajuchas. Puff! In an instant, the 5 Ajuchas were pierced by the darts one after another, and the last Ajuchas left behind the Shinigami wearing the captain's Haori had completed the charging of Zero and saw a black and red Zero about to hit its back. A young man with disheveled hair in the Shinigami team raised a Zanpakuto in his hand. "Cut it off! Thunderfire!" The sealed state in his hand instantly turned into a pure white weapon with a hooked tip, carrying a strong power of fire, and actually directly split the Ajuchas with Zero. Then a Shuanpa stepped forward and took out a weapon shaped like a steel fork from his waist with his left hand, and then inserted the steel fork into the forehead of the last Ajuchas. This is Captain Osaki Masahiro's shuttle and teammate Zayasuk's thunder and fire. This combination is simply amazing. The Shinigami soldier beside him praised. At this time, the man called Osaki Masahiro turned around and said to the slovenly young man, "Shiozu, you did a great job. I feel so relieved to have my back in your hands." The sloppy man scratched his head and smiled shyly. Chapter 56. As these Minos Grandes were killed, they all turned into spirit particles and dissipated in the Minos Grande forest. But no one noticed that a small dark golden Uzumaki rose up in the darkness and absorbed all the spirit particles transformed from Jillian and Ajuchas who were killed by the Shinigami. Although the improvement of Yi Chuan's Ryatsu from dozens of mindless Jillian and 6 Ajuchas has been negligible since Yi Chuan was promoted to Ajuchas, but in line with the principle of not wasting, Yi Chuan still absorbed these Minos Grande as soul eaters. Roar! Just as the expeditionary force was preparing to rest on the spot, a Ryatsu sound that Yi Chuan was extremely familiar with suddenly came. Suddenly, a leopard-shaped Ajuchas appeared in the sight of the Shinigami soldiers, and behind it were 5 special Jillians of different shapes that degenerated from Ajuchas. At this moment, they followed closely behind the leopard-shaped Ajuchas like its most loyal subordinates. The leopard-shaped hollow is Grimjow Jagerjax, and the 5 degenerated Jillians behind him should be his 5 subordinates in the original work. Another group of Ajuchas? Masahiro Osaki looked at the 6 Minos Grande that attacked again with a vigilant look, and finally felt a hint of danger from Grimjow, but it was only a hint. Seeing Grimjow about to lead his men to attack him just because of a disagreement, Yi Chuan felt speechless. Although from Ryatsu's perspective, Grimjow's strength has increased significantly since they separated, and he has even recruited his own subordinates. However, they had not yet transformed into Arankar, and were clearly no match for the expeditionary force before them. Among them are real captains. Originally, Yi Chuan planned to hide in the dark and wait and see before taking any action, but he saw that his own halibut was about to attack. Yi Chuan stopped pretending and directly took back the 50% Ryatsu that he had shared with his clone, and his aura suddenly surged. The terrifying Ryatsu swept directly and unreservedly to several kilometers around him. Some lone Minos Grande who were hiding in the surroundings, after feeling Yi Chuan's indescribable huge Ryatsu, fled away from this place. This Ryatsu is. A look of fear suddenly appeared on Osaki Masahiro's weather-beaten old face, and the Shinigami soldiers around him felt that they had difficulty breathing under the cover of this Ryatsu. This Ryatsu, what on earth is going on? Could it be the legendary Vasto Lord? Tianbei Shioju spoke with difficulty. Call out. The Shinigami saw that in front of the leopard-shaped hollow appeared a humanoid Minos Grande with black eyes and black hair, covered in a layer of black bone and centipede armor. Who are you? The moment Grimjow saw Yi Chuan, he recognized that this was the mysterious Vasto Lord who had planted the Thunder Ball in his body. Although he didn't understand why the other party had changed his form again, and seemed to have become more powerful than before. You. What do you mean? Remember to call me king. Yi Chuan waved his hand casually, and Grimjow felt his body being lifted up uncontrollably. Sure enough, the next moment, Grimjow was grabbed by the neck and lifted up by Yi Chuan. Then he threw Grimjow backwards and sent him flying far away. Hey, you 5 idiots, get away from him. I'll take care of this. Yi Chuan spoke to Grimjow's subordinates very rudely. Xiaolong Kufang, who was Grimjow's subordinate, looked at Yi Chuan in astonishment. This is the King of Kings. Get out of here. Following Yi Chuan's impatient urging, Grimjow's subordinates finally reacted and hurriedly left the place, grabbing their king. At the same time, Osaki Masahiro spoke solemnly to the expeditionary forces. Everyone goes separately. At once, many Shinigami soldiers began to flee in all directions. What about you, Captain Osaki? Tianbei Shioju asked anxiously. I'll stay and deal with this Vasto Lord. You guys leave. Seeing the determined look of his captain, Tianbei Shioju no longer hesitated and immediately left the place with Shuanpa. Seeing this, Yi Chuan remained calm and did not stop it. But no one noticed that on Amaji Shusuk's shoulder, there was a tiny centipede the size of an ant lying on his death suit. After both teams had left, only Osaki Masahiro and Yi Chuan were left on the field. Yi Chuan suddenly discovered that Osaki Masahiro's whole body was trembling. Are you scared? Yi Chuan sneered. Afraid? If I were afraid of you, then why would I join this Hueco Mundo expedition? I'm excited. I'm excited that I can finally kill Vasto Lord with my own hands. My entire family was killed by the Hollows. That's why I gave up my high position in the Soul Society and came to join the Hueco Mundo expedition. What could possibly please me more than killing a Vasto Lord with my own hands? As he spoke, a blush appeared on Osaki Masahiro's sallow old face. Seeing that the old man was getting more and more excited, Chuan was too lazy to listen anymore and just said lightly, "Idiot." Chuan became impatient and fired a blank bullet. So fast, Masahiro Osaki narrowly avoided this extremely fast virtual bullet. Looking at Chuan standing on the tree trunk in front of him, Osaki Masahiro knew that this Minos Grande in front of him was probably an extremely powerful one among the Vasto lords, and his eyes froze when he noticed the Zanpakuto wrapped in a simple wooden scabbard on Chuan's waist. He immediately stopped holding back, pulled out the sealed state in his hand, waved it forward, and muttered, "Bankai .1000 illusions shuttle." The sealed state began to shatter, and after a flash of colorful light, it turned into 1,000 shattered lenses. Each lens carried Osaki Masahiro's Ryatsu. As Osaki Masahiro clenched his fist, densely packed shattered lenses shining with colorful light rushed towards Chuan. "Oh, this is Bankai." Speaking of which, this is Chuan's first time fighting a Shinigami who controls Bankai. Seeing the lens coming towards him like a violent storm, Chuan's expression did not change at all. He still stretched out a finger and pointed it forward. A black and red Zero took shape in an instant and collided directly with the lenses in the sky. Boom! Zero blew away all the lenses in the sky, and the scattered fragments blew all the giant trees around the forest where the two were into powder. The aftermath of Chuan's Zero shot caused Masahiro Osaki to bleed from his mouth and nose. Ahem, why does this hollow have such a strong Ryatsu? But it was not the time to sigh, as Osaki Masahiro waved his hand, and the scattered lenses gathered together again, turning into a hexagonal prism emitting colorful light, reflecting the colorful light towards Chuan. Chapter 57. The huge hexagonal prism, shining with colorful light, illuminates the dark sky here. Interesting. Looking at the colorful beams of light all over the sky, rushing towards him like a tide, Chuan did not dodge, but just stood there and looked at the huge hexagonal prism in the air with interest. At the moment when the colorful beam of light was about to shine on Chuan's body, endless dark golden lightning surged out from his body. Thunder armor. This type of lightning armor is naturally a new move that was created after Chuan was promoted to a Juches, and his control over his lightning ability reached a new level. Sizzle. In an instant, dark golden lightning covered Chuan's body, merging with the pale centipede armor that already existed on his body, turning into a lightning armor shining with dark golden lightning. Endless thunder surged out from the thunder armor, blocking out the vast colorful light. Osaki Masahiro's own killer move below could not defeat Chuan. He immediately let out a long roar, and then the indigo Ryatsu around his body completely erupted. At the same time, the huge hexagonal prism floating in the air suddenly shone brightly. But he was still blocked by the lightning power emitted by the thunder armor and could not move forward at all. Chuan just stood there without moving at all, relying solely on the subtle lightning power passively emitted by the thunder armor to resist it all. On the other hand, Osaki Masahiro raised the power of Bankai to the highest point and then desperately squeezed out his own Ryatsu, hoping to kill Chuan with it. Die! I saw Masahiro Osaki roaring with a ferocious look on his face, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. It was obvious that using this move was extremely stressful for him. Different from Osaki Masahiro's hysteria, Chuan, who was standing on a tree branch, yawned out of boredom and just stood there and fought. He let the opponent fight for 10 minutes, but he couldn't even break his defense. Is this the only level of a so-called captain-level Shinigami? Chuan saw that Osaki Masahiro couldn't come up with anything that would impress him, so he decided not to continue playing. He directly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and wiped his hand on the blade. A dark golden lightning attached to the blade. Then he held the knife in one hand and slashed fiercely at the huge hexagonal prism floating in the air. Crash! With one slash, the huge hexagonal prism was split in two. But before it was over, the lightning force attached to the slash exploded again, shattering the hexagonal prism to pieces. Puff! As the hexagonal prism was shattered by Chuan's knife, Osaki Masahiro, who was already bleeding from his mouth and nose, spit out a large mouthful of blood, and then blood came out of all his orifices, and he looked like a bloody man. Apparently, the hexagonal prism that Bankai transformed into was shattered, which also affected him. That's a Zanpakuto in your hand. I can't believe you're a hollow, yet you're trying to imitate a Shinigami and pick up a Zanpakuto. That's ridiculous. No matter how much you imitate, you're just a hollow. You'll never be a Shinigami. Ha 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 ha. After confirming that what Chuan had in his hand was indeed Zanpakuto, Osaki Masahiro actually began to mock Chuan. However, facing Osaki Masahiro's sarcasm, Chuan remained calm and did not take it seriously. The loser barks. Then he raised his hand and fired a hollow bullet, blasting Osaki Masahiro, who was unable to move because his bankai was destroyed, away. Although Osaki Masahiro tried his best to dodge, one of his legs was still broken by the hollow bullet. Call out. After taking a look at Osaki Masahiro, who was crawling on the ground, Chuan turned around and came directly to Osaki Masahiro. Seeing his miserable appearance crawling at his feet like a wild dog, Chuan sneered. Why? Are Shinigami some noble creature? Are hollows some lowly creature? Put aside your pitiful pride. Besides, I've already been a Shinigami. Just as Chuan was chatting with Masahiro Osaki, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly curled up his lips and revealed a strange smile. He slammed his hands to the ground. Broken mirror kill. All the hexagonal prism fragments that were originally scattered all over the ground flew into the air and bombarded Chuan. However, in just a flash of lightning, Chuan disappeared from the spot. This is exactly the lightning and thunder that is the product of Chuan combining his own thunder power with the thunder. Its speed can reach more than 4 times that of the thunder. Impossible. Seeing that Chuan had left the strangulation range of the broken mirror kill at a speed beyond his comprehension, Osaki Masahiro's face was full of disbelief. After a brief moment of shock, Osaki Masahiro clasped his hands together, and the dust-like fragments gathered together again, forming a hexagonal prism. The only difference from before is that this huge hexagonal prism is now full of cracks, and the mirror surface is full of potholes and gaps, as if it was barely glued together with glue. Obviously, Chuan's previous knife attack had caused permanent and irreversible damage to Osaki Masahiro's bankai. Faced with Osaki Masahiro's series of impromptu counterattacks, Chuan just shook his head slightly. A trapped beast will still fight. Chuan immediately sheathed his sword, then clenched his right fist tightly, with dark golden lightning lingering around his fist. He turned around and rushed to the tattered hexagonal prism, punching it. Crash! With a series of crisp sounds, the already shattered hexagonal prism instantly turned into a large amount of glowing powder, which drifted away with the wind. As the hexagonal prism completely turned into rain of light and dissipated like smoke, Osaki Masahiro spat out another mouthful of blood, and his breath became extremely weak. Even so, he did not feel the slightest bit of cowardice. He still lay on the ground, barely supporting himself with his hands, staring fiercely at Chuan. If looks could kill, then Chuan would have been riddled with wounds by now. I saw Masahiro Osaki supporting himself on the ground with his left hand and raising his right hand high towards Chuan. Spread across the landscape are towering beast-bone spires. Wheels of crimson steel turn like wind, and stillness becomes emptiness. The clash of spears fills the empty city. Kaido number 63. Fiery lightning howl. As Osaki Masahiro chanted, a blue arc of lightning rose from his right palm, and then a thick blue lightning struck Chuan. On the other hand, Chuan not only did not dodge, but opened his arms to welcome this fully chanted fiery lightning howl. As a result, this thunder power, like a river converging into the sea, directly gathered on Chuan's body surface and was directly absorbed by him. Even Chuan didn't even activate his thunder armor. You actually used the power of thunder to hit me? How foolish. Chuan looked at Osaki Masahiro, who was half kneeling on the ground with a look of defiance on his face, and said with a look of contempt, "Hateful. Sooner or later, someone will kill all of you." That fiery lightning howl was Masahiro Osaki's last ryatsu, but it still didn't work. Now he could only use his eloquence and curse Chuan constantly. "Is this your last words?" How pale and powerless. Chuan used his hand as a knife, and with one swipe, he severed Osaki Masahiro's head and body. Thus, the expeditionary captain perished. Is this the captain level? Nothing more than that. Chuan looked at the corpse on the ground and spat fiercely. The oppressive feeling this person gave him was far less than that of the one-handed sword Zaraki Kenpachi without his blindfold, and he could only be considered an ordinary captain-level strength. However, with his captain-level strength, as long as he doesn't meet Chuan or Stark, who has already Aaronkar on his own, he can almost move around Hueco Mundo, as Aizen has not yet carried out large-scale Aaronkar experiments. Unfortunately, he has been targeted by Chuan since he set out from Soul Society, and he is destined to have a bad ending. Chapter 58. Soul Eater. Chuan looked at Osaki Masahiro's body on the ground and activated Soul Ghoul without saying a word. As the dark golden vortex rose behind Chuan, Osaki Masahiro on the ground gradually turned into spirit particles and was completely swallowed up. This is... After completely devouring Osaki Masahiro, Ito Makoto discovered that although his Ryatsu had increased, the increase was not significant. However, what made Chuan happy was not the increase in Ryatsu, but the changes in the depths of his soul. Chuan even seemed a little dazed for a moment, as if the mask on his face had loosened a little. Surprised to discover his own transformation, Chuan immediately showed an expression of ecstasy. Maybe I just need to devour enough Shinigami with Soul Eater, and then I can Aaronkar on my own like Stark did. With this surprising discovery, Chuan felt refreshed all over and let out a long roar of excitement. Makoto Ito naturally has no psychological burden about devouring Shinigami. He has been reborn as a hollow, so what's wrong with swallowing some souls? The fact that he did not devour the souls of ordinary people in this world makes him a role model of morality. After all, devouring souls is the instinct of the void. As for Chuan having a Shinigami clone, he can essentially be considered a Shinigami. What is the relationship between Minos Grande Chuan and Shinigami Makoto Ito? In the Minos Grande forest, inside a tree hole, Tiande Shouju looked at the 12 spots of light in the palm of his right hand in disbelief. The brightest point of light dimmed instantly and then disappeared without a trace. Soon, it completely lost its brightness. Captain Osaki is dead. He never imagined that their expedition team had not yet made any progress when the captain encountered the mysterious Minos Grande and was killed. Hiding in the tree hole, Tianbei Shouju recalled Chuan's terrifying Ryatsu and was shocked. I must become stronger, stronger than that Minos Grande, stronger than anyone else. Only then can I get revenge. The reason why Amagi Zayasuke joined the Hueco Mundo expedition was to hone himself in the endless bloody battles and make himself stronger so that he could complete his revenge. This is the secret he has always buried deep in his heart. He wants to avenge his father on the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, Yamamoto Genryusai. Therefore, he was willing to join the Hueco Mundo expedition, whose survival rate was less than 1 in 10, in order to become stronger in the battle with Minos Grande and gain enough strength to complete his revenge plan. As long as I gain the strength of a captain, and with this knife, I will be able to successfully seek revenge. Tianbei Shouju looked at the strange knife, shaped like a steel fork on the other side of his waist with a strange look in his eyes. Is this the taper blade that can seal Zanpakuto? As he was speaking, Tianbei Shouju discovered that the taper blade in his hand had disappeared without a trace. When he looked up, he suddenly realized that the taper blade, which he regarded as the biggest secret, had fallen into the hands of the mysterious Minos Grande. Chuan examined the steel fork in his hand with curiosity. After all, this was the taper blade, the weapon capable of sealing Ryujin Jaka. Obtaining it would be Chuan's ultimate trump card in future battles with Aizen and even Soul Society. Since this sword can seal Ryujin Jaka, it should be able to seal Kyoka Suigetsu as well. Although Chuan does not completely rely on this knife, the more prepared he is, the greater his chances of winning. Give me Ryatsu. Chuan, who was holding the Mo Yao sword, seemed to hear the sword calling him, and it actually asked Chuan to input Ryatsu into the sword. Is this knife alive? The taper knife gave Chuan the feeling that it was not a knife at all, but rather a living thing. Therefore, Chuan did not tolerate him, and immediately a lightning arc flashed in his palm, and he severely ravaged the Mo Yao knife that looked like a steel fork. The knife instantly became quiet and no longer made any sound. You have to let me teach you a lesson before you behave yourself, right? What nonsense are you talking about? Tianbei Shouju, who was standing by, was completely shocked. The secret deep in his heart was revealed so easily. How could he not panic? He immediately drew the Zanpakuto from his waist and rushed towards Chuan with a roar. Cut it off, Thunderfire. The Zanpakuto in his hand instantly transformed into a long sword with a hooked end, and wisps of flames were swirling around it. Tianbei Shouju rushed towards Chuan with a crazy look on his face, holding Leihua. Chuan just raised his hand and waved it, and Tianbei Shouju flew backwards and hit the tree trunk. Bang! A big hole was smashed into the thick tree trunk. At this moment, Amagai Shusuke had just joined the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force not long ago. He was a captain when he appeared in the anime, but now he can only be regarded as a top-ranked officer at best. At this moment, he can't even reach the level of a vice-captain. Naturally, he is no match for Chuan. Amagai Shusuke, whose father Kisaragi Shinjian died at the hands of Soul Society, Godia, 13's Captain General Yamamoto Genryusai, has now joined the Shinigami Expeditionary Force with the sole purpose of avenging his father's death. In order to seek revenge, he colluded with Kumo Jing, a retainer of the Kasumigauji family, to obtain the taper blade. I'm absolutely right, am I not? Chuan said this lightly while playing with the Mo Yao knife in his hand. How come? Tianbei Xiuzhu, who was trapped in the tree hole, slowly stood up. When he heard Chuan's words, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he looked at Chuan with incredible eyes. He had always hidden these secrets in his heart and had never told anyone. But this strange Minos Grande in front of him knew them all. Could it be that his ability is mind-reading? Tianbei Xiuzhu, whose face turned blue and red, was silent for a moment, and then said with a ferocious look, "How on earth do you know these things?" Seeing Tianbei Xiuzhu's expression as if he had seen a ghost, Chuan secretly complained in his heart. "You never thought I'd turn on the god's perspective." Then he continued to say to Tianbei Xiuzhu, "How I know this is none of your business, but as long as you are willing to submit to me, I can help you complete your revenge plan. How about it? Submit to you?" Hearing Chuan's words, Tianbei Xiuzhu was stunned. He naturally hated Yamamoto Jinryusai, who killed his father Kisaragi Chinjian, but he never thought that as a Shinigami, he would use the power of Hollow to complete his revenge. What? You're still unwilling to give up your so-called dignity as a Shinigami? You don't want to use the power of Minos Grande to achieve your revenge? Chuan looked at him with a half-smile, as if nothing could be hidden from his eyes. Amagai Shisuke remained silent. Even though he hated Yamamoto Jinryusai, he was born and raised in Soul Society. In his subconscious, Hollows were born evil spirits and were born to stand on the opposite side of Shinigami. Even when it came to his own revenge plan, even at the most desperate point, he never thought of cooperating with Sue. If you have this kind of black and white stupid idea, then you will never be able to defeat Yamamoto Jinryusai in your life. Chuan's voice was so resounding that it caused Tianbei Xiuzhu's heart to waver a little. Whether it's a Hollow or a Shinigami, they are all members of the three realms. Since they exist, there must be a reason for it. Not all Shinigami are good people, and not all Hollows are born evil. This world is neither black nor white, but a delicate gray. Power itself is neither right nor wrong. It only depends on who holds it. If you still hold on to your false pride and want to end your journey here and give up on revenge, then I don't mind giving you a ride right now. As he spoke, dark golden arcs of lightning surged on Chuan's right hand, as if Tianbei Xiuzhu would be beheaded if he didn't surrender in the next moment. After hearing what Chuan said, Tianbei Xiuzhu frowned at first with a look of resistance on his face, but then he seemed to understand, and after a long sigh, he knelt on one knee and bowed to Chuan from a distance. "My lord, please grant me the strength to help me take revenge." Chuan took advantage of the moment. He opened his mouth and shot a thunderball directly into his mouth. Tianbei Xiuzhu was shocked at first and tried to strangle his neck, but when it didn't work, he could only smile bitterly. He knew that from this moment on he was already on Chuan's pirate ship. Chapter 59. Do you have a way to contact the other expeditionary soldiers? Call them all here, and I'll grant you new powers that transcend the Shinigami boundaries. How about that? Chuan looked at Tianbei Xiuzhu with a smile on his face. He knew that there must be a special way of communication between the soldiers of the expeditionary force. As long as he used Tianbei Xiuzhu, he could gather them together and catch them all in one fell swoop. After devouring the captain-level Shinigami, Osaki Masahiro, Chuan could be said to have tasted the sweetness of the marrow. Although the remaining 10 or so soldiers were not as strong as Osaki Masahiro, each of them was at the level of a frontline officer. For Chuan, these are rare supplements. Even if they can't help Chuan succeed in Arrancar, they can at least greatly advance his Arrancar progress. Why? You're still unwilling to abandon your teammates at this moment. Chuan sneered and looked at Tian Baixiu, who was hesitant in front of him. On the surface, Chuan's expression was calm at the moment, but as long as Tianbei Xiuzhu dared to say a word of objection, Chuan would probably devour him first. At worst, he could let his clone sense slowly later, and he would eventually be able to find the 11 hidden soldiers. It would just be a waste of a little more time. Yes, Lord Chuan. Fortunately, Tianbei Xiuzhu did not make the wrong choice to disappoint Chuan. First, he stretched out his right hand, then put his left index and middle fingers together, pointed at the 11 flashing points of light, and then kept saying, "Captain Osaki has been killed, and the mysterious Minos Grande has also left. All remaining soldiers, quickly move towards my location." Not long after, the 11 spots of light in Tianbei Xiuzhu's right palm were seen moving towards the same place at an extremely fast speed. After about a few hours, a figure wearing a Shinigami uniform approached Amagai Shisuke at a very fast speed. "Xiuzhu, are you okay? Are you hurt?" The visitor was a middle-aged man. As soon as he came, He asked about Tianbei Shouju with concern. It was obvious that the two had a close relationship. I'm fine, Tono-senpai. Tenbei Shusuk, an absent-minded Kaido. I can't believe that such a powerful Captain Osaki was killed in battle. Such a terrifying Minos Grande is truly unprecedented. Hateful. Once I become Bankai, I will come and avenge the captain. The middle-aged Shinigami, whom Amagai Shusuk called Higashino-senpai, said with a firm look in his eyes. A few hours later, 11 expeditionary soldiers arrived one after another. Each of them learned the news that their captain had died in battle through the special kaido they carried, but a trace of sadness appeared on everyone's face. But there was not a trace of fear. Because every Shinigami who participated in the expedition had already put life and death aside before setting foot in Hueco Mundo. With the captain gone, Shouju, you are undoubtedly the strongest and most intelligent among us. You will now take command. Higashiyori looked at Amagai Shusuk and spoke slowly. I agree. I agree. Then there was a burst of agreement from the middle of the field. Obviously, everyone had no objection to Tianbei Shouju leading the team next. Since everyone trusts me so much, I won't refuse. Upon hearing this, Amagai Shusuk drew the Zanpakuto from his waist and raised it above his head in response to the Shinigami soldiers. However, the next moment, a scene happened that shocked all the Shinigami. Tenbei Zayasuk actually turned around and stabbed his Zanpakuto into the chest of Tanori, who was closest to him. What? Higashinori looked at Amagai Shusuk in disbelief. Don't blame me. I must take revenge. Only this way can I get revenge. Just as the remaining 10 soldiers of the expeditionary force were about to attack Tianbei Shouju, a dark shadow wandered in the field. Puff. A moment later, all 12 Shinigami in the field, except for Amagai Shusuk, fell to the ground. Well done, Shusuk. Chuan was very satisfied with Tianbei Shouju's performance. Ha 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 ha. You're all dead. You're all dead. Looking at his Shinigami colleagues lying dead on the ground, Amagai Shusuk did not feel any sadness, but instead burst into crazy laughter. Ignoring Tianbei Shouju's sudden madness, Chuan directly launched the Soul Eater again. A dark golden vortex rose up behind it, transforming all the Shinigami corpses on the ground into spirit particles and then devouring them. Yes, that's the feeling. Chuan felt that wonderful feeling again by devouring the Shinigami's Ryatsu again. My mask seems to have loosened a little. After a while, Chuan completely devoured the 11 Shinigami soldiers. At this moment, he clearly felt that he had taken another big step forward in Arrancar's progress. Feeling the amazing changes in his body, Chuan immediately felt better and looked at Tianbei Shouju beside him. Zayasuk, I will give you the new power I promised you before. Suddenly, a tiny crystal shining with blue light appeared in Chuan's palm. This item was naturally obtained by the clone from the strange giant hollow body when he first arrived at Soul Society. It is suspected to be a fragment of Hogyoku. The clone threw this hot potato to the original body as soon as he met it. This is a good opportunity to verify whether this is a fragment of Hogyoku. So, in front of Tianbei Shouju's shocked eyes, Chuan directly stabbed his chest with his handmade knife, leaving the tiny crystal in Tianbei Shouju's body. Oh. After Chuan left the tiny crystal that looked like a Hogyoku fragment in Amagai Shusuk's body, he immediately let out a painful roar, and strands of white gelatinous substance flowed out from the wound on his chest. It surged towards his face, covering half of his face in an instant. Adult Chuan, Tenbei Shouju, who was in so much pain that he fell to his knees and trembled all over, spoke with difficulty. Don't resist. Embrace this power that transcends the limits of Shinigami. Soon, Tianbei Shouju's whole body was completely wrapped in this white bone layer, forming an oval sphere. Like a giant egg. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared on the eggshell-shaped bone layer, and then the crack began to expand. It quickly spread throughout the entire bone layer, and then shattered with a loud bang. A figure holding a Zanpakuto slowly walked out of the bone layer and rushed towards Chuan in front as soon as it came out. The figure's face was covered with a rugged, dark white mask, his limbs were covered in fiery red spikes, and a hollow hole had appeared in his chest. Judging from his figure, he could barely make out the appearance of Amagai Shusuk. Roar! While roaring, the figure rushed towards Chuan with a knife. Chuan's eyes lit up and he murmured to himself. It actually worked. Chapter 60. Originally, he was just giving it a try. Even if he failed, at most he would die as an assistant, which was no big deal. After all, the most important taper knife to Chuan was already in his hands. Without Tianbei Shouju's help, he could recruit other people to be his tool to wield the knife. But unexpectedly, with his random operations, the hollow experiment actually succeeded. As expected of an Eisen product, this is an absolute masterpiece. Roar! After being hollowed, Tianbei Xiuzhu lost his mind and rushed towards Yi Chuan like a madman, slashing forward with his knife. At this moment, he had lost all his composure, like a wild beast out of control, madly spitting out his fangs at Yi Chuan. Ryatsu has a certain increase in speed and even strength, but it has lost the most important rationality, leaving only the instinct of a beast. Facing Tianbei Xiuzhu's continuous slashing, Yi Chuan did not draw his sword, but used his hands as a sword to block his attack. With his current strength as a chief official, even if he was hollowed out, it would be difficult for him to be a match for Yi Chuan. Therefore, Yi Chuan just dealt with it casually and beat hollow Tianbei so hard that he was unable to resist. The right hand surrounded by dark golden thunder stabbed into his left shoulder like a steel knife. Roar! After being injured by Yi Chuan, Tianbei Xiuzhu seemed to become even more violent and roared at Yi Chuan wildly. Yi Chuan looked at Tianbei's left shoulder, which was pierced and bleeding profusely, and shook his head in disappointment. Not even high-speed regeneration? It seems that although the hollow was successful this time, its power is not comparable to Kurosaki Ichigo's hollow, and I'm afraid it can't even be compared to Tosen's hollow. At most, they are on par with the Masked Legion. After teasing Tianbei Xiuzhu for a while, who had lost her mind, Yi Chuan lost interest. Snap! With a snap of Yi Chuan's fingers, the lightning ball originally hidden in Tianbei Xiuzhu's body began to emit strands of lightning from his body, shocking Tianbei, who was going crazy on the spot, so that he could not move. Yi Chuan stepped forward and snapped his fingers, breaking the mask on his face. Then, the mask on the originally crazy hollow Tianbei's face and the fiery red spikes on his limbs disappeared in an instant, and the hollow hole in his chest also disappeared in an instant. Bang! After regaining his human form, Amagai Xiuzhu collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. It was not until half a day later that he woke up. But as soon as he woke up, he found a knife shaped like a steel fork flying towards him, and Tianbei Xiuzhu quickly reached out to catch it. I'll return this Mo Yao knife to you for now. You should practice hard here. If you want to be my qualified subordinate, you must at least have the strength of a captain. As he spoke, Yi Chuan had disappeared from the spot. Only Tianbei Xiuzhu was left with tattered clothes, half kneeling on the spot, stunned on the spot, looking at the Mo Yao knife that was lost and found in his hand, and recalled the surge of power when he was hollow before. Hollow. At this moment, Tianbei Xiuzhu's eyes were bright and his expression was excited. He knew that Lord Yi Chuan did not lie to him and really gave him the power to surpass the limits of Shinigami. Ha 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 ha. With the blessing of this power, I will definitely be able to. Of course, at the outermost edge of the Hueco Mundo Desert, Yi Chuan casually opened the black cavity. Ito Makoto took a look at the main body and then jumped high into it. Yi Chuan's Shinigami clone originally had the opportunity to come to Hueco Mundo because he accepted the mission of garrisoning in the present world. Now he has been in Hueco Mundo for almost a month. Now that Harabel has been successfully subdued and the taper blade has been found, and Yi Chuan has even made some progress on the path of Arankar, the Avatar's journey has been completed, and it's naturally time for him to return to the mortal world. Although the messenger machine didn't show any abnormalities, which meant that the Soul Society hadn't noticed him leaving his post and coming to Hueco Mundo, he couldn't be too arrogant. After all, his stay was only 3 months, and he had already been in Hueco Mundo for a month. After sending away the Shinigami clone, Yi Chuan embarked on his recruitment journey again. As night falls, the pale moonlight shines on the earth. Under the moonlight, the lonely jungle looks like countless strange shadows entangled together. From a distance, it looks like the entrance to the 9 Nether Hell, which is choosing its prey. Deep in this dense forest, there are actually small hills formed by the accumulation of countless virtual corpses. This scene truly illustrates what it means when corpses pile up like a mountain. Beneath the pile of corpses, 2 naked figures sat cross-legged, remaining silent and appearing quite lonely. One of them was a tall man with short, slightly curly dark brown hair, lake blue eyes, and a little beard on his chin. He looked like a harmless uncle. The only difference between him and ordinary people is that he has a necklace-shaped remnant on his jawbone and a round hollow hole on his chest. The other figure was a little girl with short light blue hair. There was a purple flame-shaped pattern on her left eye and a broken horn mask on her head that covered half of her face. Apparently both of them were Arankar. A figure appeared in the moonlight, a Minos Grande, completely black and covered in centipede armor. He strode into the place with great speed, his rustling footsteps shattering the tranquility. If the person coming is not Yi Chuan, then who else could it be? After separating from Amagai Shusuk, Each one finally came here by chance. Combined with the terrifying Ryatsu emanating from this place, and the scene of a sea of corpses and blood. No wonder there aren't even a single void within 100 miles. That's why. The two figures were none other than the first Espada in the original novel, Coyote Stark and his subordinate officer Lilinet. Coyote Stark is the first person in Hueco Mundo to ride an Aaron car. Weak hollows who get close to him will be crushed to death by his powerful Ryatsu, so he has been looking for a partner who can walk side by side with him. Lilinet is the second Aaron car created when Stark split his soul due to loneliness. The two share a soul, but have different consciousnesses. In Yi Chuan's opinion, this method of splitting the soul is too crude and will seriously reduce one's own combat effectiveness, which is far inferior to his own clone ability. Don't you two get bored just sitting there? Yi Chuan said as he walked over to sit next to Stark and looked into his eyes. You are, actually, okay? Coyote Stark was slightly surprised to see that Yi Chuan could be so close to him without being hurt by his Ryatsu. Stark asked slowly. It was obvious that he had not spoken for a long time, causing his speech to be very slow and even his pronunciation to be a little inaccurate. Upon hearing Stark's words, Yi Chuan unleashed a powerful Ryatsu, shaking the surrounding piles of corpses, while Lilinet beside Stark let out a cry of surprise. Apparently, Yi Chuan's huge Ryatsu frightened him. It wasn't until Stark put his hand on her shoulder that Lilinet recovered. I was mistaken. So you're also a Vasto Lord. And you seem to have embarked on the same path as Aaron Carr. Then Stark's expression changed and Ryatsu exploded around him, crushing towards Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan was not afraid and continued to unleash Ryatsu to fight against it. Chapter 61. In the Dark Jungle. A dark golden Ryatsu and another pale blue Ryatsu competed with each other, creating a strong wind that blew the piled-up corpses everywhere. Lilinet hugged a small tree and managed to keep herself steady from being blown away. Then, Yi Chuan and Stark put away their Ryatsu in tacit understanding. At this moment, Stark's eyes looking at him were no longer so indifferent, but instead showed a sense of intimacy. Yi Chuan was secretly shocked. Ever since he was promoted to a Juchis, his Ryatsu had made a qualitative leap. With only 30% of his Ryatsu, his clone was able to leap from vice-captain level to captain level. What's more, at this moment he has devoured all the soldiers in the expedition except Amagai Shusuk. Even though most of the Shinigami's Ryatsu are used to promote his Aaron-carization, it is still a strong increase to his Ryatsu. His Shinigami clone had seen Kairaku many times, and according to his estimation, Kairaku's Ryatsu at full power was comparable to his current level, or even slightly inferior. However, Stark's Ryatsu, who had not yet returned to his true form, was able to compete with his own. Yi Chuan really couldn't understand why Stark, who had returned to his true form, was killed by Shurkai's Kairaku. You're strong. Stark looked at Yi Chuan with a serious expression. You're strong too. Looking at Stark and Lilinet in front of him, a bold idea came into his mind. If I devour Stark, will it allow me to succeed Aaronkar or become Vasto Lord? However, this idea was extinguished the moment it was born. With Yi Chuan's current strength, he can still fight against Stark who has not yet returned to his original form. However, if Stark returns to his original form, he will most likely be defeated. Stark is already this strong after the split. How much stronger would he have been before the split? Yi Chuan was puzzled by Stark's semi-self-destructive behavior. Not only had he split his soul, but he had also given that part of his soul self-awareness. Yi Chuan had to understand that when he created clones, he wouldn't allow them to develop new consciousness, nor would he pour too much of his soul essence into them. Is it because you can't stand loneliness that you have to lower yourself? In Yi Chuan's view, enduring loneliness is a necessary mentality for a strong person. If you don't even have this mentality, you will eventually die. It was precisely because of the lack of this mentality that Stark played poorly in the Karakura town battle and ultimately suffered defeat. But this is Stark's choice. Although Yi Chuan doesn't understand it, he chooses to respect it. My name is Yi Chuan, and I'm currently looking for partners to work with. Putting aside unnecessary thoughts, Yi Chuan approached Stark with a smile. That's quite a coincidence. We are also looking for partners. Stark said with a serious look. At first he was searching alone, but then it became him and Lilinet searching together. Well, could you guys join us? I have a few companions elsewhere in Hueco Mundo. Yi Chuan tried to recruit Stark and Lilinet. Of course, he wouldn't just force them to surrender and feed them thunderballs. The reason was simple. He couldn't defeat them right away. Are they strong enough? Our situation is special. Stark looked at the pile of corpses with a melancholy look in his eyes. Don't worry, if they can handle my Ryatsu, they won't have much trouble handling yours either. Stark then remembered that Yi Chuan's Ryatsu was similar to his own in the unreturned blade state. so the partner he mentioned would naturally not be hurt by his Ryatsu. As a result, a different light seemed to appear in Stark and Lilynette's eyes. Just when the two were excitedly planning to follow Chuan to leave the jungle where they had lived for many years, they were stopped by Chuan. "Put on your clothes before I take you out." Chuan frowned when he saw Stark and Lilynette's half-naked appearance. It was okay to see other Minos Grande without clothes, but Chuan suddenly felt that it was immoral to see these two Arancars who were almost the same as humans without clothes. He took out 2 sets of Death Tyrant costumes from somewhere and put them on the 2 of them. These Death Tyrant armor were naturally obtained from the Expeditionary Force members devoured by Chuan. The Shinigami suit fits Stark perfectly, and with the Zanpakuto formed by soul power hanging around his waist, he really looks a bit like a Shinigami. As for Lilynette, she looked a little funny in that slightly loose Death Tyrant outfit, but of course it was much better than not wearing any clothes. In the dark jungle, Chuan, Stark, and their group of 3 stood on the periphery. Has it recovered here? Chuan was a little surprised when he saw the restored dark jungle. He remembered that several years ago, he had fought with Ulquiorra and destroyed half of the dark jungle. But he didn't expect that after more than 3 years, the dark jungle would be restored to its original state. Chuan looked at the dark jungle, and without saying a word, he immediately released Ryatsu. A dark golden beam of light shot up into the sky, directly illuminating half of the dark jungle. At the same time, on the other side of the jungle, a deep green Ryatsu also rose up as if responding to Chuan. Seeing this, Chuan grinned. Soon, a figure flew out and came straight in front of Chuan. Looking closely, it was a human-shaped Minos Grande with a completely white body, a pair of black bat wings, and a chipped mask. It was Ulquiorra Cipher, King. As soon as he saw Chuan Ulquiorra, he couldn't wait to speak. "Well, it seems that the last time I pretended to be cool was quite successful." When Chuan saw that Ulquiorra actually took the initiative to worship him as king, he knew that his last PUA had been successful. He had originally thought that he would take this opportunity to show Ulquiorra his iron fist after his advancement, but now it seems that there is no need for this. "Ulquiorra, leave this place with me," Chuan said with pretended dignity. And Ulquiorra was also very respectful and knelt on one knee. "As you command, my king." Stark, who was standing by, was secretly surprised to see this scene. He didn't expect that Chuan could actually make a Vasto Lord who was no longer a complete Arankar worship him as his king. Although this Vasto Lord's Ryatsu is far inferior to Chuan's, every Vasto Lord is the top existence in Hueco Mundo and has his own pride, but they are so willing to submit to Chuan. "Lilynette, maybe we really followed the right person this time." Stark exchanged a glance with Lilynette beside him, looking somewhat excited. In this way, Chuan took Ulquiorra and the 2 Arankars and headed towards the residence of Harabel. In the cave, Harabel, who was leaning against the wall and watching Mirrorose and Sun playing, suddenly felt 4 Ryatsu approaching this place, and one of the Ryatsu gave her an extremely familiar feeling. Chuan adult. Ryatsu Harabel, sensing Chuan's presence, immediately rushed out of the cave with a look of joy. "Sure enough, I saw Chuan and his group of 4. Tia, I'm back." When seeing Chuan, Harabel rushed over immediately, and Chuan touched her forehead affectionately. Stark, Lilynette, and Ulquiorra, who were following behind Chuan, were shocked again. Another Vasto Lord. Chapter 62. In a small corner of Karakura town in the present world, Makoto Ito looked at the small wooden house hidden in the corner in front of him. There are 4 big words written on it. Urahara Store. Finally found it. After helping the original body complete the plan, Ito Makoto returned to the real world to continue his garrison mission. Since his soul body was unable to move around in the real world, he came here hoping to get a suitable artificial body. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped into the barrier of Urahara's store, a black shadow flashed by. Looking closely, he saw that there was a black cat standing behind him, blocking his retreat. "Call out." A burly man with long hair and sunglasses appeared beside Ito Makoto again. Then the door of the cabin slowly opened. Not long after, a tall young man with short light yellow hair, wearing a dark green short coat and light green clothes and trousers, a white and green fisherman's hat and wooden clogs, holding a cane and looking lazy, walked out from behind the door. The moment he saw the Shinigami uniform worn by Ito Makoto, the lazy look on his face instantly disappeared. He became serious and pointed the cane in his hand forward. "What brings this Shinigami mister to our shop?" Seeing the awkward atmosphere in the field, Ito Makoto couldn't help but swallow and complain in his heart. Hey, is this true? You 3 hidden world captains are directly surrounding a rookie like me, a vice captain. Are you treating me like an Aizen? Manager Urahara, Mr. Tessai Tsakabashi, and Ms. Yuruchi. Don't panic. I'm just a dedicated Shinigami who detests Aizen's unspeakable crimes. I'm here now just to share important information with you three. Ito Makoto looked at the three people with alert expressions, with a smile on his face. Aizen Sosuke. The atmosphere became tense instantly when the three people heard the name, especially Yuruchi in cat form behind him, who jumped directly onto Ito Makoto's right shoulder. Kid, tell me what important information about Aizen is. Ito Makoto looked around and said helplessly, wouldn't you three invite me in to sit down? A moment later, Ito Makoto sat at the small table, holding a mouthful of hot tea and took a few sips. At the same time, he looked around curiously and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Urahara Kasuke is indeed Soul Society's technical master. The Urahara shop may look small from the outside, but it actually has a lot going for it. Hey, kid, tell me what information you have quickly. I don't have much patience. The black cat Yuruchi jumped onto the table, staring at Ito Makoto with its two cat eyes. After drinking a cup of hot tea, Ito Makoto suddenly felt relaxed all over, and even his own spiritual particles increased slightly. As expected of Urahara store, there are so many good things. Mr. Urahara, I want you to make me a prosthetic body. Seeing that Ito Makoto looked like a seasoned man, Tessai Tsakabashi and Yuruchi were already unhappy. Only Urahara Kasuke was still looking at Ito Makoto with a smile. Boy, were you sent by Aizen to deliberately entertain us? Yuruchi asked, a little annoyed. Seeing that the atmosphere in the field was a little subtle, he slowly spoke. Ms. Yuruchi, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I only learned by chance that Aizen's Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu isn't actually a water type, as he claimed, but an illusion type. Its effect is complete hypnosis. He used this method to frame you, leading to your imprisonment by Central 46. As he spoke, Ito Makoto looked up at Urahara Kasuke and Tessai Tsakabashi. I'm sure you two are well aware of this ability. Hey kid, is this what you came here for? Can you tell us something we don't know? Yuruchi said unhappily. Apparently, based on their previous encounters with Soul Society, they had already vaguely guessed that Aizen's Zanpakuto was of the illusion type. Ito Makoto was not in a hurry. He poured himself another cup of hot tea and then said slowly, once you're hit by Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis, you'll be permanently subject to it. The only way to be immune is to touch Kyoka Suigetsu's blade before complete hypnosis activates. Upon hearing this, the two people and the cat in the field immediately froze in expression. These are just your one-sided statements. They are completely unreliable. I have reason to suspect that you were sent by Aizen to confuse us. There was some hesitation in Yuruchi's tone, but it was obvious that his attitude and expression were much more relaxed than before. Ito Makoto spread his hands. I have no way of proving what I said is true. Whether you believe it or not is a matter of opinion. I see. Thank you for the information, Mr. Ito. If you would like to make a prosthetic body, please come here. I need to measure your height and measurements and collect some spirit particles. In this way, Ito Makoto followed Urahara Kasuke's guidance and came to an empty room. Urahara Kasuke first took out a ruler and carefully measured Ito Makoto's physical data, and then took out an oval container and took away some of Ito Makoto's spirit particles. Okay, Mr. Ito, just come and get the fake corpse tomorrow. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Makoto Ito said goodbye to the two people and the cat and left Urahara's store. Is he trustworthy? Tessai Tsakabashi looked at Ito Makoto's departing back and spoke slowly while standing at the door of Urahara's store. I'm not sure about the rest, but he shouldn't be someone sent by Aizen. Otherwise, we would have been surrounded by Soul Society's pursuers by now. Urahara Kasuke said as he adjusted his bucket hat. Hanetacho night. Makoto Ito sat bored on the roof of the Yuhua welfare home, looking at the stars in the sky and the bright lights and nightlife in the city below, and fell into deep memories. Every time he saw this scene in the present world, it always gave him a wonderful feeling of returning to his previous life. At this moment, Xiao Incheng was falling asleep with a group of orphans from the welfare home. Ever since Jinjo Kugo had his Ryatsu sealed by Ito Makoto using Kido, he has not been targeted by hollows anymore. However, the Kido left by Makoto Ito can only last for half a year at most. Once that time is up and his Ryatsu starts to leak, he will still become the target of public criticism. Jinjo, who is also a Soul King candidate like Kurosaki Ichigo, has a very high ceiling and may become Ito Makoto's trump card, so he must be trained well. It is impossible for Makoto Ito to reinforce Kido every 6 months, so Makoto Ito plans to use the remaining 2 months to teach him some self-protection methods. The next day, Urahara Shoten. Mr. Ito, is this artificial body suitable for you? Urahara Kisuke held a folding fan in front of his mouth and looked at Ito Makoto wearing a prosthetic body in front of him with a smile. Makoto Ito waved his hand and took a few steps, but his movements were still a little stiff. It was obvious that he was not used to this body, making him look like a fake person. Bang! As a result, he fell down again after taking only 2 steps. It was obvious that he was not familiar with his limbs. Duh. Chapter 63. You mean, you want to come to our welfare home to work as a caregiver? Kitayama Tsubaki looked at the tall and straight young man with bright eyes and a kind look in his eyes, her tone full of disbelief. She really couldn't imagine that a young man who was studying at a national university would come to their welfare home to apply for a caregiver. After all, the people in welfare homes are either elderly or children. The work is very hard and the salary is not high. Usually only older people will apply to be caregivers. This young man is naturally Ito Makoto. The reason why Kitayama Tsubaki feels this way is because Ito Makoto used a memory modifier to implant other people's memories into her mind. You want to use your vacation to gain work experience, right? Kitayama Tsubaki had an expression that said, I see through you. Seeing this, Ito Makoto also showed a surprised expression. Please, Mrs. Kitayama. A moment later, Kitayama Tsubaki brought Ito Makoto to a room full of children, similar to a playground, and introduced them to everyone. Children, this big brother is the caregiver who will accompany you from now on. Just call him Brother Ito. Following Kitayama Tsubaki's introduction, most of the children came out of the amusement facilities and greeted Ito Makoto enthusiastically. Hello, Ito brother, hello, Ito brother. At this moment, Jinjo Kugo, who was hiding in the corner, looked up boredly, but was surprised to find that the new caregiver was Ito Makoto who had saved him before. At a glance, I found that Ito Makoto was smiling at me. At night, Okamoto Hamburger Shop. Makoto Ito and Kugo Jinjo each ordered a signature beef burger and devoured it in the restaurant. This was his first time eating food from the real world, and he had to admit that it was much more delicious than the food in Soul Society. Brother Chum, why can everyone else see you now? Xiao Inqing looked at Ito Makoto curiously. After all, in his understanding, Ito Makoto should be something like a ghost, but now he suddenly turned into a human, which naturally surprised him. This is called an artificial body. After I put it on, I can be seen by ordinary humans and eat the same food as ordinary people. Ito Makoto explained as he ate the beef burger in big mouthfuls, feeling the juicy texture bursting in his mouth. Soon both of them finished eating. Makoto Ito put the advance salary on the table and then left with Xiao Inqing. When Okamoto Ika came out to clear the table, she found that the money on the table was doubled, so she hurriedly took the money and chased after him. Guest, you paid too much. However, when Okamoto Ike opened the shop door and chased out, the 2 people were no longer there. Well, at this moment, Ito Makoto had already brought Jinjo Kugo to an abandoned, unfinished building. Ito Makoto waved his hand, and a red fire cannon took shape in his palm. He suspended the red fire cannon in the air as a lamp. In an instant, the originally dark corridor was illuminated. Xiao Inqing on the side was looking at the red fire cannon floating in the air with great interest. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Uh-huh. Bang. After receiving Jinjo Kugo's slightly excited answer, Ito Makoto's artificial body fell backwards with a muffled sound. Then Ito Makoto's Shinigami soul rushed out of the artificial corpse and walked in front of Xiao Inqing. The prerequisite for learning Kaido is to become a Shinigami first. The next moment, Ito Makoto was in front of Xiao Jinjo, and in front of his shocked eyes, he pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and stabbed it directly into his chest. Brother Chung, what's going on? Just as Xiao Inqing opened his eyes wide and looked at the Zanpakuto inserted into his chest with disbelief, he suddenly felt dizzy. Suddenly, a figure that looked exactly like Xiao Inqing emerged from his body. It was his soul body. The soul body was first seen wearing a pure white robe, which then gradually turned black from the chest until it finally turned pure black, like a tailor-made death tyrant suit. Naturally, Ito Makoto shared a bit of his Ryatsu with Jinjo Kugo, which gave him a Shinigami-like appearance. Of course, it is only a small part of Ryatsu, less than 1% of Ito Makoto's total Ryatsu. The loss of this Ryatsu is nothing to Ito Makoto. As long as he returns to Soul Society, he will naturally recover quickly in the Soul Society's environment with abundant spiritual particles. But this little bit of Ryatsu, which is insignificant to Ito Makoto, is enough for Xiao Jinjo to start his Shinigami journey. In Ito Makoto's perception, Jinjo Kugo's spiritual veins changed from white to red. According to the original plot time, Jinjo Kugo is indeed the same Soul King candidate as Kurosaki Ichigo when he encounters him nearly 100 years later, possessing Shinigami, Hollow, and Fullbringer, all in one. But at this moment, Jinjo Kugo is still just an ordinary person with the power of Hollow and fragments of the Soul King's power, and does not yet possess the power of Shinigami. If the plot develops normally, Jinjo Kugo will definitely awaken the power of Shinigami in future events and become the first-generation Shinigami agent. But Ito Makoto didn't want to wait. He chose to follow the example of Rukia Kachiki and directly give him the power of Shinigami to help him grow early. This is not over yet. Makoto Ito took out a standard sealed state from behind and handed it to Jinjo Kugo. This sealed state also came from the Hueco Mundo expedition. Jinjo Kugo is not a regular Shinigami and has no chance to go to Siriidii to choose a sealed state, so Ito Makoto can only randomly assign him one to use. Within the next month, I will teach you some kaido and slashing techniques. How much you can learn is up to you. The soul of Xiao Yinxing on the side looked at the sealed state in his hand curiously. Now I'm a ghost like Makoto? Hearing what Xiao Yinxing said, Ito Makoto rubbed his forehead helplessly. I'm a Shinigami, not a ghost. Then he put away his playful expression and said in a serious tone, I can't stay by your side forever, so you'd better learn more. Otherwise, if someone comes looking for you again in the future, you won't know how you died. Facing Ito Makoto's stern face and fierce tone, the 7-year-old Jinjo Kugo did not cry. Instead, Kaido said with a firm expression, I know, Makoto-kun. Let's get started. A look of determination that was inconsistent with his age appeared on his little face. Watch out, I'm coming at you. Your job is to force me back with your sword. Ito Makoto chuckled and rushed out, stretching out his right hand like a large clamp to grab the thin Jinjo Kugo. Just like that, Jinjo Kugo was picked up by him with one hand like a chick. Makoto Ito let him down in dissatisfaction. Why don't you draw your sword, kid? You don't think you can hurt me, do you? Listen to me and draw your sword quickly. Just like that, under Ito Makoto's repeated instructions, Jinjo Kugo finally pulled out the sealed state that was almost as tall as him, and then held it with difficulty. Seeing this, Ito Makoto reached out to grab him again with his bare hands. Chapter 64. Yuka Town, inside an unfinished building. Jinjo Kugo was panting as he supported himself with his hands on a zanpakuto that was almost as tall as himself, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Not bad. I didn't expect that after only 5 days, I could last for more than 30 breaths. Makoto Ito looked at the little Jinjo in front of him and did not hesitate to praise him. Ito Makoto really didn't expect that Jinjo Kugo, who was only 7 years old, would be able to hold his pursuit for more than 30 breaths after just a few days of being afraid to draw his sword at the beginning. All I can say is that he is worthy of being the first-generation Shinigami agent, and he can be said to be extremely talented. If he was born in Soul Society, he would definitely have the qualities to be a captain. Looking at the little boy in front of him who was holding a knife and breathing heavily, Ito Makoto couldn't help but sigh. After about 10 minutes, when Jinjo Kugo's breathing gradually calmed down, Ito Makoto chuckled. You've passed the first special training. Now comes the second. Ito Makoto drew the zanpakuto from his waist without hesitation and stood there with the knife in his right hand. Jinjo Kugo looked at the blade emitting cold light in Ito Makoto's hand, and suddenly a bad premonition arose in his heart. Second item? Xiao Yinxing spoke slowly, looked at Ito Makoto's hand holding the knife, and couldn't help swallowing. I don't think that's necessary, is it? Brother Chung. The little boy's timid words came. Hearing this, Ito Makoto sneered. Is that not necessary? I hope you'll tell it the same thing when you're being chased by a hollow. Bang! Ito Makoto ignored this and swung forward with the back of his sword. With just this one blow, Jinjo Kugo was sent flying, crashing into the wall behind him. The back of the blade struck his chest, and the heavy force made his throat feel sweet. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and Jinjo Kugo then realized that his brother Makoto was not joking with him. Ahem, that hurts. Ah! Jinjo Kugo coughed up blood foam and squatted on the ground crying. He really couldn't understand why Chingu, who had always been very gentle to him, would be so fierce. Seeing 7-year-old Jinjo breaking down and crying, Ito Makoto's heart remained calm. The constant fighting in Hueco Mundo for many years had made his heart as hard and cold as solid ice. Ito Makoto just smiled coldly at the crying little boy opposite him. Get up, pick up your sword and fight me. Next time I will use the blade. Ignoring Jinjo Kugo's objection, Ito Makoto swung the knife with one hand. Seeing that the blade light, which was almost at its ultimate level, was about to cut off his foot in the next moment, the little boy retracted his foot at the critical moment. Facing Ito Makoto's impending attack, Jinjo Kugo didn't bother to wipe the tears from his face. He could only pull out the Zanpakuto, which was almost as tall as him, and desperately resist. Clang. The result is predictable. After fighting with Ito Makoto, Jinjo Kugo flew backwards again. However, seeing this scene, Ito Makoto did not blame him. Instead, he had a barely noticeable smile on his face. It was obvious that he had put all his energy into the battle with Jinjo Kugo. Otherwise, with his strength at the level of a strong vice-captain, a 7-year-old child would not be able to block his sword. He waited until Jinjo Kugo stood up again and stabilized his body before swinging his sword for the second time. Hold the knife tightly and watch carefully how I strike. While Ito Makoto was drawing his sword, he was also teaching Jinjo Kugo how to use it. Jinjo Kugo was also very competitive. Although tears were still flowing down his face, he was still able to hold the sword that was as tall as him tightly, and desperately resisted Ito Makoto's sword after sword. Makoto Ito gradually increased the strength of Jinjo Kugo. Each of his subsequent strikes was faster and more powerful than the previous one, and Jinjo Kugo was also trying his best to withstand it. It must be said that this kind of cruel training seemed to be beyond the standard for a 7-year-old child. But Ito Makoto has no choice. After Ito Makoto returns to Soul Society, Jinjo Kugo, who has no ability to defend himself, will be a perfect tonic for any hollow. Fortunately, Jinjo Kugo was also very sensible. Although he was crying and making a fuss at first, he quickly calmed down after being tortured by Ito Makoto. Clang. After barely taking Ito Makoto's blow, Jinjo Kugo burst into laughter. Brother Chung, I caught it. Seeing Xiao Incheng catch the knife, Ito Makoto's mouth curled up slightly, and then he immediately held the knife horizontally, and a powerful sword pressure directly bounced him away again. Not bad, worthy of praise. At the same time, Ito Makoto also began to praise. In this way, after a period of crazy special training, until Jinjo Kugo was completely exhausted, Ito Makoto sent his soul back to his body and returned to his artificial body. In this way, the two of them left the unfinished building that served as a temporary training ground. The first thing Makoto Ito did was to take Jinjo to eat his favorite beef burger from Okamoto's restaurant. Then the two of them walked aimlessly on the crowded street. Hey kid, hurry up. You have classes early tomorrow morning. Looking at Jinjo Kugo, who was walking and stopping, Ito Makoto kept urging him. When I walked in, I found Jinjo Kugo standing at the door of a jewelry store, staring in a daze at an exquisite silver cross displayed in the glass counter of the store. Hey kid, what are you looking at? Ito Makoto followed Jinjo Kugo's gaze and also saw the silver cross displayed on the counter. The moment he saw this object, Ito Makoto remembered that this was the object that Jinjo Kugo used as a medium to perform the Fullbringer technique in the original work. Turning around and seeing Jinjo Kugo's eager eyes, Ito Makoto sighed. I really can't do anything about you. I treat you like my son. So, I walked straight into the jewelry store. Miss, how much is that cross on the counter? The young female clerk, wearing black overalls and thin black stockings, saw that Ito Makoto wanted to buy a silver cross pendant and immediately smiled and said, Customer, you have a good eye. This is the only one left in our store. If you really want it, I will buy it from you. Finally, after some bargaining by Makoto Ito, he bought the silver cross pendant with the remaining salary he had received in advance. This is unbearable. Neither of us can eat beef burgers for the next half-month. Ito Makoto walked out of the jewelry store and handed the cross pendant in his hand to Jinjo Kugo, muttering to himself at the same time. Thank you, Makoto. Jinjo Kugo took the cross pendant with great joy, thanked Ito Makoto solemnly, and then happily put the cross pendant around his neck. Looking at Jinjo Kugo, who was extremely excited in front of him, Ito Makoto was also infected by him and started laughing. He's just a child after all. Suddenly, Ito Makoto came to his senses and his expression changed abruptly. Something's wrong. Chapter 65. In the original timeline, who helped Jinjo Kugo awaken his Shinigami powers, and who gave him this unique cross pendant so he could use it as a medium for Fullbringer? Why is everything I do moving closer to the original plot? Makoto Ito instantly smelled a hint of conspiracy. Could it be possible for the timeline to correct itself? Because my existence interferes with the original development trajectory of this world, the world is instinctively repairing itself. Or is there an invisible hand behind all this, ensuring that these things develop in the originally intended direction? If there really is human intervention, then the only one who can do this in the three realms seems to be the one who turned into a human stick in the Spirit King's palace. The Soul King, Adnius. Thinking of this, Ito Makoto's hair stood on end. If his hypothesis was correct, it meant that everything he was experiencing now was premeditated and arranged in advance. But the next moment, he calmed down. If this was really as he imagined, then he would be unable to resist. The only thing he could do now was to become stronger as quickly as possible, so strong that no one could calculate or control him. This way, if there's any problem, he can just kill it with one blow. I hope I'm overthinking it. In this way, Makoto Ito quickly adjusted his mentality. Brother Chung, what's wrong with you? A childish voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Jinjo Kugo quickly noticed Ito Makoto's abnormality and expressed his concern. It's okay, let's go back. Time flies, and 2 months have passed quickly. There are still 3 days left before Makoto Ito completes the task handover in the present world. The present world is truly comfortable. Makoto Ito was lying on the small sofa in the rental house, with a straw in his mouth, sucking on the iced happy water. Ding ding ding, suddenly, the cell phone on the bedside table rang. I walked closer and saw that it was the alarm clock I set. It's time now. So, Ito Makoto threw himself directly onto the bed, and then Ito Makoto, wearing a Shinigami suit, rushed out of the artificial corpse, leaving only the artificial corpse lying on the bed, seemingly sleeping. Ito Makoto went straight to the unfinished building. He wanted to give Jinjo Kugo the final graduation training. Since Jinjo Kugo is only a 7-year-old child, he is under the supervision of teachers and caregivers in the welfare home during the day. In order not to attract attention, Ito Makoto deliberately set the special training time in the second half of the night. After everyone fell asleep, he and Jinjo Kugo's soul would go to the unfinished building for special training. After a while, Ito Makoto arrived at the unfinished building with ease, only to find that Jinjo Kugo had not arrived yet. It's strange that this guy always arrives before me. What happened today? Could it be that he fell asleep? Just as Ito Makoto was puzzled, he suddenly sensed a familiar Ryatsu erupting somewhere in Haneda town. I see. Sensing the fluctuations of Ryatsu in front, Ito Makoto finally understood. He took a Shuanpa step and looked at the one rushing over. Above a house somewhere in Hanika town, a powerful hollow shaped like a snail was spitting acid from its mouth towards a girl below, about 20 years old, with a face full of Madara. Sizzle. The yellow-green acid dripped onto the concrete wall and actually corroded a big hole. Help! Just after the girl screamed, a short figure suddenly appeared in front of her, and with a Shuanpa, he pulled her away and narrowly avoided an acid attack. The girl looked at the big hole on the ground where she was originally, which was created by the acid, and she was suddenly filled with fear. Thanks. Just as the girl was about to express her gratitude, she suddenly discovered that the short figure had already drawn the long sword from behind and was engaging in a virtual battle with the snail in midair. This short figure was naturally Jinjo Kugo. He held the knife in both hands and rushed to the front of the snail with a Shuanpa. With a horizontal slash, he cut off one of the snail's tentacles. Roar! The snail hollow immediately roared in pain, opened its mouth, and spit out a water arrow made of acid at Jinjo Kugo. Seeing this, Jinjo Kugo stepped on Shuanpa and retreated, at the same time stretching out his tender palm and pointing forward. Kaido number 4. White thunder. A pure white lightning bolt as thick as a finger collided directly with the acid water arrow. Bang! After a loud explosion, a cloud of black smoke suddenly rose up, and the scattered water arrows splashed everywhere, corroding the originally flat road, and at the same time a choking smell of smoke came. Xiao Yinxing stared at the snail hollow with eyes as sharp as knives. He tapped Shuanpa with his feet and got close to its face. With both hands, he tightly grasped the Zanpakuto, which was almost as tall as him, and penetrated the mask on the snail hollow's face and inserted it into his forehead. Roar! Snail Su let out an unwilling roar. He seemed to have not expected that he would be killed by the child in front of him. The rescued woman looked at Jinjo Kugo, who was holding a knife, and said timidly, Thank you, little brother. At this time, Jinjo Kugo turned his head in surprise and looked at the young woman. Oh, sister, you can actually see me? So, Jinjo Kugo took out the memory converter that Ito Makoto gave him and hit her on the forehead. Well, as the young woman screamed, a cloud of black smoke rose up, and then the young woman fainted. Pa pa pa! At the same time, a burst of rapid applause rang out, and Ito Makoto slowly walked out of the alley behind. Well done, little Silver City. As for Ito Makoto's Shuanpa, he naturally arrived a long time ago. The reason why he didn't take action yet was because he wanted to see how Jinjo Kugo had grown after his special training for nearly 2 months. Practice has proved that his special training is still very useful. Brother Chung, you're so cunning. You've already arrived, but you didn't come out to help. Jinjo Kugo pouted and looked at Ito Makoto, who was looking calm and composed beside him with dissatisfaction. Ito Makoto smiled faintly and ignored Jinjo Kugo's complaints. But the next moment, what happened shocked Ito Makoto beyond words. Jinjo Kugo rubbed his hands together and walked to the side of the unconscious young woman. He squeezed his hands together, and a spot of light emitting dazzling white light was pulled out from the woman's body. At the same time, Xiao Yinxing said to the young woman lying on the ground in a childish tone, "Without this little light, you won't be targeted by the hollow anymore." At this time, Ito Makoto rushed to Jinjo Kugo and took the small white dot emitting white light in his hand to examine it carefully. This is Chapter 66. Fragments of the Spirit King's Power. Apparently, this unconscious young woman is also the carrier of the Soul King fragment, which is why she can see Jinjo Kugo in his soul state. There are only two situations in which ordinary people in the real world can see souls and nothingness. One is that they are born with Ryatsu, which is above the 9th level of spiritual power and have the talent to become Shinigami. The second is to possess the Soul King fragments. Such people have the ability to master the Fullbringer. He possesses both of the two, and because of the attack of the hollow, some of the power of the hollow was mixed into his body by chance. This is Jinjo Kugo, that is, the Spirit King candidate. The ones that are more similar to him are Kurosaki Ichigo and the artificial human Ikumi Hikoya created by Tsuyoshiro Tokunada and Yamada Sinasuke after the 1,000-Year Blood War. There are only 3 such special beings in the original work, and that young woman was obviously the carrier of the Soul King fragment. In other words, she would have the opportunity to master Fullbringer in the future. Of course, this was based on the premise that the Soul King fragment in her body was not removed. Ito Makoto never expected that Jinjo Kugo could so easily remove the Soul King fragments from the bodies of other people with the ability of Fullbringer. No wonder this guy was able to steal Kurosaki Ichigo's Fullbringer so easily in the original story. When Aizen was in Soul Society removing the Soul King fragments from Matsumoto Ranjika's body, he needed the help of special props. One mistake even damaged Matsumoto Ranjika's soul essence, so that she would never be able to master Bankai. As a result, this boy Jinjo Kugo grabbed the Soul King fragment with his bare hands without hurting or killing anyone. As expected, Spirit King candidates cannot be judged by common sense. Ito Makoto carefully examined this tiny Soul King fragment, and gradually his face showed ecstasy. This was extremely similar to the unstable Hogyoku fragment he had obtained by chance before, but the white light it emitted was much more stable and softer than that of the Hogyoku fragment. Perhaps Aizen Sosuke and Urahara Kisuke used the power of the Soul King as a reference to create Hogyoku? Does Chung need this little white light? Jinjo Kugo looked at Ito Makoto's delighted expression and asked directly, "I need it, I really need it." Ito Makoto was extremely excited when he looked at the Soul King fragment in his hand. Ha ha ha, it's true that after searching high and low for something, I finally found it without any effort. Just as Jinjo Kugo was talking to Ito Makoto, a hideous mouth suddenly opened in the void somewhere in Yuka Town, and a black cavity opened. A figure walked out from it. The person had black eyes and black hair, and was wearing pale armor in the shape of a centipede. The armor was covered with dark golden lines, and the mask on his cheek was covered with mysterious patterns. The person who came was Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan activated the invisibility ability that came with his breath-concealing technique in the black cavity in advance, and came into the world silently. It transformed into an invisible lightning, and with a flash of thunder, it directly crossed half of Yuhua Town, came to the clone, and took away the Spirit King fragment in his hand. The whole process was done in one go, and Jinjo Kugo didn't notice anything unusual. At the same time, a small part of the centipede armor on Yi Chuan's chest began to fall off and fell into Ito Makoto's hands, turning into a small white centipede, but with some dark golden lines on its body. The moment the small centipede fell off, Yi Chuan's centipede breastplate squirmed and returned to its original shape in an instant. A moment later, Yi Chuan opened the black chamber again and returned to Hueco Mundo with the Soul King fragment, while Ito Makoto handed the small centipede in his hand to Jinjo Kugo. Carry this centipede with you from now on. It can remind you where there are people with small white spots in their bodies. This way, you can help more people with small white spots in their bodies avoid being invaded by the void. Remember, find these people, remove the white spots from their bodies, and then feed them to this little centipede. This way, those people can become ordinary people without suffering any harm. Also, don't let other Shinigami find you. In their eyes, you're an alien, and if you're discovered, you'll most likely be eliminated. And the most crucial point is, Even if you are discovered by other Shinigami, you must not reveal my existence to them. Do you understand? Seeing Ito Makoto's seriousness, Jinjo Kugo also said Kaido seriously. I understand, Brother Chung, don't worry, I will do everything you ask me to do. Jinjo Kugo looked at the small centipede in his hand, which looked very similar to a hollow. He did not feel any fear at all, and calmly placed the small centipede on his shoulder. He felt in his heart that his brother Chung would never deceive him. Therefore, even though he could see that the little centipede was a hollow one, he didn't care much. At the same time, he also keenly felt that Chung Gu might be leaving, and perhaps he would not see him again for many years, or perhaps he would never see him again. Perhaps he saw the little boy's worry, and Ito Makoto said soothingly, "Don't worry, we're only separated for a short time. In the near future, you'll be fighting alongside me. During this time, you must become stronger. Tell it anything you want. I'll know everything." Ito Makoto pointed at the small centipede on Jinjo Kugo's shoulder and said slowly, "This is not a lie. This little centipede is also a clone created by Yi Chuan. It shares the same consciousness with Yi Chuan and Ito Makoto. In other words, no matter what happens around Jinjo Kugo, he will know it first." In order to make it easier for Jinjo Kugo to collect Soul King fragments and avoid the Soul Society's attention, Yi Chuan rarely injected a trace of breath retention ability into the body of the split little centipede. This can not only cover up the weak Ryatsu of the clone itself, but also to a certain extent conceal the aura emitted by Jinjo Kugo. "Brother Chung, I will miss you." Jinjo Kugo began to wipe away his tears as he spoke. Big tears fell from his eyes. Since he was sent to the orphanage, apart from the director who would occasionally show concern for him, no one had treated him as well as Ito Makoto. He felt the long-lost warmth of home in Makoto Ito. When he found out that Ito Makoto was leaving, he burst into tears. Seeing this, Ito Makoto had no choice but to step forward, rub his head, and whispered, "Kugo is a man, and a man doesn't cry easily." Even though he would become a wanted criminal of Soul Society and the leader of the Fullbringer organization Skyushin in the future, he was still just a 7-year-old child. Therefore, Ito Makoto had no choice but to comfort him. "Then, will we meet again?" Jinjo Kugo said while sobbing. Of course, after comforting Jinjo, Ito Makoto waved his hand, signaling him to go back to the welfare home to sleep. Due to his outstanding performance in killing the snail hollow just now, Ito Makoto directly judged that he had passed his assessment. He also unexpectedly gained a diligent Soul King fragment collector. From now on, each one only needs to hide behind the scenes and regularly harvest the Soul King fragments in the little centipede's body. Does this count as child labor? A strange thought suddenly lingered in Ito Makoto's mind. Chapter 67. In a secluded cave in Hueco Mundo, Yi Chuan looked at the Soul King fragment in his hand, which was shining with pure white light. "Eat it. Eat it." A voice kept ringing in Yi Chuan's mind, telling him to swallow the Spirit King fragment directly. "I won't eat it." Yi Chuan roared. "Soul Eater." A dark golden vortex rose up behind him and aimed at the Spirit King fragment. Yi Chuan did not adopt the conventional method of swallowing the Soul King fragments, but chose to use Soul Eater to completely absorb them and transform them into his own power. At first, the fragment was very stubborn, but under the terrifying suction of Yi Chuan's soul-eating power, it finally turned into a pure white spirit particle and was slowly swallowed by the vortex. As soon as this special spirit particle entered his body, Yi Chuan felt as if he was wrapped in a warm stream of water, and strands of white light were constantly flowing around him. What a strange feeling. This feeling is as wonderful as putting Yi Chuan back into his mother's body and being nurtured again. Yi Chuan noticed a strange change in himself. He discovered that although the increase in his Ryatsu was small, the hollow on his chest and the mask on his face had actually shrunk. Could it be that because I long for Aaronkar, the spirit particles transformed from the Soul King fragments are subtly promoting my Aaronkarization? And it's a true, autonomous Aaronkar, unlike the forced Aaronkar of the Hogyoku. He remembered that in the original work, the mask on Stark's face and the hollow hole on his chest were much smaller than those of the other Espadas. Would it be the most perfect Aaronkar if the hollow and the mask were completely hidden, becoming indistinguishable from an ordinary person? Thinking of this, Yi Chuan couldn't help but feel fascinated and began to look forward to what he would look like after swallowing enough Spirit King fragments. And Yi Chuan had a hunch that as long as he got 3 more Spirit King fragments as big as the previous ones, he would definitely be able to succeed. 3 days later, in the present-day Yucca town, a resignation letter appeared on the office desk of the Yucca Welfare Institute. Before leaving, Makoto Ito treated the crybaby Jinjo to another hamburger and then returned to Soul Society. Xiao Yinxing looked at the artificial body of Ito Makoto lying on the ground of the unfinished building. I think it's not a big deal to let Makoto Ito's body be left exposed in the wilderness. So, they found a piece of empty land in the wasteland behind the orphanage and buried Ito Makoto's body. Makoto Ito, who saw this scene through the centipede clone, suddenly twitched his mouth. 13th Squad Reception Room. Ito 4. You must have had a great time in the real world these past 3 months. Facing Makoto Ito and Renzaburo Ozawa, who came to take over, they showed an expression that said, "I understand you." Makoto Ito was quite helpless about this and could only respond with a smile. After completing the task, Ito Makoto walked straight to the 11th Squadron's barracks. When he was about to approach the 11th Squadron's barracks, he saw a slim figure standing by the wall. When he saw that it was Ito Makoto, he immediately strode forward. "Ito, sir, you're back. So it's you, Captain Tamura. What's wrong?" Seeing that the person coming was Tiansuan Yao, who was in the same class as him, Ito Makoto looked at the tall beauty in front of him, wearing a pair of round-framed glasses and a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye, and couldn't help but think in his heart, "I don't provoke you. Why do you always come to me? You know, I bear that man's name." Thinking of this, when Ito Makoto looked at Tamura Yao's slim figure, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lord Ito, I wanted to ask you, how to get a response from your Zanpakuto. You successfully communicated with your Zanpakuto during your time at the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. Tamura Yao already had a good impression of Ito Makoto, and after Ito Makoto saved her life on the night of the test, she became even more infatuated with him. Every time after finishing the team affairs, she wanted to find a reason to come to the 11th Division. Not long ago, she learned that Ito Makoto had accepted the task of guarding the present world, and she was sad for a long time. Now she learned that Ito Makoto would hand over the task and return to the team today, so she rushed to the 11th Division and got stuck on the way. Captain Tamura, haste makes waste when communicating with your own Zanpakuto. Take your time. Upon hearing this, Tiansuan Yao's eyes immediately dimmed. But the next moment, Ito Makoto changed the subject. However, I have mastered Shirkai after all, so I can provide you with some guidance in some aspects. As soon as Ito Makoto finished saying this, a blush immediately appeared on Tiansuan Yao's face. Seeing this, Ito Makoto complained in his heart, "You're blushing like a bubble teapot." After another round of greetings, Ito Makoto and Tamura Yao parted ways and continued on their way to the team barracks. Unexpectedly, as soon as I approached the team barracks, I felt 2 familiar Ryatsu colliding. The moment he felt the 2 Ryatsu, Ito Makoto rushed towards the source of the 2 Ryatsu. When Ito Makoto arrived at the 11th Division's training ground, he saw Ayasegawa Yumichika and Kusajishi Yichiro watching the fight at the edge of the ground. "Hey, Ito-chan, long time no see. You're back, Chung." The moment they saw Ito Makoto, they greeted him. "Long time no see, Vice Captain and Yumichika Senpai." Ito Makoto responded to the 2 of them, but his attention was focused on the 2 people fighting in the training ground. A man in the field wore an eye patch over his right eye, had a burly figure and combed his hair, and held a Zanpakuto with many holes in his hand. It was none other than Zaraki Kinpachi, the captain of the 11th Division. The other person was a big bald man with a strong build. He was Madarame Ikaku, the 3rd commander of the 11th Division who had been in seclusion for many days. At this moment, Madarame Ikaku had a smile on his face, holding Hozukumaru and fighting with Zaraki Kinpachi. Both sides had many wounds of varying depths on their bodies, but it seemed that Madarame Ikaku's wound was much more serious. Ikaku, you've been training for so long, and you've only gotten a little bit stronger. Your progress isn't even as great as little Ito's." Kinpachi held the sword in one hand and swung it casually, knocking Hozukumaru, who was split into 3 and attacked from the side, away, and then said nonchalantly, "Hey, Captain, don't underestimate me. I'm going to surprise you." In one corner, there is Kaido with a smile on his face. Makoto Ito looked at Madarame Ikaku's confident expression in the audience. "Ikaku-senpai is so confident, could it be?" Ikaku grinned and rushed towards Zaraki Kinpachi, and the Hozukumaru in his hand turned into a spear again and stabbed towards Zaraki Kinpachi's chest. Zaraki Kinpachi, seeing the fierce incoming shot, didn't dodge but grinned grimly. He seized the opportunity with his right hand, then used his left hand, holding the knife, to chop down Hozukumaru in 2. He then casually threw it away. Bang! Hozukumaru's spear had rolled to the ground. "Huh, is this all you've improved?" Zaraki Kenpachi looked at Madarame Ikaku in front of him with dissatisfaction, as if he was dissatisfied with the combat power displayed. However, despite Zaraki Kenpachi's dissatisfaction, Madarame Ikaku still picked up the broken Hozukimaru from the ground with confidence, and then grinned at Zaraki. "Hey, Captain, don't blink next time." Madarame Ikaku picked up the broken Hozukimaru from the ground and roughly put the two broken parts together. "Wait a minute." Seeing this, Ayasegawa Yumachika, who was watching the fight from the side, immediately spoke up to stop it. Chapter 68. Not good. Seeing Madarame Ikaku really preparing for Bankai in the training ground of the 11th Division, Ito Makoto immediately borrowed 30% of Ryatsu from the original. In an instant, Ito Makoto's Ryatsu directly and steadily stepped into the third-level spiritual power, reaching the captain level. There was no way around it. The fight between the two was getting intense, and if a Ryatsu who wasn't at the captain level rushed in to stop them, he would easily get hurt by mistake. Call out. It happened so fast that Ito Makoto entered the arena with a Shuinpa, grabbed Madarame Ikaku who was about to perform a Bankai, and forcibly interrupted his Bankai. At the same time, facing the one-handed sword of Zaraki Kenpachi who had not taken off his blindfold, Ito Makoto also drew his right hand and blocked the attack. Ayasegawa Yumachika, who was about to step forward to stop Madarame Ikaku, suddenly widened his eyes. Unexpectedly, before he could do anything, Ito Makoto had already stopped Ikaku's action. Has little Ito Makoto grown to this point? It's no wonder Yumachika was shocked. Who would have thought that a newcomer who had only been in the team for 3 years would become the 4th seat, and now he would burst out with captain-level Ryatsu? He had not witnessed the previous battle between Ito Makoto and Zaraki Kenpachi because he was accompanying Ikaku in training. Now that he saw Ito Makoto unleash a captain-level Ryatsu with his own eyes, he was of course shocked beyond words. "Ito, are you back?" Madarame Ikaku and Zaraki Kenpachi said in unison at the training ground. Makoto Ito's face suddenly became dark. It was obvious that the two of them were too engrossed in the previous battle and did not notice Makoto Ito, who had been watching from the audience for a long time. "Madara, you two are the current seniors and the captain. If you want to fight, please pay attention to your surroundings, right? Are you planning to openly do this in the barracks?" Ito Makoto looked at Madarame Ikaku helplessly and started complaining. Then he turned to look at Zaraki Kenpachi. "Captain, are you going to tear down the training ground again? If so, you should ask Chojiro for funding yourself next time." Facing Ito Makoto's sudden accountability, Madarame Ikaku apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, Ito-chan, I was inconsiderate." Cut. Zaraki Kenpachi on the side snorted with a proud look on his face, then turned his head and looked into the distance. "Well." Makoto Ito took out a small kin from his pocket with a painful look on his face. This was the barrier capsule he bought from Akon, a soldier in the 12th Division and deputy director of the Technology Development Bureau. A simple barrier can be formed. This barrier can be broken with a poke from the outside, but breaking it from the inside would be difficult even for a captain-level being. However, this barrier can only exist for 15 minutes. Ito Makoto threw the can into the center of the training ground, and a light blue barrier instantly enveloped the entire training ground with the training ground as the center. "You can start fighting now. The time is 15 minutes. Be careful not to break the barrier. By the way, remember to reimburse my team fees for the money you spent on these capsules." Ito Makoto knew that they would not stop until they had a fight today, so he had no choice but to take out the barrier capsule he had prepared long ago. This would prevent them from fighting too fiercely and destroying the buildings within the 11th Squadron. Another purpose is to use this barrier to isolate the aura and prevent the outside world from discovering that Madarame Ikaku has mastered Bankai. After all, his wish has always been to die in battle at the hands of Zaraki Kenpachi. "Hey, you're quite thoughtful." Madarame Ikaku and Zaraki Kenpachi laughed heartily at the sight of the barrier rising in the center of the arena. Ito Makoto tactfully retreated to the edge of the barrier to watch the battle about to begin. Outside the barrier, Ayasegawa Yumachika and Kusajishi Ichiro stared at the battlefield enclosed by the barrier. Little Ito is so cunning, he completely lost sight of the battle situation. In the field, Madarame Ikaku put the broken Hozukimaru together again, and in an instant an invisible hurricane burst out from the crack of Hozukimaru. Banks, Ryumen Hozukimaru. Madarame Ikaku's Ryatsu began to surge, initially strengthening from the vice-captain level to the level of a strong vice-captain, even Ito Makoto. However, this process did not stop, continuing to increase until it reached the threshold of third-level spiritual power. The hurricane dissipated, revealing Madarame Ikaku and his Bankai. Madarame Ikaku held a giant axe in each hand, and on his back was an even larger axe with a dragon-shaped groove carved into it. The three axes were linked together by iron chains, and the connection between the giant axes and the handles was covered with red tassels. F***K, that's so cool. Although Ito Makoto had seen Ryumin Hozukimaru many times in his previous life after reading the original novel, it was still not as shocking as seeing it in person. I have to admit that Ryumin Hozukimaru is indeed a bit lame, but he is really handsome. Ito Makoto looked at the Ryumin Hozukimaru, known as the weakest Bankai, with great interest. How can this Bankai be so weak? Isn't this an incomplete Bankai like Renji at the beginning? After thinking about it, Ito Makoto suddenly felt that this possibility was very high. After all, before Renji became the vice captain of the 6th Division, he had been taught by Ikaku in the 11th Division. It is very likely that Ikaku's way of understanding Bankai was wrong, and as a result, he also led Renji astray. Fortunately, in the 1000-Year Blood War arc, Renji studied in the Soul King Palace and finally mastered the true name of Bankai. Hey, this is my Bankai, how's it going? Captain and Ito-chan? On the field, Madarame Ikaku excitedly showed off his newly mastered Bankai to Zaraki Kenpachi and Ito Makoto. "Tisk, so fancy." Zaraki Kenpachi complained with disdain, and Ito Makoto pretended to be surprised and said, "Is this Ikaku-senpai's Bankai? That's amazing. There is no way. As a junior, if the senior asked for emotional value, he must give enough." Madarame Ikaku seemed very satisfied with Ito Makoto's reaction and said with an excited smile, "Captain, you will pay the price for underestimating me." He then put down the axe blades on both sides, began to hold the axe blades behind him, and then started to rotate. Zaraki Kenpachi on the side did not attack, but just waited by the side with a knife. While waiting, I was picking my ears out of boredom. What the hell? Are you ready, Bankai? As Ryumin Hozukimaru continued to spin in Madarame Ikaku's hands, the dragon engraved on the center axe blade began to slowly be infused with red Ryatsu. As the dragon pattern filled up more and more, Madarame Ikaku's Ryatsu began to increase again. After 30 seconds, the dragon-shaped groove was finally filled with red Ryatsu. At the moment the dragon-shaped groove was filled, Madarame Ikaku's Ryatsu also reached its peak. But from Ito Makoto's perspective, the peak of his Ryatsu was only stable at the level of 3rd-grade spiritual power, which was even weaker than Ito Makoto's after he borrowed 30% of his Ryatsu from his original body. Is this all I get when my Ryatsu is fully charged? Feeling Madarame Ikaku's Ryatsu, Ito Makoto calculated in his heart and found that Madarame Ikaku at this moment was not even as good as the expedition captain who was killed by his original body in Hueco Mundo, not to mention Zaraki Kenpachi. Chapter 69. Madarame Ikaku didn't stop his actions until the dragon-shaped groove on the axe blade was completely filled and attacked Zaraki Kenpachi with the captain-level Ryatsu. Zaraki Kenpachi on the side did not hesitate and directly removed the eye patch on his right eye. In an instant, a mighty golden Ryatsu shot straight up into the sky, entangled with another red Ryatsu, and shook the barrier continuously. Makoto Ito, who was watching the game from the side, felt a headache. All the demons and monsters, all the gods and saints, will turn to dust and be annihilated. The secret of God annihilation, 4 directions realm. The next moment, a gray-black square barrier with a length and width of more than 10 meters opened within the original barrier, isolating Zaraki Kenpachi's soaring Ryatsu. This is the final secret of Shirkai, the 4 directions realm, which Ito Makoto has just mastered. Its function is to create a square barrier, in which the speed and strength of Ito Makoto himself and the beings he allows will be increased to a certain extent. The speed and strength of the enemy's Ryatsu will be suppressed, and the degree of suppression depends on the strength of the enemy's Ryatsu. Ordinary soldiers will find it extremely difficult to move in this barrier, but when facing an enemy with a Ryatsu similar to their own, the opponent's strength and speed can be reduced by 30%. The suppression effect on those with higher Ryatsu will be lower, but this effect will increase as Ito Makoto's Ryatsu increases. The force of the shockwaves from the God of Annihilation will be doubled within this barrier. And this barrier is centered on Ito Makoto and will move as Ito Makoto moves. The current 4-sided boundary was performed by Ito Makoto with the strength of a captain after he borrowed 30% of his original body's Ryatsu. The strength and speed of ordinary captains would be weakened by 30% as long as they were in this barrier. As the 4-sided world opened, the collision between the 2 powerful Ryatsu was instantly controlled within a certain range. Clang! A loud sound of collision was heard. If Ito Makoto had not opened the 4 directions boundary in time, The outer barrier would have been shattered by the air wave caused by this shocking blow. Madarame Ikiku's powerful attack was caught by Zaraki Kenpachi with a single-handed sword after he took off his blindfold. Is that all the strength? Seeing his full-strength attack after Bankai being so easily caught by Zaraki Kenpachi, Madarame Ikiku was shocked at first, but then he smiled carefreely. Hey, you're worthy of being the captain. I knew you'd be hard to deal with. Madarame Ikiku pulled back. At this moment, he already knew that even though he had mastered Bankai, there was still a huge gap between him and his captain. Just as Madarame Ikiku was about to put away his Bankai and quit fighting, Zaraki Kenpachi slowly spoke. It's too boring to just stop like this. Hey, Ito, come up with Ikiku. Hearing this, Ito Makoto looked up in surprise and looked at Zaraki Kenpachi. Then he looked at Madarame Ikiku who was standing beside him. Little Ito, let's go together. Since the captain has asked, we can't let him down. Madarame Ikiku looked at Ito Makoto with great enthusiasm. Originally, Ito Makoto was afraid that if he rashly got involved in the battle between Madarame Ikiku and Zaraki Kenpachi, it would make Madarame Ikiku unhappy. It seems that he was overthinking it. So, the original Ito Makoto directly changed from a spectator to a participant and rushed into the training ground with high fighting spirit to fight against Zaraki Kenpachi together with Madarame Ikiku. Annihilation God-style shock. Wow, a familiar shock force came, and Zaraki Kenpachi didn't take it seriously at first. However, this time the shock force was far more powerful than before, and it displaced Zaraki Kenpachi's internal organs. This caused him to spit out a large mouthful of blood, and even the shallow scars left by the previous fight with Madarame Ikiku were torn open and bleeding. Captain Zaraki, be careful. The vibration force in my four-sided world is doubled. With Ito Makoto joining the fight, he naturally applied the four-square realm bonus to Madarame Ikiku and himself, and placed restrictions on Zaraki Kenpachi. Madarame Ikiku's speed and strength instantly increased by about 30%. Zaraki Kenpachi clearly felt that his speed and strength seemed to be limited to a certain extent. Just as Zaraki Kenpachi was being tortured by the shockwaves and squatting on the ground vomiting blood, Madarame Ikiku raised Ryumen Hosokumaru and slashed at him again. Ha 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 ha. Happy. Zaraki Kenpachi struggled to raise his left hand and blocked the attacking Ryumen Hosokumaru with a knife. Oh. With his loud roar, Zaraki Kenpachi's Ryatsu surged again, and actually forcibly reduced Ito Makoto's shock force a lot, and his internal organs that were displaced by the shock instantly began to reset themselves. And as his own muscles moved, the wound that was originally bleeding was forcibly stopped bleeding. I knew it. After seeing Zaraki Kenpachi's terrifying Ryatsu burst out, he easily restored his internal organs and stopped the bleeding from his wounds. Makoto Ito was no longer surprised. After all, Zaraki Kenpachi exuded a kind of numerical beauty from head to toe. Zaraki Kenpachi alone is already like this. With his current strength, he couldn't even imagine how high Aizen Sosuke and Kurosaki Ichigo's stats would be. At the moment when Zaraki Kenpachi's Ryatsu was about to begin, Ito Makoto didn't give him a chance and threw the Annihilation God directly out. He then grabbed the ever-growing chain at the Annihilation God's tail. The God of Annihilation, carrying the power of shock, was thrown out by Ito Makoto. At the same time, Madarame Ikiku also jumped high, raised Ryumen Hosokumaru, and chopped it down on the head. Clang. So, Zaraki Kenpachi raised his left hand holding the knife to block this extremely powerful axe, and his right hand directly grabbed the God of Annihilation that was about to pierce through his chest. Without caring about the increased shock force caused by touching the blade and the palm cut by the blade, he pulled Ito Makoto over with a sudden pull. F***K. Feeling a huge force passing through the Annihilation God throughout his body, Ito Makoto didn't expect that even with the help of the Four Directions realm, he still lost to Zaraki in terms of strength. So, he took advantage of the situation and came close to Zaraki Kenpachi. After coming close to Zaraki, he pointed with his left hand. Hado number 4. White Thunder. When he got close, a white lightning bolt went straight to Zaraki Kenpachi's chest. On the other hand, Zaraki raised his sword to meet Ryumen Hosokumaru's attack, but he turned his body sideways. The white lightning directly passed by his arm, leaving a bloody mark on Zaraki Kenpachi's arm. While Zaraki Kenpachi was dodging the white thunder, Ito Makoto also successfully stabilized his body by supporting himself with his hands. With the help of the speed enhanced by the Four Directions world, he performed a Shuinpa and came behind Zaraki Kenpachi. He slashed directly at his back with a knife. Zaraki Kenpachi held the knife horizontally behind him to block the knife, and turned around to fight with Ito Makoto. Even with the added power of the Four Directions realm, the sword fight with Kenpachi, who took off his blindfold still, made Ito Makoto's hands numb. Madarame Ikaku, who was standing by, saw this and distanced himself from Zaraki Kenpachi again, turning Ryumen Hosokumaru again, intending to push its power to ultimate. Humph, still want to accumulate strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Zaraki Kenpachi flashed and followed, interrupting Ryumen Hosokumaru's charging process. The third style of the God of Annihilation, Mustard Net. A small black dot appeared on the blade of the God of Annihilation, and then the small black dot split instantly, quickly turning into a large black net that caught Zaraki Kenpachi from behind. As the net tightened, Zaraki's body was covered with blood marks. At the same time, Madarame Ikaku's Ryumen Hosokumaru also finished charging and slashed down with the power to collapse mountains and split the earth. Just as the axe blade was about to hit Zaraki Kenpachi in the net, Zaraki Kenpachi changed the way he held the sword. He changed from holding the sword with one hand at the beginning to holding it with both hands, and then swung it violently. Bang! A dazzling golden sword pressure flashed by and directly shattered the mustard net that was pressing on him, and swept Madarame Ikaku in the air and Ito Makoto behind him away. Chapter 70. As a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, Ito Makoto and Madaramu were crushed by the terrifying sword and flew backwards. Is this Zaraki Kenpachi, the one holding the sword with both hands? Ahem. Makoto Ito was lying on the ground with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The one next to him was in an even more miserable state. Not only was Bankai beaten into a state of disarmament, but the wounds left by the original battle with Zaraki had broken out completely, and he was almost turning into a bloody man. Fortunately, Ito Makoto had already set up a double barrier. Otherwise, the terrifying Ryatsu explosion would have been noticed by others the moment he swung the sword. Unexpectedly, after standing up, Zaraki Kenpachi said with a bit of disappointment, "I actually used a two-handed sword. I lost." After saying that, he stopped fighting with a lack of interest and sat aside in boredom. Makoto Ito was busy. He first used kaido to help Madarame Ikaku stop the bleeding urgently. Before he had time to bandage him, he had to help Zaraki Kenpachi stabilize his injury. After a few minutes, the outer barrier dissipated. Under the astonished eyes of Iasegawa Yamachika and Kusajishi Yatru, Ito Makoto was busy treating the injuries of Zaraki and Ikaku. I used this kaido more often than any of the members of Squad 4. Ito Makoto never expected that the biggest improvement he made since joining the 11th Division was not in his slashing technique, but in his kaido. In the years since joining the team as one of the four, apart from occasionally accepting challenges from other team members, most of the battles have been with Madarame Ikaku and Zaraki Kenpachi. The fighting styles of these two people are the kind of fighting that exchanges injuries for injuries and is fearless. Every time they fight, they will inevitably get injured. This has led to the fact that in just a few short years, his kaido has made great progress and is now comparable to some veteran soldiers of the 4th Division. Sometimes, when one of their own team members was injured during a mission, instead of going to the 4th Squad for treatment, they would come directly to him, the 4th Commander of the Combat Squad, for help and treatment. How about, I find a chance to join the 4th Division? After all, there are first-generation Kenpachi there, so I can learn some serious slashing techniques. Speaking of which, after training hard in kaido in the Combat Squad, it's pretty weird to go to the Healing Squad to learn slashing techniques. Just when Ito Makoto was daydreaming, Iasegawa Yamachika came to help. He skillfully bandaged Madarame Ikaku, and his technique seemed extremely experienced. This. He seemed to notice Ito Makoto's gaze. Iasegawa Yamachika chuckled and said, "What's so strange about this? Before you joined the team, I was the one who was responsible for their emergency rescue." Ito Makoto. 11th Squadron Barracks the next day. Early in the morning, Ito Makoto heard a rapid knock on the door in his dormitory. When he opened the door, he saw a figure covered in a white robe. When he saw Ito Makoto appear, he spoke to him arrogantly. "Ito, 4th Seat. I'm here on behalf of Central 46 to inform you that you will be attending the Noble Hunting Tournament in half a month. You will be responsible for the security of the nobles. Remember, I'm here to inform you, not to discuss with you. This is one of the few opportunities for a Shinigami like you who comes from a poor background to change your fate. You must seize it." The young man, who was covered in a white robe, had a voice full of disdain and spoke to Ito Makoto in an arrogant tone from beginning to end. "Who are you talking to?" Faced with this man's rudeness, Makoto Ito did not tolerate him. "How dare you be so rude? I am Yano Tianha, the direct descendant of the noble Yano family. How dare you, a lowly person, speak to me like that?" Bang! Before he could finish his words, Ito Makoto slapped Yano Tianha in the face, causing him to fall to the ground, bleeding from his nose and even losing several teeth. Of course, this was the result of Ito Makoto holding back. Otherwise, Ryatsu, who was not even as good as an ordinary soldier, would be crushed to death in just a few moves. You dare to hit me? Yano Tianha never expected that such a new officer from Rakangai would dare to hit him, the direct heir of the Yano family. Bang! Makoto Ito didn't tolerate him and slapped him again. You dare to hit. Bang! You are so bold. Bang! You. Bang! Stop hitting me, Master Ito. I was wrong. Bang! Oh, sorry. I was so quick and couldn't stop myself. Wouldn't it have been over if you had apologized earlier? Makoto Ito looked at Tenny Yano with a wicked smile on his face. At this moment, the originally arrogant Yano Tianha had the right half of his face slapped into a pig's head, with tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. He looked as miserable as he could be. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. My dear Ito, I'm really sorry that I neglected to discipline you. I've made you laugh. Ito Makoto looked up and found that it was Yano Xingyan, the examiner when he first entered school. He ran over with a flattering smile on his face, and when he got close, he kicked Yano Tianha, who was lying on the ground, hard. Uncle because the right half of his face was swollen by Makoto Ito, his speech was a little unclear. Shut up, you idiot. Yano Xingyan glared at Yano Tianha lying on the ground and said viciously. Then he turned around and looked at Ito Makoto with a friendly expression. The thing about Ito Shigeki is that in the past, each division would designate a number of soldiers to participate in the hunting tournament to protect the safety of the nobles. But this year, the situation is a little different. The Kasumigauji family, through the 46th chamber, has designated you to participate in the hunting tournament. The Kasumi Aji family status in Soul Society is second only to the 4 great families, so... Yano Xingyan hesitated to speak, and Ito Makoto could understand what he meant, muttering to himself, Siadala family? Interesting, I haven't even come looking for you yet, but you're looking for me first? Ito Makoto came back to his senses and took a look at Yano Xingyan, who looked expectant. He then spoke slowly. Don't worry, Yano-senpai, since this is a mission issued by Central 46, as a member of Soul Society, I will definitely comply. Hearing this, Yano Xingyan nodded, then picked up Yano Tianha, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and left quickly. Uncle, you must avenge me. That untouchable actually dared to hit me. When no one was around, Yano Tianha complained to Yano Xingyan. Angry, Yano Xingyan raised his left hand to hit him, but when he saw the right side of his face swollen like a pig's head, he felt a little reluctant. But after thinking it was not enough to vent his anger, he changed to his right hand and slapped him hard, which finally relieved his anger. You idiot, could you please stop causing trouble for me? I asked you to convey Central 40 SIXS orders, and this is how you did it? You had to offend a front-row officer, a high-potential admiral who's destined to become captain. I asked you to come here to win them over, or at least to establish good relationships, not to offend them. You're a piece of shit. Yano Xingyan became more and more angry as he spoke, so he kicked him twice more. You graduated 30 years earlier than others. They have already reached the 4th seat, but you haven't even mastered Shirkai. From today on, you will return to the family and practice in seclusion. You are not allowed to leave the family until you have mastered Shirkai. Yano Xingyan looked at this disappointing nephew and shook his head uncontrollably. He knew that this useless nephew was no longer suitable to be Yano's future successor. At the same time, Yano Xingyan also secretly regretted that if he had known that Ito Makoto could be so talented that he could be admitted to the team and be ranked 4th, he would have pulled him to his side no matter what. Alas, ever since you passed away, the Yano family has been in decline. Now they have become lower-class nobles, and no one among the younger generation can take on the responsibility. Taking another look at Yano Tianha's dead look, Yano Xingyan suddenly became furious and cursed, Get out of here! Chapter 71. Rakangai West District, Suburbs. A tall girl with twin tails, wearing a Shinigami costume, was holding a Zanpakuto and looking breathlessly at the young man in front of her. Beads of sweat covered Tiansuan Yao's delicate face. It was obvious that she was very tired after being trained by Ito Makoto. Yao, stop and rest for a while. Zanpakuto is not that easy to communicate with. Ito Makoto looked at the slim girl in front of him and gave advice. Tian Siyuan, Yao bit her red lips lightly, and a hint of stubbornness appeared on her fair little face. Xingjun, I can still hold on. Please continue. Seeing this, Ito Makoto sneered and said, Then I'm going to get serious next, so you better be careful. So, Ito Makoto, holding the scabbard, rushed forward with the shuanpa, and pointed the scabbard directly at Tianxuan Yao's chest and abdomen. Tianxuan Yao hurriedly raised his sealed state to block. Bang! Ito Makoto casually struck with the scabbard, and the sealed state in Tamura Yao's hand fell out of his hand. So strong. The gap between me and Chungjun is so huge. Tamura Yao didn't expect that Ito Makoto's attack rhythm at this time was completely different from before. With just one strike with the scabbard, she let Zanpakuto slip out of her hand. Tian Cun Yao looked at the young man with bright eyes, and a strong sense of frustration rose in his heart. How can a weak person like me walk side by side with Qingjun? Thinking of this, Tian Cun Yao gritted his teeth, then rolled over, retrieved the sealed state that was knocked away, and picked it up. Oh! With a cry, Tian Cun Yao attacked Ito Makoto again. Yao, aren't you giving up yet? Looking at Tamura Yao, who was rushing towards him with her body full of flaws, Ito Makoto just moved the scabbard forward a little and pointed it at her lower abdomen. Oh! Tian Cun Yao screamed in pain, covered his stomach, and fell to his knees on the grass. Due to the severe pain in her lower abdomen, Tian Cun Yao opened her mouth wide. Tears and saliva flowed all over the floor. Seeing her curled up on the ground holding her stomach in pain, Ito Makoto chose to watch coldly. After all, it was she who asked Ito Makoto to help her with special training so that she could master Shirkai as soon as possible. It just so happened that the aristocratic hunting tournament was still a few days away, so he used his free time to help her practice. However, Ito Makoto didn't know how to quickly master Shirkai. All he knew was how to fight. So all he could do was fight a big battle with Tianxuan Yao. Soon, Tian Cun Yao began to struggle to get up again. Makoto-kun, let's continue. Seeing such a stubborn Tamura Yao, Ito Makoto twisted his neck and grinned. Yao, I'm starting to like you a little bit. Looking at Tian Cun Yao staggering towards her with a sealed state in her hand, Ito Makoto chuckled and clamped her blade with just 2 fingers. Are you planning to trim my nails with such a weak knife, Yao? Clang! Ito Makoto flicked the blade with his index finger, and Tamura Yao felt a huge force coming and flew backwards. Tian Cun Yao was blown away by this huge force and rolled several times on the grass. Even the headband that tied her pigtails was knocked off, and her black hair was scattered. It looks very messy, but it also has a unique beauty. Ahem. The dust on the grass made it difficult for him to breathe, and he started coughing violently. But she quickly got up again, with disheveled hair and a knife in hand, and attacked again. Ito Makoto was still sitting on the lawn calmly, raising the scabbard in his hand and directly sheathing Tamura Yao's sealed state. Then he snapped his fingers and hit Tian Cun Yao's chest, and a soft touch came. Tian Cun Yao was knocked away again by this finger. Oh, I underestimated you. Feeling the soft touch, Ito Makoto couldn't help but look up to Tamura Yao. He originally thought that she was tall and thin wrapped in a death suit, and didn't have much material. It's rare for a slender branch to bear such abundant fruit. When Tian Cun Yao realized that he had been penalized, his face was flushed. Why are you blushing? Keep coming. Then, with a red face, Tamura Yao performed Shuanpa and stepped forward, but was hit on the wrist by Ito Makoto's scabbard, and the blade slipped out of his hand again. At this time, Tianxuan Yao was so tired that he almost collapsed. Even the hand holding the knife was shaking constantly. It only took a light touch from Ito Makoto for the blade to slip out of his hand. Let's call it a day. Looking at Tianxuan Yao, who was sweating profusely and trembling with limbs, Ito Makoto smiled evilly. Then he pushed her into the stream behind him. Plop! After a while, Tianxuan Yao Shui, who was completely soaked, emerged from the clear stream. Her death suit was wet by the stream water, and her exquisite body curves were fully exposed, which made Ito Makoto swallow his saliva. That's really interesting. Let's not discuss Zanpakuto today. We need to change our methods of practice now. Hearing what Ito Makoto said, Tamura Yao's face turned red instantly, all the way to the neck. Qingjun, but this is in the wilderness. I'd better go to my bedroom. Instead of refusing, Tamura Yao took the initiative to invite Ito Makoto to her dormitory in the 5th Division. No need to bother. Why are you still going to the 5th Division? Why don't you ask us to do a live broadcast for Aizen? Makoto Ito complained in his heart. In Ito Makoto's mind, the 5th Division is an absolute den of dangers, and he would rather avoid it than go there if possible. All the demons and monsters, all the gods and saints, will turn to dust and be annihilated. Ito Makoto directly released his Zanpakuto and released the 4 Directions realm. In an instant, the entire stream was enveloped by a square gray-black barrier, making it impossible for the outside world to observe the situation within the barrier, and even Ryatsu could not penetrate in at all. Although the Sifong realm is not a barrier specifically used to enclose space, it is still difficult for people below the captain level to enter unless Ito Makoto wants to. It can't be that a captain-level figure just happened to appear here and interfere with his exercise, right? Is this Makoto-kun's Zanpakuto unleashed? He's so strong it's really hard for me to catch up with him. Looking at the four-sided realm released by Ito Makoto, Tamura Yao was full of envy, but at the same time, a trace of inferiority was surging deep in his heart. Sure enough, the gap between me and a true genius is like an insurmountable chasm. At this moment, Ito Makoto didn't care what she thought. Plop, jumped directly into the stream, intending to complete the next battle in the clear stream water. By the way, this is the first time that Makoto Ito has traveled to the Shinigami world. Makoto-kun, please have mercy. I am still the first. At this moment, in the middle of the stream, Transcendent Yao was already undressed, looking at Ito Makoto with affection. Makoto Ito looked at the jade-like thing in front of him and rushed over like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Come on, let's fight again. Chapter 72. A square gray-black barrier covered the quiet stream, and it was impossible to see the inside at all. And the corrupt music inside cannot be transmitted to the outside world. I didn't expect that the strength and speed bonuses of the Four Directions realm could be used in this area. With the help of the four-sided realm, Ito Makoto's attack speed increased greatly, and he quickly killed Tamura Yao, leaving him in disarray and completely defeated. Half an hour later, I only heard, "Puff, is this Makoto-kun's Ryatsu? It's truly powerful," Tamura Yao exclaimed with a red face. Obviously, she was shocked by Ito Makoto's strong endurance. This is not over yet. Ito Makoto, who is still not satisfied, quickly challenged Tamura Yao for a second match. "Yao, are you giving up already? Let me see your limits." Makoto Ito roared strangely and charged again. "Chunkuen, I won't let you down." Faced with Ito Makoto's invitation, the exhausted Tamura Yao still responded positively. She went from being ignorant at the beginning to becoming proficient gradually, and then to taking the initiative now. It is obvious that she has benefited a lot from this battle. 2 hours later, the battle in the barrier finally ended, and in this battle, Ito Makoto had the upper hand. "Practicing with Qingjun is truly a joy," Transcendent Yao said weakly while lying on the ground. At the same time, a petite girl with short, bang-like hair in a ringbell snake braid slowly walked onto the lawn surrounding the stream. Her upper body, a Shinigami-style outfit, was wrapped around her neck and exposed her back. It was Soy Fawn, the chief commander of the secret mobile force, the general commander of the first squad, the criminal force, and the newly promoted captain of the second division, known as Suifeng. "Even without Yoruchi-sama, I would definitely master Shanong. I'm not weaker than you, Yoruchi-sama. Just wait and see." Suifeng kept muttering to himself, vowing that he must surpass that person. Suifeng clenched her fists, her backless death tyrant costume moving effortlessly. A concentrated force of kaido, concentrated to its ultimate form, enveloped her body. A terrifying aura erupted from her, but it didn't seem to last long before the powerful kaido aura suddenly dissipated. Damn it, still no go. Feeling the aura of kaido suddenly dissipate, Suifeng punched the bush beside him in frustration, creating a crack in it. In a trance, Suifeng looked up and found that above the originally calm stream, a square gray-black barrier had risen. Who set up a barrier in the jingling courtyard? Call out. Suifeng immediately stepped forward and came directly to the barrier. This barrier wasn't created by kaido. Suifeng keenly discovered the problem and found that this gray-black barrier was not formed by kaido power. Moreover, in her memory, the person who had the ability to create a kaido barrier of this scale had long since rebelled against Soul Society together with Lord Yoruchi. This barrier wasn't created by kaido. Could it be the Bankai of some powerful Shinigami? But among the current captains, no one's Bankai seems to be in this posture. There's a problem. Thinking of this, Suifeng no longer hesitated and rushed into the barrier. Well, is someone coming? Just before Suifeng was about to step into the barrier, Ito Makoto had already sensed a hidden Ryatsu coming towards him. Although this Ryatsu was well hidden, Ito Makoto still sensed it. The moment Suifeng touched the barrier, Ito Makoto already knew through the barrier's feedback that the person coming was a captain-level figure with third-level spiritual power. Not long after, he saw the person coming, Ito Makoto, and then he suddenly realized. "You are Captain Suifeng." Ito Makoto secretly cursed his bad luck. He didn't expect that there would be a captain-level figure to interfere with his training, but fortunately the training was over. "Are you Ito, the 4th officer of the 11th Division? What are you two doing here?" sneaking around and looking disheveled. Suifeng looked at the disheveled Ito Makoto and Tian Cun Yao. Although she didn't know Tian Cun Yao, she knew Ito Makoto. Seeing Suifeng's timid appearance, Ito Makoto just burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what are you doing? Of course I'm practicing. Captain Suifeng, are you joining us too? When Tian Cun Yao heard what Ito Makoto said, she opened her mouth wide. She didn't expect that Ito Makoto would dare to tease Suifeng, a member of the nobility and captain of the second team, so boldly. He is definitely a big shot in Soul Society. Shameless. Hearing that Ito Makoto dared to tease him in such a frivolous way, Suifeng's face turned slightly red at first, and then he began to look at Ito Makoto with an angry expression. Central 46 prohibits all Shinigami from releasing Bankai within the Siri-IDI. Why did you violate the ban and open Bankai privately? To the bank. Suifeng's words left Ito Makoto bewildered, and it took him a while to react. It was clear that Suifeng mistook the Four Directions realm for his Bankai. Captain Suifeng, make no mistake, this barrier is just my shirkai. After a brief explanation, Ito Makoto waved his hand to disperse the Four Directions and signaled Tamura Yao to leave quickly, leaving the situation here to him. Soon, Tian Cun Yao quickly dressed herself, blushed, and left in a hurry. Suifeng did not stop her, but just watched her leave. Just shirkai. Suifeng really didn't expect that the oppressive barrier was actually just his shirkai. Ito fourth seat, you are a rare genius in the Soul Society's history. You should focus on serving the Soul Society instead of wasting your time on inappropriate things. Suifeng gave a stern warning to Ito Makoto, who was still lying by the stream. Although she was extremely disdainful of a playboy like Ito Makoto, he was, after all, a top 4 player upon joining the team, a rare talent. She didn't want to see him waste his talent in vain. Pa pa pa. After listening to Suifeng's impassioned speech, Ito Makoto couldn't help but applaud. Captain Suifeng is right. But, Captain Suifeng, I've already told you I'm practicing, why don't you believe me? Ito Makoto stretched lazily and muttered. Unexpectedly, Suifeng ignored him and spat on the ground. What a shameless scoundrel. Hearing this, Ito Makoto couldn't bear it anymore and immediately responded. You're such a flat-chested, talkative woman. No wonder Shihoin Yorichi doesn't like you. What did you say? Hole. Suifeng, who had already turned around to leave, turned around and looked at Ito Makoto with a furious look on his face when he heard this. Seeing this, Ito Makoto's mouth curled up slightly. You're hooked? Ito Makoto naturally did this on purpose, with the purpose of angering Suifeng and then having a serious fight with her, the captain of the second team. Ito Makoto hooked his finger towards Suifeng provocatively. Come here. Suifeng immediately drew his sword and slashed towards Ito Makoto. Chapter 73. Call out. Suifeng is worthy of being the commander-in-chief of secret mobility. Her Shuinpa speed is far superior to that of Ito Makoto. He immediately dodged in front of him with a Shuinpa, pulled out the small sealed state from his waist, and stabbed it at Ito Makoto's face. Ito Makoto was also unwilling to be outdone and raised his knife to meet the attack. In this battle, Ito Makoto did not borrow Ryatsu from the original body. He wanted to fight Suifeng with his own strength. Previously, when fighting with Zaraki Kenpachi, he had been using Ryatsu sharing to borrow Ryatsu from the main body. That was because the gap between him and Zaraki Kenpachi was too big, so he had to borrow Ryatsu. Without borrowing, he could not beat him at all. Now, fighting against an opponent like Suifeng is just the right opportunity to hone his Shuinpa. This opportunity is very rare, and Ito Makoto naturally would not want to use his original body Ryatsu to fight Suifeng. Clang! Ito Makoto took Suifeng's sword head-on, and sparks flew when the blades collided. Why? You still haven't released that weird barrier of yours. Are you trying to hide your weakness in a fight with me? Clang! 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 I can only say that Suifeng is worthy of being Suifeng. It is indeed very difficult to defeat Ito Makoto with his strength alone without borrowing Ryatsu from his original body. Just these few cutting techniques have made him exhausted. Suddenly, Suifeng flashed and Shuinpa disappeared on the spot. Puff! In the blink of an eye, Suifeng teleported to his back and cut him with a knife. Blood oozed out from his back and soaked the Death Tyrant's suit. What a difficult task, Captain Suifeng. Feeling the sharp pain from his back, Ito Makoto couldn't help but gasp. Is this the Suifeng that Flash Goddess Yorichi personally taught me? Suifeng may not be ranked among the captains of the 13th Division, but his Shuinpa is definitely one of the best, of course, except for Old Man Yamamoto. Even if Ito Makoto's Shuinpa was blessed with 30% of the original body's Ryatsu, he would still be weaker than Suifeng, not to mention his current self. Feeling Suifeng, who was almost reduced to a shadow, Ito Makoto directly swung the sealed state in his hand. All the demons and monsters, all the gods and saints, will turn to dust and be annihilated. Annihilation God-style shock. Ito Makoto lightly turned the handle of the knife, and an invisible, vibrating force emanated from the blade. Suifeng, who was originally wandering around Ito Makoto, was caught off guard by this vibrating force and suddenly felt that his internal organs were being rubbed by a big hand. Oh! Suifeng's body erupted with pure white reiatsu, which dispelled most of the uncomfortable shockwaves. Really? Seeing this, Ito Makoto's mouth twitched involuntarily. This move of his was useless against enemies whose reiatsu were taller than his own. It was a complete skill for bullying weaklings. Without the help of his original reiatsu, it was difficult to pose any major threat to Suifeng, who had the third-level spiritual power. Is this the extent of your Zanpakuto? Where's that barrier from earlier? Use it. Facing Suifeng's ridicule, Ito Makoto just smiled faintly. Captain Suifeng is truly amazing. This Shuinpa has pushed me to the limit. There's more to come, so get ready to repent for your foul mouth. Sting and kill all enemies. Suzumabachi. As Suifeng recited the words of liberation, the sealed state in her hand instantly transformed into a sharp cone-shaped hidden weapon that was placed on the middle finger of her right hand. The tail was black, while the front end and spikes were pure gold. Is this Captain Suifeng Shirkai? He's just as petite and cute as you. Makoto Ito commented on Suzumabachi with great interest. When Suifeng heard what Ito Makoto said, he gritted his teeth in anger, rushed to Ito Makoto, and stabbed him directly in the chest. Just when her right middle finger was about to touch Ito Makoto. Call out. Ito Makoto used Shuinpa to create distance and barely avoided the attack. Seeing this, Suifeng's face was filled with astonishment. Are you copying my steps? She actually discovered that Ito Makoto was secretly learning his Shuinpa during their battle. From being completely unable to keep up with her pace at the beginning, now in just a short while I have learned to be about 30% similar to her. Are you using me as a sparring partner? Suifeng first marveled at the powerful talent of Ito Makoto, but at the same time he felt a little annoyed. Suddenly, a white light flashed around his body and he started to move. Suifeng's speed was greatly improved. He rushed to Ito Makoto at an extremely fast speed and hit him directly in the chest with Suzumabachi. Then a flash of light appeared, and a black butterfly pattern appeared on Ito Makoto's chest. Snort. Seeing that his attack was successful, Suifeng snorted in a rather arrogant manner. In order to cooperate with her, Ito Makoto could only pretend to be surprised and look at the B pattern on his chest. And in my heart, there was a wave of contempt. Is this the Suzumabachi who was completely crushed by Aizen's Reiatsu and couldn't kill with 2 hits? My Zanpakuto is called Suzumabachi. Its special ability is a 2-hit kill. If it stings you twice in the same place, you'll die. Don't pee asterisk guess your pants. Ito, please. Suifeng looked at Ito Makoto's slightly embarrassed figure and spoke proudly. Why, Captain Suifeng, do you want to help me wash my underwear? Hearing this, Suifeng was so angry that veins on his forehead were throbbing. How did someone with such low character like you pass the screening of the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy? Do they only value qualifications and not character? Facing Suifeng's fury, Ito Makoto simply said, Yes, you are right. Seeing that Ito Makoto looked like a tough guy, Suifeng knew that he could not win the argument, so he simply stopped trying to win the argument and attacked with a cold expression. Suifeng's body was once again lit up with a flash of white light, and then his figure flashed and attacked Ito Makoto again. It turns out that her instantaneous awakening hasn't yet reached the point where she can do whatever she wants. However, Ito Makoto discovered that each time Suifeng's instant coaxing lasted a very short time, only less than a second, and then had to be activated again. After realizing this, Ito Makoto immediately tapped Shuinpa with his feet to meet Suifeng's attack and fought with him. Clang! After a sword fight, both of them retreated. Sure enough, the instant coaxing effect has disappeared right now. The Secret of God Annihilation, 4 Directions Realm. Ito Makoto waved the Annihilation God in his hand, and a gray-black barrier took shape instantly, covering Ito Makoto, Suifeng, and everyone within a 10-meter radius around them. The moment Suifeng was enveloped by the barrier, he felt that his speed and strength were restricted. Unfortunately, my strong vice-captain level Reiatsu can only reduce her speed by 10% at most. Makoto Ito felt the feedback from the barrier and felt quite helpless about it. Shinigami's battle is indeed Reiatsu's battle. Shock. The power of the shockwave could be doubled under the blessing of the 4 Directions realm. Even if Suifeng used captain-level Ryatsu to offset most of the impact, it still made her feel very uncomfortable. Instant blast. What Ito Makoto didn't expect was that the white light around Suifeng lit up again, and the rich Kido aura covered his body again. Suifeng actually managed to withstand the force of the shock and the weakening of the four-sided world and launched the instant roar again. Ito Makoto glanced at the Suzumabachi that was against his neck in an instant, then looked at Suifeng's delicate face, with a hint of surprise in his tone. According to my calculations, each time you cast Instant Boom, the interval between uses is at least 10 seconds, but this time, you launched it again in less than 4 seconds. The speed is even faster than before. Captain Suifeng, you're so impressive. Were you hiding your abilities just to confuse me? Humph. You, Ito CC, can steal my moves during battle, but can't my instantaneous roar break through in the middle of a battle? Suifeng said with a proud look. At the same time, she also let go of the Suzumabachi that was pressing against Ito Makoto's neck. She didn't expect that the instantaneous roar that she had been unable to comprehend would actually allow her to achieve a great breakthrough in the fight with Ito Makoto. Thinking of this, she looked at Ito Makoto's face again, and it didn't seem so hideous anymore. Makoto Ito stood there and carefully recalled the battle just now. As expected, if I don't borrow Ryatsu from the main body, I will not be able to defeat Suifeng at this moment. No, maybe even if I borrow Ryatsu, I still won't win. After all, at this moment, Ito Makoto has not yet mastered Bankai. This girl is quite strong. Ito Makoto stretched and looked at Suifeng, who looked a little excited, and said slowly, Captain Suifeng, it seems both you and I have gained considerable advantages from this battle. I look forward to our next competition. Suifeng turned around and left without saying a word. Chapter 74. The day of the hunting competition. Jingling Court, hunting ground. Makoto Ito stood at the end of the endless wasteland, looking at the hunting grounds specially left by the Soul Society nobles for hunting. Feeling the rich spiritual energy emanating from this vast wasteland, Ito Makoto sighed. Although the concentration of spiritual particles here is not as high as that of many nobles' clan lands, it is definitely much richer than the best area in Rakangai. However, such a piece of land with extremely high concentration of spiritual particles was designated as a hunting ground for the exclusive enjoyment of these nobles. Suddenly, a ceremonial guard with neat formations and uniform and luxurious attire slowly entered the venue. 2 burly men in special attire held up a folding screen in front and cleared the way. Ito Makoto was surprised to find that the Ryatsu emitted unintentionally by the 2 men in front of him was far inferior to his own, but was still at the level of the last-rank officer. The 3 words Xia de Lu were written on 2 huge screens. Is this the Kasumigauji family's honor guard? I have to say that the Kasumigauji family is worthy of being the first noble family after the 5 noble families. Their ceremony is really grand, and they even have a Shinigami of the chief officer level as a member of the Guard of Honor. Dong dong. The honor guard consisted of hundreds of people, and each member's steps were completely synchronized, causing the ground to tremble slightly. It was obvious that they had all undergone long rehearsals. Behind the ceremonial guard was a tall sedan chair with a pearl curtain carried by 8 people, in which sat a human figure. Due to the curtain covering the special kaido, Ito Makoto could not see the specific appearance of the person in the sedan chair, but based on her graceful posture, it should be a young woman. After the Kasumigauji family entered, a series of other nobles also came in. Some of them came in sedan chairs like the Kasumigauji family. A small number came on foot, and the majority came in carriages. Maybe it should be called a virtual car, because the vehicles coming were not horses at all, but a group of empty beasts. These nobles used special bakudo as chains to pass through the hollows and enslave these hollows as livestock. Ito Makoto looked around and found that these hollows were all powerful hollows or giant hollows, none of which reached Jillian's level of Minos Grande. These voids have one thing in common, that is, there is a black chain mark engraved on their masks. Many nobles arrived one after another. In the crowd, Ito Makoto also saw the old man Yano Zingyan with a young girl beside him. Ito, 4th seat, you're here so early. A Shinigami wearing a Shinigami costume and with short dark blue hair came up and greeted Ito Makoto with a smile. Vice Captain Yamada, have you also been recruited to participate in this hunting tournament? The purple-haired man in front of him shook his head after hearing what Ito Makoto said. No, I took the initiative to apply to participate. I'm the vice captain of the 4th Division, and I possess the most skilled kaido in all of Godiai 13, save for Captain Unohana. Therefore, they're happy to let me take charge of the security medical care, and aftermath of the entire hunting tournament. The Shinigami currently communicating with Ito Makoto is none other than the current vice captain of Division 4, Yamada Shinasuke. He is also the older brother of Yamada Hanadaru in the original story. He and Ito Makoto have met several times before, having briefly collaborated on a mission to suppress the Hollows, so they are quite familiar with each other. I didn't expect Vice Captain Yamada to be so concerned about the affairs of the nobility. Is he planning to marry into a noble family? Ito Makoto looked at Yamada Shinasuke and joked. That was your own idea, Ito Shiki. I have been receiving financial support from the Tsuneyashiro family, one of the 5 great noble families. A certain lord in the Tsuneyashiro family was particularly interested in this hunting tournament, so he sent me to take a look. After hearing what Yamada Shinasuke said, Ito Makoto suddenly realized that this event called the Noble Hunting Tournament did not seem to have anyone from the 5 nobles participating, and he immediately asked, "Isn't this a noble hunting competition? Why aren't any of the 5 great nobles here?" As soon as Ito Makoto finished speaking, Yamada Shinasuke looked up at Ito Makoto, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You do not know?" Makoto Ito was a little confused. "Should I know?" Then Yamada Shinasuke's expression changed, and he realized that although Ito Makoto was already the 4th seat in the 11th division, he had actually been in the team for less than 4 years and had not experienced the previous Noble Hunting Conference. It was normal that he did not know the specific matters. The so-called Noble Hunting Tournament is a social event held by the Kasumigauji family, the first noble family below the 5 great nobles, to win over the downtrodden lower nobles in order to replace the already declining Shiba family and become one of the 5 great nobles. Truly powerful nobles will not attend this hunting tournament. The Kasumigauji family has repeatedly proposed to Central 46 that the Shiba family be stripped of their title as one of the 5 great nobles and replaced by the Kasumigauji family. But these proposals have been rejected by the other 4 great nobles. Therefore, it is naturally even more impossible for the 5 nobles to send people to participate in this hunting competition. Yamada Shinasuke told the story to Ito Makoto. So that's what happened. There are so many twists and turns between these damn nobles. No wonder Yawacha Sterncross Knights were able to defeat Soul Society so easily. It turns out these people were focusing all their energy on fighting among themselves. Just as Ito Makoto was making malicious speculations, a white-haired old man with a monocle on his face approached Ito Makoto. "Ito Sishi, I am Yunjing, a retainer of the Kasumigauji family. The head of our Kasumigauji family invites you." Hearing this, Ito Makoto looked up at the sedan chair in the back of the ceremonial guard. At the same time, the slender figure behind the pearl curtain also looked in Ito Makoto's direction. "Oh, it seems that Ito Sishi will marry into the nobility before me. I'd like to congratulate you right here." Yamada Shinasuke's joking words came from behind. "Ito 4, please." Yunjing bowed and made a gesture of invitation to Ito Makoto. "The head of the Kasumigauji family is looking for me?" Ito Makoto immediately became suspicious. Originally, his participation in this noble hunting conference was ordered by the Kasumigauji family through Central 46, and now the head of the Kasumigauji family came to him again. Why are the Kasumigauji family always targeting me, the 4th seat of the 11th division from Rakangai? Forget it. It's a blessing, not a disaster. If it's a disaster, you can't avoid it. Ito Makoto simply stopped thinking about it and followed Yunjing to the gorgeous sedan chair behind the guard of honor. "Master Ito, please come up and have a chat." An ethereal voice sounded, coming from the gorgeous sedan chair. "Call out." The next moment, Ito Makoto jumped onto the carriage with a shuinpa and pushed aside the bead curtain with his hand. What came into view was a beautiful woman wearing gorgeous clothes and a sakura flower headdress. This woman had silver hair like a waterfall, skin as white as snow, and a pair of light purple eyes that seemed to be filled with colorful clouds. She was like a goddess on the snowy mountains, giving people an aura of being untouchable. Every gesture and movement is full of grace and elegance. At that moment, even Makoto Ito, who had watched countless movies in his previous life, was stunned for a moment. "Am I beautiful?" The woman in the sedan looked at Ito Makoto and spoke softly, her voice melodious and ethereal. "It's okay." Makoto Ito sat down in the carriage and crossed his legs. Seeing this, the old man Yunjing below immediately said, "Master Ito, please refrain from any act of usurpation." "No problem." The white-haired woman spoke softly. Chapter 75. Ito 4th seat. "I've long heard of your great name." The white-haired woman looked at Ito Makoto, and there seemed to be ripples in her light purple pupils. "I never thought that a commoner Shinigami from Rakangai would be so concerned about me by the head of the dignified Kasumigauji family. It's truly terrifying. Although Ito Makoto's tone was rather exaggerated, his facial expression remained calm, as if he was explaining something insignificant. With Ito Makoto's current strength as a strong vice-captain, with the help of his main body, Ryatsu, his strength could soar to captain level. In the Serie IDI, apart from the top captains in Aizen's faction, he really didn't fear anyone. In other words, with his current strength, as long as he didn't mess around with the wrong people, he could still run rampant in Soul Society. Obviously, the Kasumi Aji family wasn't one of them. Captains who didn't have aristocratic backgrounds and had to make a living in Soul Society with their families might be wary of the power of the Kasumigauji family. But this wasn't a problem for Ito Makoto, who was alone. If the Kasumi Aji family really wants to harm him, the worst that can happen is that he will just kill this girl, rebel against the Soul Society, and run to the real world to hang out with Urahara Kisuke, so that he can still improve the strength of this clone. If it really doesn't work, let the original body take back this clone in advance and create another Shinigami clone. By then, who will still remember who Ito Makoto is? Seeing Ito Makoto's expression that said, "Keep away from strangers," the elegant woman was not angry. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kasumigauji Asayuki, and I am the current head of the Kasumigauji family. My father is also from Rakangai, and his last name is Ito. Hearing this, Ito Makoto remained expressionless, but a storm of emotions surged in his heart. Could it be that this girl is the daughter of Ito Kai and Kasumigauji Kamakawa? But he didn't find any trace of this girl in Ito Kai's memory. Despite hearing this somewhat explosive news, Ito Makoto remained calm on the surface. Master Xiaodalu, do you think there's some connection between me and your father? After hearing what Ito Makoto said, Kasumigauji Asayuki smiled sweetly. You've misunderstood, Ito Sifu. My father has been dead for hundreds of years. It's just that you share the same surname, Ito, and are both from Rakangai. You both joined the 11th Division and are both favored by heaven. It's just that there are too many coincidences between us, so I'm so excited to invite you to come and meet me. I hope Ito Sifu won't mind. I see Master Xiaodalu is too serious. After hearing what Kasumigauji Asayuki said, Ito Makoto was now 100% sure that Kasumigauji Asayuki was Ito Kai's daughter. At the same time, he felt relieved. It turned out that he was not exposed. Ito Makoto thought that the fact that he and his real body had teamed up to kill the expedition team in Hueco Mundo and intercepted the taper sword had been exposed. Then the two of them exchanged pleasantries again. Ito 4, the hunting tournament is about to begin. You can watch it with me. In response to Kasumigauji Asayuki's invitation, Ito Makoto shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Master Xiaodalu. It's not necessary. Then he quickly left the chariot and returned to the Shinigami, who were responsible for guarding him. Not long after, the two men who were leading the way at the front of the Zidala family's guard of honor stepped out and swung the screens in their hands. The attic and courtyard painted on the screens flew out from the screens in an instant. Boom boom, accompanied by a series of loud noises. The originally empty land was suddenly filled with courtyards. Many nobles chose their own courtyards to sit in, and the Kasumi family naturally entered the attic in the center. Makoto Ito, who was standing by, couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the scene in front of him. Obviously, those two screens must be some kind of Kido noble phantasm. After all the nobles were seated, Komoi, a retainer of the Kasumigauji family, walked to the highest point of the attic and spoke slowly. I am Yunjing, a retainer of the Kasumigauji family. This hunting tournament. The voice of Yunjing Laodang was obviously not loud, but it spread throughout the huge hunting ground. It was obviously also blessed by Kido's magic. As Yunjing announced the start of the hunting competition, several figures in white robes appeared and unveiled a huge scroll. Throwing the scroll into the air, it immediately turned into a stream of light and landed on the vast wasteland, transforming into hundreds of steel portals of equal size and shape resembling prison doors. Makoto Ito discovered through the portal that all the prisoners inside were hollows, but they were all powerful hollows and giant hollows, not Minos Grande of Jillian's level. Moreover, the masks of these hollows have black chain marks on them, just like the beast-shaped hollows that are used as mounts. Moreover, the Ryatsu of these hollows with chain marks on their masks is suppressed to less than 1/3 of the original. The hunting tournament is all about killing hollows, right? When Ito Makoto saw this scene, he was speechless. If you like killing hollows so much, why don't you join the expedition? Why are you holding a hunting tournament here? In Ito Makoto's opinion, these stupid nobles are just idle. As the venue was arranged, the young nobles who were originally sitting in the many courtyards were all ready to go and gathered in front of the steel gates. There are even quite a few of them wearing Shinigami uniforms. Apparently, These people are active members of Godii 13, belonging to the Celestial Dragons in Team 13. As many contestants prepared to gather one after another, a huge purple semi-elliptical barrier rose above the originally empty field, like a small soul-blocking membrane. Clatter, at the same time, the iron doors that looked like prison doors slowly opened. Before the voids imprisoned inside could come out, the contestants rushed in and began hunting the voids in the independent spaces. Normally, a hollow killed by the power of a Shinigami would immediately transform into spirit particles and dissipate. However, for the hollows that appeared at the hunting tournament, although their bodies dissipated, the mask marked with a black chain remained. The nobles hung the masks of the killed voids around their waists as if they were showing off their trophies. In the courtyard where they were watching the battle, many nobles were also paying close attention to the results of their own descendants, as if they were competing to see whose descendants had hunted more masks. Ito Makoto felt a little sleepy as he could hear the noisy voices of the decadent nobles in the courtyard and the hunting battles of many noble children in the field. For Makoto Ito, this level of melee was like watching two children arguing about the sun. Just when Ito Makoto was doing nothing, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the hunting ground. The crack was nearly 1,000 meters long, and an extremely huge black cavity opened up. A giant worm-like Minos Grande emerged from it. It had no other organs on its face, only a huge mouthpart, which spit out a lot of mucus, and along with the mucus, hundreds of Jillian were also spit out. Is this Fleur? Chapter 76. Jillian's actually joining this hunting tournament? Just in time for me to try out my newly mastered shurikai. A nobleman who was attending the hunting party wearing a Shinigami uniform saw the group of Jillians suddenly appearing in the field and was eager to try. He immediately released Zanpakuto and rushed forward. No, these Minos Grande masks don't have soul lock marks on them. Their Ryatsu isn't restricted, they're not kept in captivity. At this time, some noble children also reacted and retreated to the rear. However, these noble children who had not been on the battlefield for a long time were no match for these untamed Jillians. The nobleman who had just been clamoring to go up and test his Zanpakuto was now broken into 2 pieces and flew back, with the other half in the mouth of a Jillian. No, a middle-aged man in aristocratic clothes in the courtyard looked at the nobleman in the hunting ground, who was still struggling with only half of his body left, and couldn't help but exclaimed. At this moment, the many nobles watching the battle from above realized that something strange had happened in the hunting ground. Vice Captain Yamada, please save my son. When the middle-aged noble saw that only half of his offspring was left in the hunting ground, he immediately shouted anxiously to Yamada Sinasuk. Although Yamada Sinasuk is the vice captain of the 4th Division of the Healing Division, his actual combat capability is not weaker than that of the vice captains of other divisions. Just when Yamada Sinasuk pulled out the sealed state and was about to rush into the barrier to save people, he found that someone was faster than him. Makoto Ito has already rushed into the hunting ground and started hacking at Jillian in front of him. In the attic far away, Xia Dalichinshue's face showed no trace of panic. She continued to calmly observe the chaotic scene in the hunting grounds. Only when she saw Ito Makoto rushing into the hunting ground did a hint of astonishment appear on her beautiful face. Then, the woman took off her gorgeous clothes that symbolized the head of the Kasumidaru family, revealing the death tyrant suit she was wearing underneath. She rushed into the barrier with a shuanpa, still shouting, "Ito 4th seat, I'm here to help you." But what no one noticed was that the moment this woman entered the barrier, a talisman in her hand quietly floated towards the barrier. Seeing this, Yamada Sinasuk also led a group of Shinigami soldiers who were originally guarding the periphery, intending to enter the barrier to hunt down these suddenly appearing Jillian groups. But when they approached the barrier, they found that they could not break through it from the outside. Hado number 31, Red Fire Cannon. Hado number 33, Blue Fire Falling. Hado no Tur. Yamada Sinasuk and a group of Shinigami team members used Hado to attack the barrier, but these attacks were like a drop in the ocean and did not cause any waves. After Kasumi Aji Yasuyuki entered the barrier, it became difficult to enter from the outside. Moreover, the entire barrier has been obscured by a fog, and the situation inside can no longer be seen clearly from the outside. This hunting tournament is organized by the 5th Division. Hurry and call Captain Aizen. Yamada Sinasuk pointed to a Shinigami soldier beside him and said anxiously, while secretly regretting in his heart, "If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to let Tsuneyashiro Tokunada get involved in this mess." In the barrier, Ito Makoto found that there were too many Jillians blocking his way. In order to save time, he simply swung his sword horizontally. All the demons and monsters, all the gods and saints, will turn to dust and be annihilated. The secret of God annihilation, 4 directions realm. In an instant, a huge gray-black square barrier almost overlapped with the giant barrier that originally covered the hunting ground for several kilometers. The moment they were enveloped by the barrier, hundreds of Jillians were restricted in their movements and became extremely slow. Annihilation God-style shock. Ito Makoto swung his blade and unleashed a shockwave. Due to the vast scope of the four-sided realm, the power of the shockwave was inevitably reduced. Furthermore, Ito Makoto didn't want to expose his captain-level strength too early, so he didn't borrow Ryatsu from the main body for the time being. Therefore, his shock force only caused hundreds of Jillians to suffer unbearable pain and temporarily lost all their ability to move within the barrier. But it's enough. Without these annoying Jillian blocking his way, Ito Makoto went straight to the last of the dozens of steel portals. He felt a huge Ryatsu in that door, a Ryatsu belonging to the hollow. Makoto Ito turned into a shadow and rushed in. Unexpectedly, there was another world behind the last steel gate, which looked like a long and narrow corridor. Until he reached the end of the corridor, he saw a humanoid Minos Grande with countless steel needles transformed from Kido, piercing its body. It is only about 5 meters tall, with an anthropomorphic shape, a dark blue body, an extremely large head, and dozens of pale hands behind it. Now, each hand is nailed to the wall with a thumbtack containing the power of Kido. His entire body was bound with iron chains, his eyes were covered with black cloth, and even his mouth was blocked with a bandage imbued with the power of Kido. The Ryatsu emitted by this hollow is stronger than Grimjow, who has just been promoted to a Juchas, but not as strong as Harabel or Ulquiorra before his first Arankar. It is obviously the most ultimate existence among Juchas, and seems to be not far from the Vasto Lord. Roar! Feeling Ito Makoto coming, Minos Grande let out a howl from his big mouth under the bandage. Wanda-wise Marjora. Ito Makoto spoke tentatively. Who are you, and how do you know my name? A rather childish voice sounded, forming a sharp contrast with the terrifying appearance of Minos Grande in front of him. Really, this Minos Grande nailed to the wall is actually Wanda Weiss. At this moment, it has not yet been transformed by Aizen and Arankar, and it obviously has the ability to think and speak. At first, when Ito Makoto saw Fleur, he thought that this was another work of Aizen, but then he thought, Aizen had already conquered Hueco Mundo and owned the entire Hueco Mundo to conduct experiments, so there was no need to do such a thing. There is only one explanation. This action was Fleur's own behavior. If there is anything that can attract Fleur, it can only be his good friend and master Wanda Weiss. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I can rescue you. Don't resist later, just follow me. Good. After receiving Wanda Weiss's affirmative answer, Ito Makoto chopped off the Kido chains that bound him with a few strokes and removed the bandages on his face. Roar! Unexpectedly, the moment the seal was released, Wanda Weiss jumped back and yelled at Ito Makoto. A beast is a beast. Facing Wandius's sudden counterattack, Ito Makoto borrowed 30% of his original Ryatsu without any hesitation, and his strength soared to the captain level. Coupled with the amplifying effect of the Four Directions realm, Ito Makoto placed the God of Annihilation directly on Wanda Weiss's neck at a speed that Wanda Weiss could not understand. Either you be quiet, and I'll take you back to Hueco Mundo, or I'll send you to hell right now. Your choice. After some friendly persuasion from Makoto Ito, Wanda Weiss finally calmed down. Outside the steel portal, Kasumi Oji Asayuki did not kill any of the Jillians controlled by Ito Makoto's shock force, but strolled leisurely in the barrier. Xiadalu boss, save me. The nobleman who was bitten into 2 pieces was still standing strong. He looked at Xia Dalachinshiue, who was slowly walking towards him, and asked for help as if he saw a savior. Okay, hold on, Sasakura, I'm coming to get you. I saw Kasumi Oji moving slowly with light snow lotus steps towards Sasakura, who was left with only half of his body. Puff! The next moment, a long silver-white sword with a slender blade covered with strange patterns suddenly appeared in Kasumi Gauji Asayuki's hand, and then fiercely stabbed into Sasakura's chest. Hula you. There was a sucking sound coming from the blade, and a moment later, only half of Sasakura's body was left with half of the tattered Shinigami suit. After devouring Sasakura, Kasumi Gauji Asayuki gently stroked the strange silver-white long sword in her hand, and a hideous and morbid smile appeared on her beautiful face. Don't worry, baby. There's so much real blood here for you to devour. I'll make sure you have enough to eat today. Chapter 77. Xia Daluchinshua wandered around the hunting ground like a ghost, constantly harvesting the lives of those noble children who were left alone. At the same time, He was also constantly looking around at the Jillians who were unable to move due to the dual effects of the weakening of the four realms and the shock force. Is this Ito Makoto's Zanpaku ability? How interesting. You are Kasumi Oji the head. There were several noble young men who were moving in a group in front. When they saw Xiao Chinchua approaching slowly, they were overjoyed. Master Xiao, what's going on with this barrier? It's different from what we said before. I can't get out at all. The young man in the lead said anxiously. Don't panic, everyone. I'll open the barrier and let you go. Xiao Chinchua giggled and then swung the silver-white long sword in her hand. In an instant, countless liquid mercury-like substances emanated from the blade, instantly covering the surrounding space of hundreds of meters. In the area covered by mercury, whether it was the nobles participating in the trial or Jillian who was originally confined to the spot and unable to move, even the tiny pebbles disturbed by the wind and waves all stopped strangely. Xiao de la Chinchua strolled leisurely in front of those noble young men, who seemed to be unable to move as if they were paused, but the expressions on their faces were frozen at that moment, and inserted the silver-white long sword into their chests one by one. It seemed that countless buds of flesh surged from the handle of the sword. He devoured all the ryatsu and flesh from these noble children. After devouring all these people, the silver-white long sword covered with flesh granulations instantly became quiet, and all the flesh granulations returned to the handle. There's plenty of real blood here. Enjoy it slowly, baby. Xiao Dalachinchua licked her lips and gently stroked the blade. At this moment, blood seemed to be surging in her light purple pupils. At the same time, Ito Makoto was fighting a fierce battle with Wanda Weiss, who had escaped from the trap. In fact, it was guiding him all the way out of the steel portal and heading towards the black cavity rift where Fleur was. Master Xiao, please let me go? I won't say anything nonsense. At this moment, Xiao Dalachinchua was holding a silver-white long sword with a strange mercury all over her body. She was chasing a petite girl wearing a Shinigami costume in front of her like a cat playing with a mouse. At this moment, the hunting team that originally had more than 100 people had been killed by Xiao Dalachinchua, leaving only the girl in front of him. Poor little Shinui, stop struggling and just donate your true blood to provide nutrients for my baby. There was a hint of madness on the delicate face of Kasumidaji Asayuki, and the girl she was chasing was the girl who had been with Yano Zinyin before. At this moment, she was like a frightened little beast, turning her head from time to time to look at Xiao Dalachinchua, who was slowly approaching from behind her. Unfortunately, all her struggles were in vain. She was soon caught up by the mercury-like thing and swallowed up completely, leaving only a set of Death Tyrant suit falling from midair. Just as Kasumi Daji Asayuki was fighting these noble sons, she happened to bump into Wanda Weiss and Ito Makoto, who rushed out of the steel gate. Roar! As soon as Wanda Weiss saw Xiao Dalachinchua, she began to howl wildly, and dozens of huge white hands behind her attacked the woman. Xiao Dalachinchua did not panic when she saw this scene. She just waved the silver-white long sword in her hand, and the mercury in the sky directly enveloped it. The moment Wanda Weiss's dozens of palms were about to touch the mercury, they began to slow down until they were completely still. Then the mercury in the sky condensed into a long sword, which slashed at Wanda Weiss's dozens of giant hands, cutting them off all at once. Roar! Wanda Weiss screamed in pain, and then the broken part began to wriggle. The severed arm was quickly fully restored under the effect of high-speed regeneration, but Wanda Weiss's Ryatsu was weaker than before. Is this the ability to stop time? After seeing the brief confrontation between Kasumigauji Asayuki and Wanda Weiss, Ito Makoto roughly guessed the ability of the strange mercury. Kasumi Oji Asayuki's Ryatsu was originally only at the vice-captain level, similar to Ito Makoto, but when she manipulated the sword, she strangely emitted captain-level Ryatsu, which was even slightly stronger than Ito Makoto, who borrowed 30% of the Ryatsu from the original body. Just as mercury filled the sky and rushed towards Wanda Weiss like an all-pervasive worm, Ito Makoto no longer hesitated and directly borrowed 30% of Ryatsu from his main body. In an instant, the aura around him soared to the captain level. Second style of Annihilation God, breaking the forbidden rule. Ito Makoto lightly turned the blade, and thick gray-black mist poured out from the tip of the blade, forming 3 interlocking circles of black mist, which collided with the mercury. It is natural that Ito Makoto would not let the Yamamoto account banner he just obtained be destroyed by this crazy woman in front of him. Bang! The two collided violently. The surrounding Jillians, who had been intimidated and unable to move, were pulverized by the aftermath of the clash between the two captain-level warriors. Asayuki Kasumi was puzzled to see that Makoto Ito actually came up to stop her, but she was also amazed at Makoto Ito's strength. Her previous attack was enough to kill anyone below the captain level, but it was caught by Makoto Ito so easily. Ito foreseat, how dare you, a Shinigami, collude with Minos Grande? Aren't you afraid of the Central 40 SIXS judgment? At this moment, Xia Daliqianxue has a righteous look on her face, and you might think she is the most loyal defender of the Soul Society's order. The leader of Zadalu deliberately set up a trap to lure Minos Grande here, then secretly devoured other nobles with the taper blade. Isn't he afraid of being judged by Central 46? As a commoner myself, it's a real honor to be a cellmate with Kasumi Gauji. Upon hearing this, Xia Daliqianxue, who had originally looked righteous, was startled at first, and then she covered her mouth and laughed sweetly. I didn't expect that the Ito 4 knew so much about my Kasumiyaji family. They even knew about the taper blade. Makoto Ito took this opportunity to lift Wanda Weiss up suddenly, and then threw her to Fleur in midair. Fleur then spit out a beam of light from its huge mouth parts, sucking Wanda Weiss in, and Wanda Weiss slowly rose into the air. Then Wanda Weiss and Fleur disappeared into the black cavity together, and the black cavity closed a moment later. When Wanda Weiss and Fleur finally passed through the black cavity and returned to Hueco Mundo, as soon as they landed, they found that a human-shaped Minos Grande with black eyes and black hair was already waiting for them at their landing point. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chuan. From today on, I will be your king. Chapter 78. Oh, Ito 4 is so mean. Just letting that Ajuchas go. I lost many men trying to capture this powerful Ajuchas. I even planned to use him as a scapegoat for killing the nobles. Xia Daliqianxue looked in the direction where Wanda Weiss and Fleur left, her tone full of regret. Oh, so Kasumiyaji admits that you deliberately imprisoned this Ajuchas and then leaked his aura to lure his companions to rescue you, and then took advantage of the chaos to kill the other nobles. Ito Makoto looked at Kasumi no Ji Asayuki with a smile. Ito 4th seat, why don't I understand what you're saying? Could it be that, during the hunting tournament, an unknown Minos Grande suddenly broke in, resulting in the deaths of all the nobles participating in the hunting tournament? Then, the head of the Kasumigauji family, Kasumigauji Asayuki, teamed up with the 4th seat of the 11th Division, Ito Makoto, to kill all the invading Minos Grande and avenge the deaths of those nobles. What do you think of my proposal, Ito Sishi? As he was speaking, the strange silver-white taper knife in Kasumi no Asayuki's hand began to squirm, and countless mercury turned into tentacles that emerged from the ground and pierced Ito Makoto. However, just when Kasumi no Ji Asayuki curled up the corners of her mouth and thought she had succeeded, she found that the pierced Ito Makoto was just a shadow. The real Ito Makoto had already appeared behind her with a shuinpa and slashed with a knife. At the same time, she felt a shock force spreading throughout her body, and she suddenly felt numb all over, and her movements were hindered to a certain extent. At the same time, the mercury surrounding her began to vibrate as well. Ripples like water ripples appeared on its surface. These mercury actually shared most of my shock force with her. Makoto Ito was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that these strange mercury could even withstand his shock force. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. In addition, the Ryatsu currently unleashed by Kasumigauji Asayuki is not weaker than that of Ito Makoto, who has borrowed 30% of his original Ryatsu, and it is even stronger. Therefore, the effect of shock force is very small. Because Ito Makoto needs to maintain this square boundary that stretches for several kilometers at all times to block the outside world's view. Therefore, the consumption of Ryatsu is very great, so he must fight quickly and decisively. Fortunately, the inherent suppression and amplification effects of the 4 directions realm were not diminished by the barrier's excessive size. Kasumi Oji Asayuki's strength, speed, and Ryatsu were suppressed by 30%. On the other hand, Ito Makoto's speed and strength were significantly amplified. Therefore, even with her captain-level Ryatsu acquired through the taper blade, she was still outmatched by Ito Makoto. Just as the knife was about to chop off Xia Daliqianxue's head, her body was instantly wrapped in mercury. Seeing this, Ito Makoto immediately pulled back. According to his previous observations, as long as one is within a foot of these mercury-like things, he will be affected by them, as if time has been paused. Kaido number 54. Waste flame. Ito Makoto pointed his finger, and a disc-shaped flame flew out from his fingertips and attacked Kasumi no Mizuki. As a result, the mercury around her surged again and turned into a shield, completely blocking the Kaido. I never thought that even after all my painstaking efforts to have my taper blade devour the true blood of so many nobles to gain its power, I still couldn't defeat you. Ito Shizai, you're so strong. You're such a heartthrob. From behind the mercury transformed from the shield, Xia Dalachinshue's voice could be heard faintly. Doesn't the taper blade devour the host's Ryatsu? Why did you use the taper blade to kill so many members of the nobility? As the fight went on, Ito Makoto and Kasumigauji Asuyuki started chatting like old friends. I didn't expect that Makoto-kun knew so much about my Kasumigauji family, but my taper blade is quite special. Besides consuming the host's Ryatsu, it also likes to consume the true blood of nobles. I don't want to be devoured, so I have no choice but to trouble them. As she spoke, Kasumi no Ji Asuyuki controlled the mercury in the sky to transform into tentacles and rushed towards Ito Makoto. The third style of the god of annihilation, mustard net. A huge black net appeared out of nowhere, binding all the endless mercury. Taking this opportunity, Ito Makoto stepped on Shuanpa, raised the god of annihilation, and came in front of Kasumi Asaka and slashed down with a knife. Just when Ito Makoto was about to succeed, a snow-white python suddenly rushed out from the sleeve of Kasumigauji Asuyuki's left hand and bit Ito Makoto's right shoulder with lightning speed. In an instant, Ito Makoto suddenly felt cold all over. But Ito Makoto also didn't plan to let this girl go. After all, he was from the Zaraki team. Now that he had already taken action, there was no reason for him to return empty-handed. So he endured the discomfort in his shoulder and slashed out with his sword, exchanging injury for injury. A flower of blood instantly exploded on the woman's shoulder. Just as Ito Makoto continued to exert his strength to cut the woman in half, those annoying mercury had already escaped from the mustard net and began to defend. Makoto Ito had no choice but to withdraw. The mercury, like a tentacle, actually surged towards the wound on the woman's shoulder. In an instant, the shoulder that had been cut by Ito Makoto was restored to its original shape. However, the shattered death suit could not be restored, revealing the snow-white shoulders. The white python that bit Ito Makoto returned to her left hand and turned into a sealed sword. Don't forget, Makoto-kun, I'm a Shinigami too. This is my Zanpakuto, Han Shiwen. How does it feel? Ito Makoto turned his head and looked at the two hideous snake fang marks on his left shoulder, as well as the chilling feeling that spread throughout his body. Zanpakuto is truly the embodiment of the power of the Shinigami soul. Your sword suits you perfectly, Kasumigauji. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Ito Makoto said, Kasumi no Ji Asuyuki was not angry but temporarily stopped her attack and said with a sweet smile, Qingjun, I'll take this as a compliment. This commotion is so loud, it's hard to tell who's the winner between the two of us. I'm sure we'll attract a captain soon. How about we both stop fighting for now? After saying this, Kasumi Oji Asuyuki actually put away both Zanpakuto and Imo Yaodao and walked straight to Ito Makoto, ignoring the annihilation god that Ito Makoto had placed on her neck. Just like that, she let the god of annihilation cut her snow-white, slender neck, and trickles of blood flowed back along the blade and dripped onto the back of Ito Makoto's hand. Don't be nervous, Qingjun. I'm helping you detoxify. Xia Dalachinsue ignored the bleeding wound on her neck and just walked straight towards him. Then she stood on tiptoe, and in front of Ito Makoto's astonished gaze, she kissed Ito Makoto on the right shoulder that was bitten by her Zanpakuto. What on earth are you doing, you crazy woman? Anyone injured by my cold chi kiss will be infected with the cold poison. Although you, Qingjun, can slowly heal yourself with the help of your captain-level Ryatsu, it will take an extremely long time. My own saliva is the only antidote to this cold poison. As soon as Kasumigauji Asuyuki finished speaking, Ito Makoto felt that the coldness that permeated his body instantly dissipated. After his body returned to normal, Ito Makoto immediately used Shuanpa to distance himself from the woman. He didn't want to provoke such a femme fatale at all. Crash! Countless mercury flowed out from Xia Dalachinshue's cuffs and rushed to her neck. The wound that was originally bleeding profusely healed instantly. Qingjun, can you tell me how you learned the secret of the Mo Yao knife? Asuyuki Kasumigauji looked into Ito Makoto's eyes and asked affectionately. Ito Makoto was not confused by her appearance and just said lightly, You guess. Duh. Chapter 79. Outside the barrier, only a group of nobles were left in the courtyard, feeling anxious and frustrated. Hey, what's going on with Komoi? The noble who had previously witnessed his offspring being bitten off by Jillian was now grabbing Yunjing's collar and lifting him up. This event was hosted by your Kasumi family. How could such an outrageous accident happen? Ever since your family head went in, We haven't been able to see what's going on inside. What the hell are you, the Kasumi family, up to? This middle-aged noble was hysterically venting his anger at Yunjing, a retainer of the Kasumigauji family. Sasakura-kun, calm down. The head of the family is also trapped in this barrier. We, the Kasumiyaji family, are more anxious than you, Yunjing said with a serious expression and righteous words. However, the nobles still refused to buy it, and even surrounded the Kasumigauji family's guard of honor. Some nobles also looked at the group of Shinigami soldiers who were blocked outside the barrier and the vice-captain of the 4th Division, Yamada Sinasuke. You bunch of useless Shinigami. Are you even capable of this? Why can't you even open a barrier? Upon hearing this, Yamada Sinasuke immediately looked in the direction of the voice. After the noble who spoke met Yamada Sinasuke's cold eyes, he fell silent instantly. Suddenly a voice came from a distance. Captain Aizen is here. The Shinigami soldiers turned around and saw a tall man with medium-length hair, black-framed glasses, a very elegant and easygoing look, and a captain's Haori, walking towards this place on Shuinpa. It was none other than the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke. He murmured as he looked at the huge barrier that stretched for several kilometers in the hunting ground in front of him. Interesting. But the next moment, a look of anxiety suddenly appeared on Aizen Sosuke's elegant and easygoing face. Everyone, this barrier is extremely difficult to break. Please join forces with me. So in the eyes of everyone outside the barrier, it looked like the Shinigami soldiers and Aizen had to work together to break the barrier with great difficulty. But the reality hidden beneath the illusory appearance was that Aizen calmly looked at the double barrier before him and pointed directly. Kaido number 4. White thunder. A pure white lightning bolt as thick as a bowl shot out, like a divine sword that created the world, and shot towards the huge barrier that stretched for several kilometers. The double barrier that had left many Shinigami soldiers helpless was directly penetrated by Aizen's white lightning. Crash! The moment the barrier was broken, a huge explosion sounded from the crack in the barrier, and a huge spirit particle storm raised a cloud of dust. Soon, the smoke and dust cleared, revealing the vast hunting grounds to be empty except for 2 figures supporting each other, Ito Makoto and Kasumi Ogiasuyuki. Both were covered in blood, looking as if they had just been through a brutal battle. Boss! Seeing the appearance of Kasamiduru Asakatsu, Yunjing and a group of servants of the Kasamiduru family rushed over. Master Xiadalu, where are our people? Everyone. Xiadalu Qinshua's voice was filled with sorrow, but before the nobles could ask her any detailed questions, Xiadalu Qinshua fell headfirst onto the servants who came to greet her. Seeing this, Ito Makoto, who was standing by, also hurriedly imitated Kasumigauji Asuyuki and fell down. This is your 11th Squadron dormitory. There's no one else here. You can wake up now. The voice of Yamada Sinasuke came faintly to Ito Makoto's ears. So he opened his eyes tentatively. As a result, I saw Yamada Sinasuke's smiling face. All right, Ito Shiki, stop pretending. I've checked all the wounds on your body. There are many, but they're all superficial. You probably cut them yourself. The only serious wound is on your right shoulder, but that has already been treated by an extremely experienced kaido. You cured this yourself, didn't you? Kaido was quite good at it. I didn't expect that crazy woman Xiadalu Qinshua didn't kill you. I'm really surprised. After hearing what Yamada Sinasuke said, Ito Makoto simply stopped pretending and sat up. How do you know everything? Looking at Yamada Sinasuke, who was looking at him with a depressed look on his face. I don't know everything, I only know part of it. Someone from the Tsuneyashiro family told me. After hearing what Yamada Sinasuke said, Ito Makoto no longer found it strange. It seems that he has been mixed up with Tsuneyashiro Tokunada for a long time. It is reasonable that the Tsuneyashiro family, who control the great spiritual book corridor, knows everything about the Kasumigauji family. Now that we're awake, let's get ready to go. Yamada Sinasuke showed an intriguing smile and looked at Ito Makoto. Departure? Where to? Where else can I go? Of course I'll go to Central 46 for trial. Nearly 100 nobles died in this incident. You, me, and the Shinigami soldiers responsible for the protection will be sent to Central 46 for questioning. Yamada Sinasuke told the story while packing his medical kit. What about Xiadalu Qinshua? After hearing what Ito Makoto said, Yamada Sinasuke paused while packing his things and gave Ito Makoto a strange look. The head of Kasumiyaji is the 11th ranked sage in Central 46. She's the only one who judges others, and no one else can judge her. 11 sages? Oh. After hearing this, Ito Makoto finally understood why in the original storyline, the Kasumigauji family, which was the first noble family after the 5 noble families, fell into the control of the retainer Komoi. So don't worry, This incident itself was caused by this crazy woman, and most of the nobles who died were poor minor nobles. I'm sure she'll try to make this matter less of a big deal for the sake of herself and the Zyatolov family. So we're just going through the motions, giving a minor punishment and a major warning. Soon, Yamada Sinasuk packed up his medical box, turned around, and looked at Ito Makoto with a serious expression. Speaking of which, I do have a personal matter that I'd like to trouble Ito fourth seat with. Yamada Sinasuk's tone was very sincere, and he even bowed to Ito Makoto as he spoke. I'm leaving Godei 13 and moving to Noble Street to take up the position of General Agent of Mao Shiakuen. I'd like to ask Ito-kun to take over my position as Vice Captain of the 4th Division. Ito-kun's kaido is so proficient that you're qualified to be the Vice Captain of the 4th Division. Besides, you're from the 11th Division, so you're quite strong. You'll definitely be able to please Captain Unohana in the future. Please, Ito-kun. While speaking, Yamada Sinasuk bowed to him again. Damn it, I just love bowing these days. Makoto Ito secretly complained in his heart. Kaido said seriously, Vice Captain Yamada, we're all guilty right now. Let's wait until we're interrogated by Central 46 first. Chapter 80. Central 46, Underground Meeting Room. In the dim conference hall, a beam of light suddenly shone on Ito Makoto's face. Makoto Ito looked around and found that he was in the center of the conference hall. Around him were seats numbered from 1 to 46, which were divided into 3 layers and formed a circle. Is this the legendary Central 46? The so-called Central 46, composed of 40 sages and 6 judges, is the highest judicial body of Seoul society. These members are usually nobles or elders, holding extremely high status and influence. Furthermore, Central 46 has immense power, being able to mobilize Godei 13, the secret mobile force, the Kaido group, and all other Shinigami groups except the Zero Squad. At this moment, Ito Makoto discovered that the sages in seats 1 to 10 above his head were not present, while seats 11 to 46 opposite were all full. So, in the eyes of the top 10 sages, the death of nearly 100 impoverished nobles is nothing. 4th seat of the 11th Division, Ito Makoto. In an instant, a majestic voice came from behind the screen with the number 17 written on it. You failed to provide adequate protection during the hunting tournament, resulting in the deaths of nearly 100 talented young nobles. I was originally expelled from Godei 13 and would never be employed again, but considering your meritorious service in protecting the head of Kasumiduru, I will grant you a lighter sentence. At this moment, sage number 17 stopped talking. A female voice sounded from behind the screen number 11. Therefore, I hereby deduct your salary for 300 years. From now on, no matter what position you hold within Godei 13, you will receive no salary for 300 years. Although the voice was deliberately thickened, Ito Makoto knew it was Kasumigauji Asayuki as soon as he heard it. When he heard this woman's verdict on him, Ito Makoto's mouth twitched. Ito Makoto glanced at the screen number 11 intentionally or unintentionally. Although the screen was covered with a special kaido, making it unclear, he seemed to see Kasumigauji Asayuki casting a mocking look at him. Okay. Originally, he thought that Xia Delachienshue would take this opportunity to frame him for colluding with Minos Grande. Unexpectedly, what Yamada Sinasuk predicted was right, and the big thing was turned into a small thing. As for exposing Xia Delachienshue's wanton slaughter of lower-ranking nobles to feed Mo Yaodao, Ito Makoto suddenly thought of that sentence. Who in the hall is suing me? Soon, Ito Makoto walked out of the underground meeting room of Central 46 and turned his head to look at Yamada Sinasuk, who was waiting for trial. Yamada Sinasuk, your dereliction of duty has resulted in the deaths of nearly 100 members of the nobility. I hereby sentence you to be expelled from Godei 13 and never to be employed again. At the same time that Central 46 was trying Ito Makoto and Yamada Sinasuk, in the video room of the Great Spirit Book Corridor under the underground meeting room, the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke, and the captain of the 3rd Division, Ikamura Jin, were openly watching the situation at the hunting ground that day. But even in the video hall of the Great Spirit Book Corridor, people could see what happened in the barrier. They only saw the scene where Minos Grande Fleur released a beam of light that directly penetrated the barrier and rescued Wanda Weiss. Oh my, this Minos Grande is really interesting. Its ability can easily pass through the barrier. I wonder if it can deal with the soul-blocking membrane of the Tranquil Spirit Court. If possible, it can be a way out for us. On the side, Ikamaru Jin said with a smile while narrowing his eyes. Aizen Sosuke stared at the screen in the void in front of him and observed it carefully. For a moment, his eyes seemed to be fixed on Ito Makoto, who came out of the barrier. Guess what happened in this barrier? Aizen Sosuke used his middle finger to adjust the black-framed glasses on his cheek, his expression still as calm and composed. Captain Aizen is really good at giving people problems. My guess is that the Kasumi family is playing with something dangerous like the taper blade again. Ikamaru Jin shrugged the lazy kaido. Aizen did not show any anger towards Ikamaru Jin's nonchalant attitude. Just a faint smile. The so-called Mo Yao knife is nothing more than an external object. Strength is the result of seeking within to the limit, and then taking measures to surpass that limit. This is the true meaning of the strong becoming stronger. What the Kasumigauji family has been pursuing for hundreds of years is putting the cart before the horse. Those who think they are the rule makers and powerful individuals are nothing more than larger ants in my opinion. Central 46, which also adheres to the same theory, is just a bunch of dead bones in the grave. This decayed and dilapidated soul society is such a pity. After listening to Aizen's long speech, Ikamaru Jin smiled as usual and said, "Oh my, Captain Aizen always speaks so philosophically." After leaving the underground meeting hall of Central 46, Ito Makoto headed straight for the 11th Division's barracks. Thanks to the Kasumigauji family's efforts, the hunting ground disaster had come to an end. As for the so-called punishment of deducting his salary for 300 years, Ito Makoto didn't take it seriously at all. Not to mention how long he could work in Soul Society. The person who set the disciplinary rules for him would definitely not live to see that day. Just as Ito Makoto was approaching the 11th Squadron's barracks, he saw an unexpected person. He was an old man with messy hair and a haggard figure. Seeing the person in front of him, Ito Makoto sighed helplessly. "Hey, Yano-senpai, why are you doing this?" This person was none other than Zung Yano. The last time Ito Makoto saw him was half a month ago. At that time, he was still a spirited old man, but now he has become so miserable in such a short time. "Ito Sishi, you were also inside the barrier at that time. I only want to ask how my poor granddaughter Chia died." Looking at Yano Zien, who was now almost crazy, Ito Makoto was silent for a short time and then slowly spoke. "Didn't the Zidala family already tell you how your granddaughter died? She died in a disaster." Ito Makoto spoke in a calm tone, but he emphasized the three words Kasumigauji. After hearing this, Yano Zien did not say anything else, but just bowed to Ito Makoto, then turned and left, his back looking a little desolate. As soon as Makoto Ito stepped into the lobby of the 11th Squadron's barracks, he noticed that the atmosphere was not right. At this moment, Zaraki Kenpachi, Kusajushi Yutru, Ikaku, and Yumichiko were all standing in the hall looking at him. "Hey, isn't this Vice Captain Ito from the 4th Division? How did you find time to come to our 11th Division?" As soon as Ito Makoto stepped into the hall, he heard Madarame Ikaku grinning and speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Huh? Ikaku-senpai, what are you talking about?" Just as Ito Makoto was about to say something, Madarame Ikaku handed him the appointment letter with an unhappy look on his face. Looking at the appointment letter in his hand, Ito Makoto was really feeling a little nervous. Central 46, just find me 300 years of salary and then directly appointed me as the vice captain of the 4th Division. What's going on with Central 46? However, this also fulfilled Ito Makoto's wish. His original plan was to find an opportunity to transfer to the 4th Division, but he didn't expect that the appointment to Central 46 would come down at this time. It was like someone handed him a pillow just when he was about to fall asleep. "Little Ito Makoto, you've been promoted, so why don't you treat us to a drink?" Ayasegawa Yumichika on the side started to make noises. Ito Makoto held his forehead and smiled bitterly. "Seniors, please forgive me. I was just fined 300 years of salary." Zaraki Kenpachi, who was sitting on the main seat, stood up. "Hey, Ito, you're leaving the 11th Division soon. Why don't you take this opportunity to fight me again?" Zaraki Kenpachi looked at Ito Makoto with a fighting spirit on his face. Seeing this, Madarame Ikaku next to him also laughed and pulled out his Zanpakuto. The next day, Makoto Ito, covered in bandages, reported to the 4th Squad barracks early in the morning. "Ito, Vice Captain, what's wrong with you? Do you need me to treat you?" Unohana Retsu looked gently at Ito Makoto, who had almost wrapped himself up like a mummy. Chapter 81. Hueco Mundo, less big, but bigger. Chuan held a small centipede with dark gold patterns all over its body in his hand. It opened its mouth and spit out a small light that emitted a faint white light. Chuan held the small light spot, and the corners of his mouth under the mask were almost curled up to the sky. Jinjo is quite capable. He found the second Soul King fragment so quickly. Soul Eater. As Soul Eater was activated, this Soul King fragment, like the previous one, turned into a pure white spirit particle and was completely absorbed by him. Ah, this feeling is so wonderful. Feeling the comfort flowing through his limbs, Chuan moaned in pleasure. Just 2 more, and I'll definitely succeed. After successfully absorbing the second Soul King fragment, Chuan's little centipede clone opened the black cavity on its own and went to the real world, returning to Inching's side. Chuan transformed into a brilliant streak of lightning and quickly rushed to the Minos Grande house he had built with his own hands. Just as he was passing by the new land, he felt 3 Ryatsu erupting dozens of miles to the left in front of him. One of the Ryatsu was hollow, and this Ryatsu was actually on par with Haribel's. The remaining 2 Ryatsu were extremely violent and somewhat chaotic, exactly the same as the incomplete Aaron car that Makoto Ito encountered during the soul burial assessment. Another Vasto Lord. Could it be? Thinking of this, Chuan immediately changed direction, and with a flash of lightning, he headed towards the place where Ryatsu exploded. Bang! A Vasto Lord, a centaur with a skull mask and 2 horns on his face and holding a double-headed spear, was thrown into a sand pit in a miserable state. Impossible. You are just Ajuches. How could you? Nelliello looked at the 2 Ajuches in front of her, whose appearance had changed drastically, with a puzzled look on her face. Ha ha ha, Ajuches. We are no longer those low-level creatures. We are now beings that transcend the boundaries of the void. Arankar. An incomplete Arankar with a broken mask, a pig's head, and a human body, with a fat belly, looked at the fallen Nelliello with a sarcastic expression. Next to it, another incomplete Arankar with a horse head and a human body wearing a broken Arankar showed a mouthful of steel teeth, with saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. You can't believe it. As a natural-born Vasto Lord, you will be killed by the Ajuches you once defeated. Cry, wail, let me see you begging for mercy. The incomplete Arankar with a human body and a horse head became more and more excited as he spoke, and even screamed strangely while talking. Start up. Nilu, covered in wounds, fell into the sand pit and was about to throw the bone spear in her hand in a desperate fight. The 2 Arankars stretched out their hands and aimed at Nelliello, accumulating zero. Seeing this scene, Nilu's mouth corners inadvertently raised in the sand pit. Sizzle. 2 powerful zero, accompanied by the sharp laughter of 2 incomplete Arankars, shot towards Nilu below. The next moment, a scene occurred that made the 2 Arankars dumbfounded. Vasto Lord, who was originally unable to fight anymore, suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 zero shots they shot. Then, the originally black and red zero was mixed with a pink zero, and the 3 zero were entangled together. The power of zero increased 3 times in an instant, and it blasted towards the 2 incomplete Arankars. Zero ensemble. Boom. The 2 centaurs in the incomplete Arankar reacted in time and dodged the Zero's ensemble with a loud turn, but the pig-headed man who reacted a little slower was not so lucky. Half of his body was blown to pieces, leaving only his fat lower body falling to the ground. Hiding in the dark, Chuan secretly smacked his lips. Aizen's Arankar experiment seems to be progressing a bit slowly. Why is the Arankar level still so low? Work harder, Master Aizen. I'm counting on you to transform these Minos Grandes under my command. The most ideal state of Arankar for a single Hogyoku should be that the Ajuches after Arankar can beat the Vasto Lord who is not yet Arankar. As it is now, 2 Ajuches Arankars besieged a Nilu who is not yet Arankar, and one of them was killed in return. Obviously, this Arankar is still too weak. This way, I don't even have the chance to go up and save the girl. Seeing the poor performance of the 2 incomplete Arankars, Chuan in the dark shook his head anxiously. In the field, Nelliello, who had killed the pig-headed man Arankar with a zero duet, was staggering with the double-headed spear in her hand raised high, about to throw it to shoot the remaining centaur Arankar. The horse-headed man Arankar was so frightened that he released several loud whirlwinds in succession to avoid being shot. Bang! As a result, as soon as she stood up, before she could raise her hands, Nilu fell into the sand pit again. The centaur Arankar, who had escaped hundreds of feet away, saw that Nilu was completely exhausted at this moment, and immediately turned around, wanting to take the opportunity to kill her. I never thought I'd have the last laugh. I'll be the only one left to savor Vasto Lord's flesh and blood. Hateful. Looking at the centaur Nilu slowly approaching him, he could only roar helplessly. Sizzle. In an instant, a dark golden lightning column fell from the sky. The centaur Arankar, who was secretly rejoicing, was directly struck by the dark golden lightning and became burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Nelliello tried hard to open her eyes, but only saw a blurry human figure, and then she fainted. Chuan stared at the two Aaronkar corpses on the ground and directly launched the soul-gnawing technique. Soon the two Aaronkars were devoured by Chuan. That's it. Feeling the spiritual energy provided by the corpses of the two Ajuchas, Chuan frowned. The Ryatsu provided by the two Aaronkars were no different from ordinary Ajuchas, except that they contained a trace of special spirit particles that were a degraded version of the Spirit King's power. This tiny amount was infinitesimally close to zero for Chuan. Not long after, the seriously injured and exhausted Nelielu woke up slowly and found that the wounds on her body had been simply treated, and the centaur Aaronkar who originally wanted to devour him had disappeared without a trace. Looking at the black-eyed, black-haired humanoid Minos Grande in front of her, Nilu's two large eyeballs under the mask rolled around. She gently pawed the sand pit in front of her with her front hooves and asked weakly, are you the one who saved me? Seeing Nilu's timid and awkward appearance, Chuan suddenly felt a little funny. She was not in human form, but she was so cute. What if her face was broken? Let me introduce myself. My name is Chuan. I am the leader of the Minos Grande house. I am currently looking for a kind and powerful partner like you to travel with me. Will you join us? Strange Vasto Lord. Faced with Chuan's solicitation, Nelielu was stunned at first, then walked around Chuan with her head held high. Although she had not yet reached the Aaronkar, her impressive figure, as the largest in the three realms, was already showing. Then he slowly extended a hand to Chuan. Hello, my name is Neliel Tu Odelschwank. Please take care of me from now on, buddy. Chapter 82. Time flies. 10 years have passed since Ito Makoto joined the 4th Division and became its vice-captain, and Chuan subdued Nel. During these 10 years, Ito Makoto has asked Unohana Retsu to teach him swordsmanship more than once, from hinting at the beginning to pestering him later, but Unohana Retsu has never been taken in, insisting that he is not good at swordsmanship. Although Ito Makoto did not learn any cutting techniques from Unohana Retsu in the past 10 years, she taught him everything she knew about Kaido, including not only Kaido for healing, but also Heido and Bakudo. Yes, the person who made the most progress in the past 10 years in the 4th Division was actually Kaido, and his own Ryatsu has also made great progress in the past 10 years. Even if he does not borrow Ryatsu from his original body, his own Ryatsu has already reached the ultimate level of 4th grade spiritual power 3 years ago, which is just one step away from the real captain level 3rd grade spiritual power. Now he is just one step away from reaching the captain level Ryatsu. Meanwhile, Chuan, who was far away in Hueco Mundo, had already obtained the 3rd Soul King fragment from the little centipede clone that remained with Jinjo Kogo. Now, Chuan only needed the last fragment to become the perfect Aaronkar. Hueco Mundo, less big, but bigger. The home of Minos Grande, located at the southern end of the Night Palace, was originally just a low hill and was originally the habitat of Haribel. Now, 10 years have passed. Under the transformation led by Chuan, several Vasto Lords, and a group of Ajuchas, it has been transformed into a magnificent underground palace. Lord Chuan, there have been a lot more Aaronkars in the direction of the Night Palace recently. I originally thought it was a new Vasto Lord who had taken over Aaronkars, but after some investigation, I found out that they were Ajuchas who were not fully Aaronkars. Chuan sat on the stone chair in the center of the underground palace, and Stark sat on his left. Since the House of Minos Grande was originally founded by Chuan, many Vasto Lords and Ajuchas call Chuan the leader of the House of Minos Grande. Even Stark, the current strongest fighter in the House of Minos Grande, also calls Chuan Sir. The bonfire in the underground palace flickered, illuminating the hideous mask covered with dark gold patterns on Chuan's face. Don't worry, Stark. Those so-called Aaronkars are just poor imitations of you. Chuan spoke calmly, not taking the suddenly appearing Aaronkars seriously at all. As the two were talking, a surge of Aaronkar's Ryatsu shot up into the sky, surging throughout the underground palace. The moment he felt this Ryatsu, Chuan was startled for a moment before the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's here already. How come it's years ahead of the original? Is it because I gathered all these Vasto Lords together? At the entrance of the Minos Grande house, a half-human, half-shark Aaronkar with a sword mark carved on his mask was unscrupulously releasing his violent Ryatsu. This Aaronkar was one of the Ajuchas that had followed Barragan to defeat Haribel. He had offended Haribel because of his foul mouth and was half-killed by a sword. After that, Aaronkar immediately came to seek revenge on Haribel. According to the original plot, Aizen should appear at the last critical moment, kill him with one sword, and then successfully subdue Haribel. According to the original timeline, This incident occurred at least after Nilu was assassinated by Neutra and Sao Laporo and fell out of Espada, which was several decades later. But now Nilu hasn't arrived yet, but this guy arrived first. How could Yi Chuan not be surprised? Then, Yi Chuan turned into a flash of lightning and appeared directly at the entrance of Minos Grande's house. The white snake Su Sun's son, the red goat Perk, the strange fish barns, and other ajuches who had been blocking the errand car at the door, knelt down and bowed to him when they saw that it was Yi Chuan who came. In the past 10 years, after they established the house of Minos Grande under the leadership of Yi Chuan, they no longer had to get involved in the ignorant fighting all day long. These 10 years were also the most stable 10 years they had spent in their long virtual lives. The name of the house of Minos Grande even overshadowed the Shuya Palace at one point. Therefore, everyone in Minos Grande is convinced of Yi Chuan. A mere vasto lord, get her out here and die. The shark errand car was seen erupting with violent ryatsu all over its body, almost condensing into a solid ryatsu as it crushed towards the ajuches and Yi Chuan. This ryatsu. Yi Chuan carefully felt the ryatsu emitted by the shark hollow, which was much stronger than the two that besieged Nell 10 years ago. It had indeed broken through the limitations of ajuches to the point where it could barely fight against Vasto Lord, but it was far from the level in the original work where it could suppress Harabel without Arankar. Sure enough, because of me, the incident happened earlier, but his development couldn't keep up. After figuring out the key, Yi Chuan no longer wanted to play with this incomplete Arankar. He just glanced at him and sneered. We have many Vasto Lords in the Minos Grande house. I wonder which one you are looking for. Everyone, there's a customer looking for Vasto Lord. Why don't you show up? As Yi Chuan finished speaking, 3 huge Ryatsu light pillars rose from the Minos Grande house behind him. These 3 Ryatsu came from Harabel, Neliel, and Ulquiorra respectively. How is this possible? Just as the shark Arankar was stunned, a 4th wave of Ryatsu rose. This Ryatsu belonged to Stark, who was already completely Arankar. Feeling this Ryatsu as powerful as the abyss and the sea, he was frightened and trembled. After feeling these 4 terrifying Ryatsu, the shark void's ecstasy of gaining powerful strength was already thrown out of the window. He immediately turned around and tried to run away. But after he took 7 turns, he found that he had not moved away at all. Instead, his body shrank to the size of a mosquito and was held in the right palm of the mysterious humanoid Minos Grande. Yi Chuan just clenched his right hand, and the shark Arankar, which had been so arrogant just now, was crushed to death by Yi Chuan like a stink bug. Yi Chuan still absorbed it with his soul eater based on the principle of not wasting anything. However, this incomplete Arankar only brought minimal improvement to him. After killing the shark Arankar, Yi Chuan did not relax. The fact that Arankar was here at this moment must have been Aizen's doing, which meant that Aizen was watching from a distance. Suddenly, Yi Chuan seemed to have a sudden impulse and looked towards the open space in front of him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Thunder Sea Realm. In an instant, dark golden lightning pillars rose from all around the Minos Grande house, and were about to destroy everything except the underground palace of the Minos Grande house. Minos Grande's house is Yi Chuan's lair, so he naturally planted mines all around it early on. Once a strong enemy arrives, he can directly activate them and catch the enemy off guard. When Yi Chuan was still Jillian, this move killed more than 60 ajuches in Shuya Palace at the same time. Now that Yi Chuan has been promoted, the power of this move has naturally doubled. Even if 3 or 5 ordinary captain-level figures from Soul Society came together, they would probably die instantly the moment they stepped into the Sea of Thunder domain he had set up in advance. But Yi Chuan knew very well that this move would not be able to kill Aizen Sosuke, and he did not expect to kill Aizen with this, so he just wanted to give Aizen a warning. As expected, Aizen, who used kaido to conceal his body, was soon exposed by the thunder. However, looking at the dark golden sea of thunder that filled the sky, Aizen still had a faint smile on his face, as calm as ever. Kaido no 90. Black coffin. As Aizen's words fell lightly, a huge square, pitch-black coffin that was hundreds of feet tall took shape instantly, with many equally pitch-black spikes inserted on it. Bang! The endless sea of thunder and the giant black coffin both exploded. The giant black coffin disappeared into thin air, and the 81 thunder seeds that Yi Chuan had laid in advance also completely disappeared. In an instant, a terrifying hurricane swept across the sky and the earth. Chapter 83. Seeing Aizen Sosuke easily breaking through his Thunder Sea realm, Yi Chuan did not hesitate at all. All of you return to the Minos Grande house. With a wave of his hand, He drove away the Ajuchas who were confronting the shark Arankar at the entrance of Minos Grande's house, because he knew that no matter how many of them came, they would all be food for Aizen. Call out. Aizen suddenly came to his side with a shuanpa. He just stood beside Yi Chuan, looking at him with a smile on his face. Yi Chuan seemed to be stared at by a prehistoric beast, with the hair on his body standing on end, as if he was going to be swallowed up in the next moment. At the same time, a terrifying Ryatsu that was enough to shake the entire Hueco Mundo rose from Aizen's body and began to crush Yi Chuan. Huh, do you think I'm Galalu? You want me to kneel just because of Ryatsu? Sensing Aizen's intention, Yi Chuan snorted coldly, and a dark, golden violent Ryatsu surged out of his body and rushed into the sky, confronting Aizen's terrifying Ryatsu. At this moment, Yi Chuan felt like a small boat in the endless ocean, struggling to survive the storm. It seemed as if the ship would be destroyed and everyone would die in the next moment. Although Aizen's Ryatsu was only aimed at Yi Chuan, the moment Aizen released the Ryatsu, all the Minos Grandes in the Minos Grande house sensed Aizen's terrifying Ryatsu. Call out, call out, call out, call out. A series of ringing sounds rang out, and 4 figures appeared beside Yi Chuan and surrounded him in the middle, with powerful Ryatsu bursting out from their bodies. Apparently the 4 of them were helping Yi Chuan share the terrifying Ryatsu from Aizen. Just when the 2 sides were on the verge of a fight, Aizen suddenly withdrew the terrifying Ryatsu that was as deep as the sea. He first glanced briefly at Haribel and Neliel, then briefly paused on Ulquiorra, and finally stared at Stark for a long time before slowly speaking. I never thought there would be a self-produced Arankar. What a surprise. He looked at Stark as if he had seen a rare treasure. Then he turned to look at Yi Chuan, and when he saw the sealed state at his waist, his expression was startled. You are the leader of the Minos Grande house. Facing Aizen's question, Yi Chuan swallowed his saliva, and then said to Kaido calmly, I am Yi Chuan, the leader of the Minos Grande family. Who are you? Although Yi Chuan knew Aizen Sosuke's background very well, he still had to pretend. Hearing this, Aizen smiled slightly and said, In that case, let me introduce myself. My name is Aizen Sosuke. I'm the one who can lead you through obstacles and break through boundaries. After hearing Aizen's pretentious words, the corners of his mouth under the mask twitched involuntarily. But I still pretended to be surprised and asked, So, these Arankars in Hueco Mundo were all built by you, Excellency? Aizen Sosuke on the side seemed very satisfied with Yi Chuan's supporting role, and the smile on his face never faded. Can you make it so that we are all Arankar like Stark? Yi Chuan asked Aizen while the iron was hot. My research is almost complete, and by then all the hollows in Hueco Mundo will be perfectly Arankarized. Aizen pushed his black-framed glasses up on his nose and slowly Kaido. It's almost done, but that means it's not done yet. Of course, Yi Chuan could only complain secretly in his heart at this time. After a moment, Yi Chuan bowed slightly to Aizen. Then please, Aizen-kun, lead us on the path to a perfect Arankar. This was not the end yet. With a long roar from Yi Chuan, dozens of Ajuchas and Lilinettes poured out from the underground palace of Minos Grande's house. Even Wanda Weiss and her pet, the giant Ajuchas Fleur, came. Except for Grimjow and his followers who were not here for the time being. All members of Yi Chuan's command appeared in front of Aizen. Now that the Minos Grande family has come out in full force, it is both a gesture of goodwill to Aizen and a deterrent. Although it may not be of any use, at least it gave Aizen the aura of, don't go too far, or I will fight you to the death. I, Yi Chuan, am willing to represent all Minos Grandes of the house of Minos Grandes and form an alliance with Lord Aizen. As long as Lord Aizen can lead us on the path of evolution, then we are willing to become the sharp blade in your hand and clear away all obstacles for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of Minos Grande behind him followed suit. I wish to form an alliance with Aizen-kun. I wish to be with Aizen-kun. Seeing this scene, even Aizen was stunned for a moment, because he really didn't expect that this trip would be so smooth and he could conquer the Minos Grande house without bloodshed. Although it did not achieve the expected effect, it made all the Minos Grande in front of him bow down to him. But the other party had already lowered his stance sufficiently. He was not about to kill the entire Shia palace like he had done to Berrigan. Of course, Aizen is so shrewd that he can see that Yi Chuan is not sincere, but so what? Aizen needed Arankar's experimental materials to perfect his half of Hogyoku, while Yi Chuan needed Aizen's help with the Minos Grande Arankar under his command. The two of them are just collaborating to get what they want. Aizen looked at the Minos Grande in front of him and nodded slightly, then slowly said, Don't worry, everyone. Your Arrancar day is very near. I swear here, no matter what happens, as long as you stand with me, there will be no rivals in front of us. Aizen's voice was deafening, combined with his unparalleled strength and his stunning appearance. If Chuan hadn't opened the god's perspective in advance, he would have almost believed it. Suddenly at this moment Aizen said, Kawakuin, I think you look more like a Shinigami than a hollow. If I'm not mistaken, you seem to be able to succeed in Arrancar without my help. It seems you've already come a long way on this path. Aizen still stared at Chuan with that strategizing look. Aizen Kuin's eyes are sharp indeed. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Chuan simply stopped hiding it and admitted it openly. But when Chuan looked up again, Aizen was nowhere to be found. Only a few light words remained. I hope that when we meet again next time, you will have taken that step. Huh. After confirming that Aizen had indeed left, Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was only after a brief confrontation with Aizen that he realized just how strong Aizen was. Therefore, Aizen's surrender is only a temporary solution. Only when you are strong enough can you be qualified to negotiate with him. At this moment, his desire to quickly reach Arrancar became stronger and stronger. Only one piece left. As long as Jinjo Kugo gets another Soul King fragment, Chuan can perfect Arrancar. I hope I won't have to wait too long for this day. Chapter 84. Night in Hanaka Town. A figure was chasing something, striding quickly down the street. He had short hair combed back to the neck, wide eyebrows with slightly upward hooks, brown eyes, a tall and strong build, and wore a black coat with a fur collar and a silver cross necklace on his chest. This person is none other than Jinjo Kugo. 10 years have passed, and the little Jinjo has become a senior student at Yuhua High School. Since he came from an orphanage, he had to work part-time to earn a living while completing his studies. He also occasionally had to guest star as a Shinigami to help the present world eliminate the void and help Chuan collect the Soul King fragments. His extracurricular life can be said to be very fulfilling. Sizzle. On its right shoulder lay a small centipede with dark golden lines all over its body. It was Chuan's centipede clone. At this moment, the centipede's body surface lit up with a faint dark golden glow. Seeing this, Jinjo Kugo frowned slightly. Has another hollow appeared? Why are there so many hollows in Yuka Town lately? Before he could help but sigh, the little centipede on his shoulder jumped down and guided him somewhere. Roar! A loud roar pierced the silence of the night and spread to several surrounding streets. Although the ordinary people living in Yuka Town could not hear the roar, they felt dizzy the moment the roar was heard, as if someone was constantly beating drums and gongs in their ears. Is this Jillian? How could Jillian appear in this world? Didn't Makoto say that Jillian usually only stays in Hueco Mundo? Looking at Jillian, who was nearly 100 meters tall and exactly the same as the one described by Ito Makoto, Jinjo Kugo didn't hesitate at all. His soul rushed out of his body, and he slashed at Jillian with a sealed sword in hand. He couldn't let Jillian destroy Yuhua Town, where he had lived for more than 10 years. Jinjo Kugo stepped on Shuinpa and rushed to Jillian at an extremely fast speed and slashed at Jillian's big feet that looked like white bones. With a wave of his hand, he chopped off the big feet. Roar! With Jillian's scream of pain, Jillian, who had lost both legs and was unable to stand, immediately fell backwards. Boom! Jillian, a giant nearly 100 meters tall, fell on the street of Yuka Town. Fortunately, there were no tall buildings behind it, otherwise countless innocent people would have lost their lives. Seeing Jillian falling to the ground after losing both legs, Jinjo Kugo raised his knife, stabbed it into Jillian's crotch, and then rushed forward to cut the huge Jillian in half. Just like that, Jillian was killed cleanly and neatly by Jinjo Kugo. Although Jinjo Kugo has never studied in the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy for a single day, he received systematic training from Ito Makoto 10 years ago, and he has a solid foundation as a Soul King candidate, and he has been hunting down hollows wandering the world for the past 10 years. His current strength is comparable to that of some senior officials. Just as Jinjo Kugo finished dealing with Jillian and was about to return to his physical body, he suddenly felt another violent Ryatsu appear behind him. Clang! Jinjo Kugo instinctively raised his sword to block, but was still blown away by the huge force. Bang! Jinjo Kugo crashed directly into the electric pole, knocking it down. Call out! A figure stepped on Xiong and turned to attack Jinjo Kugo. Jinjo Kugo rolled over and narrowly avoided the attack. Ahem, what the hell? With the help of the dim moonlight, Jinjo Kugo could finally see clearly what had attacked him. He was covered in dark purple steel skin, with a coxcomb on his head that looked like a steel knife, and a broken mask on his face covered with bulging muscles. What the? Obviously, Jinjo Kugo didn't know what Arrancar was. He just looked at the monster in front of him that seemed neither real nor real, and the violent Ryatsu it emitted. Suddenly, I felt overwhelmed. Call out. Arankar, who looked like a chicken-headed man, stretched out his neck, used his head as a knife, and used the coxcomb on his head as a blade to stab towards Jinjo Kugo. Seeing this, Jinjo Kugo hurriedly raised his sword to block. Clang! With one strike, there was a sound of metal clashing, and sparks flew everywhere. Is this comb made of iron? Jinjo Kugo was shocked to find that the sealed sword that had been with him for 10 years had been hit by this coxcomb-headed monster, leaving a gap as thick as a little finger. Before he could even catch his breath, the coxcomb-haired Arankar attacked again. At the critical moment, Jinjo Kugo recalled the slashing technique taught by Ito Makoto, adjusted his breathing, and slashed out with one sword. Die, monster! Boom! With a loud bang, Jinjo Kugo flew backwards, rolled dozens of times on the road, and rolled directly from the Madara crossing at the previous intersection to the Madara crossing at the next intersection. F***K. Jinjo Kugo spat out a mouthful of blood foam, looked at the Zanpakuto in his hand that had been broken into 2 pieces, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Is this really the end for me? Looking at the coxcomb-headed Arankar who was closing in on him, Jinjo Kugo gritted his teeth, dropped the broken sealed stade in his hand, and staggered towards his physical body. I won't give up. I haven't fulfilled my promise to Makoto. I haven't become strong yet. I have not. Jinjo Kugo murmured as he walked over to his physical body and went back inside it. Have you reached your limit? Chuan saw Jinjo Kugo's situation clearly through the little centipede clone. As expected, with the strength of a chief officer, it's really too much to deal with the incomplete Arankar transformed from a special Jillian, right? Just as Chuan's little centipede clone's body was flashing with dark golden lines on its surface, and it was about to unleash the power of the original body left in this clone's body. Jinjo Kugo, who had returned to his physical body, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Arankar, the coxcomb-headed demon from hell, and he rushed forward with a quick step. I won't accept my fate. Just when he was about to touch the strange coxcomb-headed Arankar, Jinjo Kugo suddenly took off the cross pendant given to him by Ito Makoto from his neck and shouted at the same time. The gallows. The cross necklace turned into a huge 2-handed sword with a handle longer than the guard, a red gem inlaid in the center of the hilt, a hollowed-out part near the guard and decorated with a golden bracket. Die! Jinjo Kugo raised his giant sword high, rushed towards the coxcomb-headed man, and chopped it down with great force. Puff! Under the slash of Jinjo Kugo's giant sword, the coxcomb-headed Arankar, its comb like a steel knife, and its sturdy steel skin were chopped into pieces like paper. This is not the end yet. After killing the coxcomb-headed Arankar, Jinjo Kugo inserted the giant sword directly into the chest of the Arankar. The Ryatsu that originally belonged to Arankar was completely digested and absorbed by Jinjo Kugo. After being replenished with Ryatsu, Jinjo Kugo's Ryatsu, which had been completely dried up, gradually began to fill up. Chapter 85. Good boy, you've mastered the Fullbringer technique. At this moment, Chuan witnessed with his own eyes through the perspective of the little centipede the entire process of Jinjo Kugo awakening his Fullbringer to kill Arankar. At the same time as the battle between Inching and Arankar, in a hot spring hotel dozens of kilometers away from the scene of the incident. In the open-air hot spring, reclining was a muscular, white-haired man wearing an eyebrow ring and earrings. He also had a tattoo of the number 69 on his abdomen. He was humming a little tune while soaking in the hot spring, looking very calm. Plop! A figure fell directly into the hot spring and then suddenly rushed out of the water. She was a girl with short green hair, wearing goggles, an orange scarf, tights, and long boots. Chuanchi is such a pervert. He's not wearing any clothes. The girl spoke first. Upon hearing this, Muguruma Kensei, who was originally very happy, suddenly felt a vein popping on his forehead. Kuna Mishiro, you idiot. I'm the one taking a shower. The 2 people in front of me are Muguruma Kensei and Kuna Mishiro from the Masked Corps. Chuanchi, do you feel it? Kuna Mishiro suddenly put away his playful expression and looked at Muguruma Kensei with a serious face. It's just a Jillian-level Arankar. You can handle it yourself. Muguruma Kensei said nonchalantly. Call out. The next moment Kuna Mishiro disappeared from the spot, leaving only one sentence. Chuanchi is a big idiot. Soon, Kuna Mishiro arrived at the scene, but he only saw Jinjo Kugo holding a cross gallows and the little centipede hollow lying on Jinjo's shoulder. Because he had just absorbed the Ryatsu of the coxcomb-headed Arankar, Jinjo Kugo's body was now filled with Arankar's Ryatsu. Has Arankar reached this point now? Apparently, Kuna Mishiro mistook Jinjo Kugo, who had just absorbed Arankar Ryatsu but had not yet completely digested it, for Arankar. Without any explanation, she wiped her face, and a mask with 2 heart-shaped eye sockets and 4 small holes suddenly appeared on her face. Kuna Mishiro flashed and kicked Jinjo Kugo in the lower back. Bang! Just like that, Jinjo Kugo was kicked directly into the wall. Poor Jinjo Kugo had just escaped from the battle when he was kicked away by Kuna Mishiro again. Ahem! Jinjo Kugo struggled to his feet from the ruins of the walled courtyard. He glanced at Kuna Mishiro, who had kicked him away, and was stunned when he saw the hollow mask on her face. Human-shaped Minos Grande. Could this be the Vasto Lord that Makoto mentioned? Kuna Mishiro on the opposite side rushed up again and kicked without saying a word. Arankar die. The green-haired girl did a 360-degree turn in the air, then raised her leg high and kicked down with her slender right leg like a battle axe. Super flying kick. Seeing this, Jinjo Kugo had no choice but to raise the cross gallows and try his best to resist. Boom! However, after the hollow, Kuna Mishiro's strength increased significantly, and with one blow, he directly shocked Jinjo Kugo so much that he started bleeding from his mouth and nose. Who the hell did I offend? After saying this, Jinjo Kugo fainted on the spot. The little centipede clone hiding nearby was also completely confused. Someone from the Masked Legion? What's wrong with this woman? Seeing that Kuna Mishiro had already accumulated zero and was aiming at the unconscious Jinjo Kugo, Chuan knew that he could no longer sit idly by. After all, he still had to rely on Jinjo Kugo to find the Soul King fragments for him. Then, the dark golden lines on the surface of the small centipede lit up again, and a thick lightning whip shot out from the surface of the small centipede, heading straight for Kuna Mishiro, who was still accumulating zero in midair. Boom! A dark golden lightning whip rushed out from the small centipede's body and shot directly towards Kuna Mishiro in midair. Sizzle! This extremely powerful lightning whip came directly after, first piercing through Kuna Mishiro's emerald green zero, and then knocking her down from midair. Oh! With a scream, Kuna Mishiro fell directly from midair. Kuna Mishiro, whose body was charred, looked at the tiny centipede hollow. At this moment, the dark golden lines on its back had all disappeared. Kuna Mishiro really couldn't understand why a tiny hollow that looked so weak could deliver such a terrifying lightning strike. You didn't even faint? Chuan was somewhat surprised to find that the lightning whip had not had the effect he had expected, but there was nothing he could do about it. The power of the attack had already been retained within this clone from 10 years ago. After 10 years of decay, it was not easy for that lightning whip to unleash such power. Damn it! I don't believe you can deliver a second lightning strike like that. At this moment, Kuna Mishiro, whose body was charred by the lightning, also regrouped and slowly walked towards the unconscious Jinjo Kugo and the centipede clone. Just when Kuna Mishiro was about to kick the centipede clone to death, a huge irregular crack suddenly appeared in the comm space, and a flash of lightning rushed out of the black cavity at a speed faster than lightning, blocking the unconscious Jinjo Kugo and the centipede clone, and directly took Kuna Mishiro's super flying kick with one hand. Minos Grande in human form. Are you Vasto Lord? Seeing Chuan suddenly appear, Kuna Mishiro suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. How is that possible? Just as Kuna Mishiro was about to attack again, she found that Chuan turned into a flash of lightning and rushed in front of her at a speed he could not understand. He stretched out his right middle finger and lightly snapped it on her face. Bang! Kuna Mishiro's mask shattered. Is this true? Chuan raised his hand again and turned it into a knife, hitting her fair neck. In an instant, Kuna Mishiro lost consciousness just like Jinjo Kugo and collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Just when Chuan was about to carry Jinjo Kugo, who was like a dead dog, away from this place, a gust of wind swept in and headed straight for Chuan's face. Chuan waved his right hand to deflect the strong wind, while looking forward at the person who came. Bye, how are you? Muguruma Kensei came up to Kuna Mishiro with a shuinpa and helped her up. Looking at Kuna Mishiro, whose body was charred, Muguruma Kensei clenched his right fist and stared at Chuan with fierce eyes. Then he roared, "Hey, you're the one who hurt Kuna Mishiro like this. Are you ready to die?" Minos Grande. Looking at Muguruma Kensei's hysterical look, Chuan just smiled faintly. "I advise you not to bluff. That will only make you look even weaker." Hearing Chuan's words, Muguruma Kensei said coldly, "What an arrogant Minos Grande. You must be the legendary Vasto Lord. Are you ready to be the first Vasto Lord to die at my hands? Don't worry, it won't waste too much of your time." Chapter 86. Come to think of it, This is the first time I've encountered a Minos Grande of your caliber. So, I'll be a little more serious. Muguruma Kensei first helped Kuna Mishiro, who was seriously injured and unconscious, to the corner of the wall, and then took a Shuanpa step and came to the eaves in front of Chuan, looking down at Chuan. Then he turned his neck and twisted his wrists as if he was ready to fight a big battle. Call out. Muguruma Kensei rushed forward holding the Zampa Kudo, which was like a dagger, with wisps of hurricane wind wrapped around the blade. Facing the dagger that came with a hurricane, Chuan did not draw his sword, but instead a thread of lightning arc swirled on his right hand, and he caught it with his bare hands. Boom! The moment the lightning arc and the hurricane intersected, a strong wave of Ryatsu surged from between the two, devastating the surrounding streets and buildings. Seeing that his attack failed, Chuanshi withdrew and retreated. Due to the limitations of the present world's environment, he cannot use his full strength in order to protect the integrity of the present world as much as possible. Damn it! In this world, I can't fight as I please. Hearing Muguruma Kensei's words, Chuan immediately sneered. That's easy. Snap! As Chuan snapped his fingers, the area within dozens of meters around him and Chuanshi was enveloped by a dark golden Ryatsu, and a square lightning barrier took shape instantly. Four-sided Thunder Realm. This barrier is adapted from the four-sided boundary of the Shinigami clone. Although it does not have the amplification and weakening effects of the original four-sided boundary, it can also isolate Ryatsu and amplify the power of thunder. Originally, Chuan planned to take the unconscious Jinjo Kogo away from here directly, and it was Kuna Mishiro who took the initiative to attack and injure Jinjo Kogo. Chuan was very merciful by not killing Kuna Mishiro. Then another Muguruma Kensei appeared who couldn't tell the difference between the big and small kings, which made Chuan laugh out loud. I want to see how good you are as a unit of combat power. Chuan looked at Muguruma Kensei's face, which looked like he wanted a beating, and became a little impatient. Seeing Chuan actively opening the barrier, Muguruma Kensei spoke arrogantly. Minos Grande, you actually opened the barrier on your own initiative. You will pay for your foolish behavior. Noisy. Chuan was completely fed up with this incompetent and pretentious former captain of the 9th Division. At this moment, Muguruma Kensei raised the dagger in his hand and muttered, Bankai, Iron Fist cuts the wind. Immediately afterwards, a Ryatsu storm rose in the four-sided Thunder Realm. Looking closely, Muguruma Kensei's appearance had changed drastically. He was holding a toothed knife in each hand, his arms were wrapped in tracks, and the tracks on his two arms were connected behind his back. His back was also covered with strange armor. Call out. After Bankai, Muguruma Kensei's speed and Ryatsu were greatly improved. He rushed directly in front of Chuan and punched him hard. Boom! I can use Bankai to create a hurricane force, and the moment my fists make contact, I can pour it into my opponent's body. Feel the pain. With one punch, Chuan was blown to the edge of the barrier. Facing the attack of the measurement unit Muguruma Kensei Bankai, Chuan did not get carried away and still opened the thunder armor. Under the protection of the thunder armor, the seemingly devastating blow was easily neutralized by the dark golden thunder armor, leaving Chuan with only a slight numbness all over his body. This feeling is somewhat similar to the feeling of Chuan using a fascia gun to massage his chest in his previous life. Is this all you're capable of? Chuan looked at Muguruma Kensei with a sarcastic look on his face. Muguruma Kensei also looked solemn when he saw that Chuan, who had taken the full force of his Iron Fist Wanfeng, was not hurt at all. Sizzle. But Chuan didn't intend to waste any more time. He teleported behind Muguruma Kensei and then punched him as well. Bang! Muguruma Kensei was directly blasted to the edge of the barrier like a head start. Wow! With a mouthful of blood spurting out, Muguruma Kensei looked at the humanoid Minos Grande above him in disbelief. He really didn't expect that his most proud white hits failed to hurt the opponent at all, and he was injured by a punch. Unwilling to believe in evil, Quincy accumulated Ryatsu again, and then a large amount of hurricane mixed with Ryatsu surged from the armor behind his hands and attacked Chuan. Ola ola! Muguruma Kensei punched Chuan's chest dozens of times in a row, but Chuan simply covered his body with lightning armor and let Muguruma Kensei continue to attack. After dozens of punches, Muguruma Kensei stopped attacking, not because he broke Chuan's defense, but because he found that his hands were injured by the power of thunder due to direct contact with Chuan's armor. Looking at his charred hands, Muguruma Kensei was in disbelief. What a strong hollow. I underestimated you. But the next moment his expression returned to normal. Although I don't really want to use this power, I must use it to deal with beings of your level. As soon as he finished speaking, Kinshir, who was in the Bankai state, gathered Ryatsu on his charred right palm and wiped it towards his face. A white mask with 6 holes on it appeared directly on Kenshi's face. In an instant, Muguruma Kensei's Ryatsu skyrocketed, directly soaring from the bottom level of the 3rd-class spiritual power to the best among the 3rd-class spiritual power. Bankai plus Hollow? Interesting. In Yichuan's impression, Muguruma Kensei's Hollow and Bankai never seemed to be used at the same time, but now he used Bankai Hollow at full capacity to deal with Yichuan. Obviously, Yichuan was a very tough opponent for Muguruma Kensei, but it still doesn't help. Yichuan waved his left hand, and a dazzling lightning whip appeared out of thin air, which tied up Muguruma Kensei, who was about to rush over. Sizzle. Oh. Feeling the violent power of thunder flowing into his body along the thunder whip and wreaking havoc, Muguruma Kensei unleashed Ryatsu with all his strength in an attempt to break free from the restraints of the thunder whip. But no matter how he exploded, the thunder whip tied to his body remained motionless. How come? As Muguruma Kensei was struggling, Yichuan suddenly sensed several powerful Ryatsu coming towards him. Could it be someone from the Masked Legion? So, Yichuan didn't plan to waste any more time. He just waved his hand and Muguruma Kensei was thrown out and hit the barrier of the 4-sided thunder realm. Sizzle. With a flash of dark golden lightning arc, Muguruma Kensei was directly charred all over by the electric shock, and the Hollow and Bankai status were immediately released. The 4-sided lightning realm that was originally across the air suddenly dissipated, leaving only the unconscious Chuanchi falling heavily to the ground. Yichuan activated his invisibility ability and left with Jinjo Kugo. A moment later, several figures came on Shuinpa and helped up Kuna Mishiro and Muguruma Kensei, who were lying unconscious on the ground. The leader was a man with yellow bangs. Chapter 87. Jinjo Kugo covered his head, endured the muscle pain all over his body, and struggled to get up, only to find that he had inexplicably returned to his rental house. Then he looked towards the head of the bed, at the little centipede whose body was once again covered with dark golden lines. Did you save me? Soul Society Rakongai. Holding the god of annihilation in his hand, Ito Makoto swung out a powerful sword, cutting a huge ravine several meters deep in the hill in front of him. Call out. A shadow flashed by and pierced Ito Makoto's face. When he was only 1 foot away from her, Ito Makoto stretched out his left hand and grasped Suifeng's slender, soft hand that seemed boneless. Got you. Ito Makoto grinned. Ever since he'd chanced upon Suifeng here 10 years prior, they'd been sparring regularly. Although they'd initially had some disagreements, their relationship had improved considerably as their sparring sessions increased. Compared to the life-and-death fight with Zaraki Kenpachi, he still prefers fighting with Suifeng. Although both of them have greatly improved his fighting skills, he doesn't want to be chopped into pieces every time. After 10 years of continuous competition with Suifeng, his Shuinpa skills can be said to be almost the same as Suifeng. Now even some captains of Godai 13 are probably slightly inferior to him in Shuinpa. Just as Chuan was secretly delighted that he had completely seen through Suifeng's movements, he grabbed Suifeng's arm at the moment when Suzumabachi was about to stab him. Bakudo number 30, mouth flashing 3 times, Suifeng waved his left hand, and an inverted triangle with yellow fangs shot directly towards Ito Makoto. Seeing this, Ito Makoto had to pull back and avoid the Bakudo, but Suifeng did not want to let go of this rare opportunity to attack. He took a Shuinpa step, and the Suzumabachi on the middle finger of his right hand stabbed directly in the face again. Second style of Annihilation God, breaking the forbidden rule. In an instant, a thick black gas surged out from above the god of annihilation. Ito Makoto drew a circle with his knife, and the thick black gas condensed into 2 interlocking rings and hit Suifeng. Suifeng saw this and immediately stopped moving, trying to roll over to avoid this forbidden move. It's too late, Shunhong. A strong Kido aura surged out of Suifeng's body, then transformed into a gust of wind that swirled around Suifeng. Suifeng threw out with both fists. Double bones. With the help of Shunhong, he used White Hit's double bones to meet Ito Makoto's breaking ban. Boom. Thick smoke and dust were accompanied by a loud bang. At the same time, Suifeng's figure rushed out from the depths of the thick smoke, and a white gale formed in an instant and permanently surrounded his body. He attacked Ito Makoto with infinite power. Due to the fast speed, Ito Makoto had to raise his sword to block, but was still knocked back dozens of meters by Suifeng. He only managed to stabilize his body after hitting the huge rock behind him. Kojiya, you're amazing. I didn't expect you've mastered the instantaneous coaxing technique to this level. Hearing Ito Makoto's praise, Suifeng's face first showed a hint of joy, and then his face changed, and he said proudly, "Who are you calling Shaoling? Do we know each other well? Please call me Captain Suifeng. Do you understand? Vice Captain Ito." Suifeng's arrogant look made Makoto Ito amazed. "Yes, yes, Captain Suifeng." Suddenly, Suifeng in front of me smiled evilly. "Vice Captain Ito, your Ryatsu has already reached the ultimate level of the 4th level spiritual power, which is only a step away from the captain level Ryatsu. How about I help you?" Seeing Suifeng's expression, Ito Makoto felt something was wrong. "Suifeng, what do you want to do?" "What for?" "To help you break free from Ryatsu's shackles, of course." Before she finished speaking, Suifeng was wrapped in endless and rushed towards Ito Makoto. With the blessing of Shunhong, her Shuanpa was raised to a higher level. In just a moment, he was close to Ito Makoto, and Suzumabachi slashed across Ito Makoto's cheek, forming a black butterfly pattern on it. Looking at the B-shaped pattern on Ito Makoto's face, Suifeng chuckled. "Yes, this is much better." Provoked by Suifeng, Ito Makoto also became angry and immediately swung the Annihilation God in his hand. The secret of God Annihilation, 4 Directions Realm. A square gray-black barrier instantly covered a space of nearly 100 meters. Shock. With the blessing of the 4 Directions, the doubled shock force swept through Suifeng's body. "Humph, that trick again." Suifeng snorted coldly, and then Ryatsu erupted all over his body to resist the shockwave. Obviously, without the help of the main body's 30% Ryatsu, it would be difficult for Ito Makoto to cause substantial damage to a captain-level existence with even double the shock force of his own Ryatsu. In addition, as she fought with Suifeng many times, this little girl had developed a certain resistance to his shock force. Suifeng was seen bearing the force of the shock, enduring the discomfort, and moving close to Ito Makoto in a hand-to-hand combat. The third style of the God of Annihilation, Mustard Net. As Ito Makoto lightly touched the air with the tip of his knife, a small black dot on the tip of the knife instantly turned into a large black net and headed towards Suifeng net. Unexpectedly, Suifeng dodged it with a flash, and Ito Makoto's move was completely in vain. This is not the end yet. Suifeng pointed directly at the black butterfly pattern on Ito Makoto's cheek and acted as if he really wanted to kill him. Bakudo number 61, 6 Staff Light Prison. In an instant, 6 paths pale yellow light staffs emerged from all around Suifeng, trying to bind Suifeng in place. Boom! Suifeng's choice was also very simple. He just used an instant burst of energy to forcibly bounce away the 6-rod light prison. Damn, this is way more impressive than Iron Fist breaking the wind. Suifeng's instant roar is also of wind attribute, but it is much more useful than a certain unit of wind attribute Bankai. It directly bounced off Ito Makoto's 6-stick light prison. You should know that although Ito Makoto has not borrowed Ryatsu from the original body at this moment, Ito Makoto has already reached the ultimate of the 4th level spiritual power and is only 1 step away from the threshold of the 3rd level spiritual power. Suifeng, wearing the Suzumabachi, stabbed the remaining half of Ito Makoto's face, and a black butterfly pattern rose on each side of his cheek. Makoto Ito instantly turned into a clown face. At the same time, Suifeng threw a punch with his left hand, carrying a powerful punch that hit Ito Makoto's stomach solidly. Puff! Ito Makoto spat out a mouthful of blood, and then he felt a violent Ryatsu raging through his limbs and bones. So, Ito Makoto instinctively activated Ryatsu all over his body to fight against it. "Oh!" Ito Makoto roared. Suifeng's pure white Ryatsu entangled with Ito Makoto's dark gold Ryatsu. Ultimately powerful dark gold Ryatsu erupted from his body, dispelling the pure white Ryatsu. Meanwhile, Ito Makoto's aura continued to rise, breaking through the 4th level spiritual power limit and reaching the 3rd level spiritual power. Although it was the lowest level among the 3rd level spiritual powers, similar to Muguruma Kensei, without Hollow, it was indeed a 3rd level spiritual power, a captain level Ryatsu. And this was without the help of his original Ryatsu. After a while, after a period of adjustment, Ito Makoto had completely stabilized his Ryatsu at the level of 3rd level spiritual power. Then he slowly stood up and looked at Suifeng, who was standing in front of him and nodding. "Shaoling, how did you know this method could help me break through the bottleneck?" Hearing this, Suifeng raised his chin and smiled faintly. "No, I don't know. I just want to beat you up." Duh. Chapter 88. The 4th Squad's Barracks. In the Comprehensive First Aid Center, Makoto Ito is busy treating the wounds of many wounded people. "Oh!" A Shinigami soldier cried out in pain, holding his leg, which was only half eaten by the hollow. This man even pushed away the Shinigami soldier who stood up to bandage him in a frenzy. "Kill me! Kill me!" The wounded man was shouting and twitching all over, His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. Seeing this, Ito Makoto appeared beside the man in a flash, knocked him out with a knife, and then chopped off the half of his left leg with a knife. Kaido was then used to stop the bleeding. After doing all this, he stepped forward to help up the soldier of the 4th Division who had been pushed down. Take him to the 12th Division and ask Akon to buy a flesh-replenishing potion to grow his left leg back. The hollow that attacked him was carrying a neurotoxin. If you hesitate for even a second, you're playing with his life. Don't be indecisive when you encounter such a situation next time. Do you understand? Sakata. After hearing this, Sakata Sato scratched his head embarrassedly. I remember this, Vice Captain Ito. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise I don't know what to do. The soldier, who looked only 15 or 16 years old, smiled shyly, and then timidly Kaido. This person's name is Sakata Sato. He just graduated from the Mao Spiritual Academy not long ago and joined the 4th Division, so he is not very familiar with the business. Suddenly, a middle-aged soldier next to him fainted while performing Kaido. Makoto Ito hurried forward and helped the man up. Tanabe, go down and rest first. Leave this to me. As he spoke, Ito Makoto used Kaido to take over the healing task from the soldier named Tanabe. Thank you, Vice Captain Ito. It's great to have you here. Kaido, who was weak and listless, was standing beside Tanabe. He looked at Ito Makoto with eyes full of gratitude, and at the same time he was secretly glad that he joined the 4th Division. He was even more glad that his captain and vice captain were so gentle and understanding. Vice Captain Ito is much better than the previous Vice Captain Yamada. This is the consensus of all the members of the 4th Division, so Ito Makoto's reputation in the 4th Division is very good, almost on par with Unohana Retsu. As the number of wounded people being carried in continued to increase, Ito Makoto continued to use Kaido to treat them, and before he knew it, it was already late at night. It was not until the last wounded person was bandaged and sent out of the comprehensive first aid center that Makoto Ito finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, you've all worked hard today. Go back and rest early. After dismissing many members of the 4th Division, Makoto Ito closed the doors and windows of the first aid station alone, preparing to pack up and go home. At this moment, a figure walked in. He had a gentle and peaceful appearance, with long black hair parted in the middle and braided into a pigtail. The person who came was the captain of the 4th Division, Unohana Retsu. Seeing the person coming, Ito Makoto let out a long sigh and started to complain. Captain, there are so many wounded soldiers arriving today. I'm exhausted. This call for the Central 46 is really rude. After saying that, Ito Makoto looked at Unohana Retsu helplessly. Today, due to the void turbulence encountered in the Jiaogu in the Broken Realm, a corner of Hueco Mundo was briefly crossed by Soul Society. Although the time was very short, many voids took advantage of the chaos to run into Rakongai, including Jillian. Since there are more than one intersection point, a large number of soldiers have to be dispatched to hunt. This also resulted in many members of the Godai 13 being injured, greatly increasing the workload of the 4th Division. At this critical moment, Central 46 dispatched Unohana Retsu to the Shiaquin in Noble Street to treat an injured noble together with former Vice Captain Yamada Sinasuke. Thank you for your hard work, Makoto. Now your Kaido can stand on its own. Unohana Retsu spoke soothingly and gently, and her tone made Ito Makoto feel like spring breeze. Hearing this, Ito Makoto immediately took advantage of the situation and started to bring up the old matter again. Instead of the Kaido that can stand alone, I want to learn the swordsmanship that is unrivaled in the 3 realms. Unohana Retsu shook her head and smiled gently. Kenjutsu is something that kills people. How can it be as useful as Kaido that heals and saves people? Seeing that Unohana Retsu was still unwilling to teach him swordsmanship, Ito Makoto no longer hesitated and chose to speak boldly. I can't believe these words coming out of the mouth of the first-generation Kenpachi of Godai 13. Unohana Yachiryu, have you lost your sword spirit? Or do you think I'm not worthy to be your opponent? As he spoke, Ito Makoto no longer concealed his Ryatsu, and the 3rd-level spiritual power level Ryatsu exploded. Feeling Ito Makoto's Ryatsu, Unohana Retsu's face showed a hint of surprise, but it returned to normal the next moment. Makoto-kun, I never thought that in just over a decade since joining the team, you've already reached the level of captain, a level most team members will never reach in their entire lives. That's really surprising. Ito Makoto looked at Unohana Retsu with a calm expression. So, Captain Unohana, do you think I'm qualified to learn swordsmanship from you, or to be your opponent? Seeing that Ito Makoto, whom he had rejected 10 years ago, was still so eager to learn swordsmanship from him, he could only sigh. Well, Then come with me. Just like that, Ito Makoto followed Unohana Retsu out of the general first aid station, crossed the green-tiled streets, and walked to an open space at the southernmost end of the 4th Division's barracks. There are no other buildings here except a low thatched house no more than 4 square meters. Unohana Retsu came to the thatched hut and cast a kaido spell to remove the seal on the hut. Come in, Shingjun. Following Unohana Retsu's guidance, Ito Makoto walked into the seemingly low and cramped thatched house, only to discover a cave inside. It was a flat land with no end in sight, and above the head was blue sky and white clouds, which looked very spacious and boundless. Is this a built-in barrier? Seeing this scene, Ito Makoto couldn't help but marvel at it, as if it looked like the work of Urahara Kisuke. It seems that there are similar built-in barriers in the basement of Urahara's shop and in the warehouse of the masked army headquarters. Shingjun, let me confirm with you one last time. Do you really want to learn swordsmanship from me? Unohana Retsu asked gently. Ito Makoto spoke with a determined look. Of course, fighting against the first-generation Kenpachi is something I've always dreamed of. Now that you put it that way, I understand. After Unohana Retsu said this, the gentle look on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by a creepy, murderous intent. Draw your sword, Makoto. Chapter 89. At this moment, Unohana Retsu slowly pulled out the sealed state from his waist, his eyes as cold as a demon from hell. All the demons and monsters, all the gods and saints, will turn to dust and be annihilated. At the moment when Ito Makoto released the god of annihilation, Unohana Retsu had already turned into a shadow. Puff! After one slash of the sword, Ito Makoto saw his annihilation god, and his right arm holding the sword flying in the air. Blood was gushing out from the broken right arm. Oh! Ito Makoto screamed in pain. It's okay. I'll help you reattach your broken arm later. Don't worry. Unohana Retsu looked calmly at Ito Makoto's broken arm that fell to the ground. As expected of a member of the Zaraki team, Ito Makoto endured the severe pain of his broken arm and used kaido to temporarily stop the bleeding, then picked up the annihilation god in his right hand from the ground with his left hand. The secret of god annihilation, 4 directions realm. In an instant, the 4-sided realm enveloped both of them, and Ito Makoto found that the Unohana Retsu on the opposite side had suppressed Ryatsu to the same level as himself. Because of the weakening effect of the 4 directions realm, Unohana's original speed and strength were suppressed by another 30% on top of the already greatly reduced speed and strength. On the contrary, Ito Makoto received a certain increase. Makoto-kun, is this your Zanpakuto? What an interesting ability. Even in this situation where one side is gaining strength while the other is losing strength, Ito Makoto still finds it difficult to block Unohana's sword. Call out. Unohana took a Shuinpa step and slashed at Ito Makoto's only remaining left arm. The moment the blade touched his shoulder, Ito Makoto also used Shuinpa to create distance. But there was still a bloody scar on his left shoulder. Unohana Retsu was a little surprised by this, and then praised. Chong, I've heard that you often spar with Captain Suifeng. It seems you've learned her Shuinpa quite well. As she spoke, Unohana's figure rushed over again like a ghost, this time aiming at Ito Makoto's chest and abdomen. At this moment, Ito Makoto did not dodge or evade and let Unohana pierce his chest. Taking advantage of this moment, Ito Makoto raised the god of annihilation in his left hand and chopped it down with a knife. However, Unohana Retsu dodged it by moving sideways, only cutting off a few strands of her hair. Unohana kicked out, kicking Ito Makoto, who had only one arm left and his chest pierced, away, and then reached out to catch her own cut hair. Did you learn this lowly tactic of trading lives for lives from Zaraki? Unohana Retsu looked at the hair in his hand, and then at Ito Makoto who was lying there struggling to get up, and grinned. Yes, you do look a bit like him, but you are not him. After saying that, a rare look of excitement appeared on Unohana Retsu's face as he attacked Ito Makoto again. Seeing this, Ito Makoto did not show any weakness. He held the sword cautiously in his left hand and rushed towards Unohana Retsu. Clang! After a sound of metal clashing, Ito Makoto's annihilation god was broken into 2 pieces and a hideous wound was cut on his chest, with blood flowing out. The next moment, Ito Makoto's eyes went dark, he lost consciousness and fainted. Where am I? Ito Makoto slowly opened his eyes. An array of warm sunlight shone onto his face through the window. Shingjun, you're awake. Unohana Retsu's gentle voice came from the side. Ito Makoto slowly turned his head and looked around. Is this the comprehensive first aid station? The next moment, Ito Makoto seemed to remember something, and suddenly raised his hands to look at them. He confirmed that his hands were still there and then breathed a sigh of relief. I've already reattached your right arm. I've also healed the injury. Hearing Unohana's words, Ito Makoto smiled awkwardly. Captain, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you with my low strength. Unexpectedly, Unohana Retsu shook his head repeatedly after hearing what Ito Makoto said. Makoto-kun, you're the man who cut off a few strands of my hair. You're very strong. Looking at Unohana Retsu's serious expression, Ito Makoto's mouth twitched. Okay, Captain, I'll take that as a compliment. Ito Makoto slowly stood up, took a cup of special medicinal tea from Unohana Retsu, and drank it all in one gulp. By the way, Makoto-kun. At this time, Unohana Retsu spoke softly with a gentle smile. What's wrong, Captain? Ito Makoto looked at Unohana Retsu, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and asked, If you have recovered, then let's start the next battle quickly. After saying this, Unohana Retsu's face was no longer gentle and peaceful as before, and was filled with endless desire to fight and thirst for blood. Looking at the expectant expression on his captain's face, Ito Makoto couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Now, in the thatched cottage barrier, Unohana held the Zanpakuto and looked at Ito Makoto with a cold expression. Ito Makoto was immediately horrified by this cold gaze. It seemed that as soon as she picked up the knife, she would turn back into the Unohana Yachiryu from 1,000 years ago, the first-generation Kenpachi that is feared by all beings in the three realms. One of Bakuto, Sai. Unohana Retsu had bound his right hand with Bakuto, leaving only his left hand free to move. He then held a knife in his left hand and looked at Ito Makoto with excitement. Makoto-kun, I will suppress my Ryatsu to the same level as you, just like before. Now that I have tied one of my hands, you must perform well and not let me down. Come on, let me see if you've improved since yesterday. Seeing Unohana Retsu's high fighting spirit, Ito Makoto had no choice but to grit his teeth, chant the release words to summon the god of annihilation, and then step forward with a knife. Call out, call out, call out. Ito Makoto kept changing his position with Shuinpa in an attempt to confuse Unohana Retsu. Dozens of afterimages formed by Ito Makoto attacked Unohana Retsu together with Annihilation God in hand. Unohana Retsu, who was surrounded in the middle, didn't even look at them. He just slashed with his sword and fought with one of the Ito Makotos. The remaining dozens of Ito Makotos disappeared in an instant. Ito Makoto, who had a sword fight with Unohana Retsu, was knocked away. The more you try to hide it, the more obvious it becomes. Since you want to use this fake-it-all method to deal with me, then the first thing you should do is to curb your murderous intent. It seems you haven't learned enough from Captain Suifeng. I never thought that the slashing attack I had mastered by pushing Shuinpa to ultimate would be easily broken by Unohana Retsu. Just as he stabilized his body, he saw the ghostly Unohana Retsu coming towards him with a knife. He wanted to pull back immediately, but found it was too late. Puff. In this way, Ito Makoto was pierced through the chest and abdomen by Unohana Retsu again, and then Ito Makoto actually held Unohana Retsu's blade tightly with his right hand, and at the same time chopped with his left hand. However, just when Ito Makoto was about to succeed, Unohana Retsu dodged sideways, and then kicked Ito Makoto away again. Unohana Retsu then took advantage of the situation and pulled out his Zanpakuto. I can't suffer the same blow twice. Besides, this kind of fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries is Zaraki's swordsmanship, not yours. Chapter 90. This sword technique is Zaraki's sword technique, not your sword technique. His sword technique may not be suitable for you. No matter how much you imitate, you'll never be the next Zaraki Kenpachi. Hearing Unohana Retsu's calm words, it was like an enlightenment for Ito Makoto. Although he had left the 11th Division for 10 years, his fighting style had always been to exchange injuries for injuries. Not only is it because he learned Zaraki Kenpachi, but more importantly, his original body, Yi Chuan, possesses high-speed regeneration, so he often uses this brutal fighting style. After all, for the original body, as long as the wound is not fatal and the internal organs are damaged excessively, he can recover in a very short time, and his combat effectiveness is not affected. As a Shinigami clone, Ito Makoto does not have this high-speed regeneration ability. After his right arm was cut off by a sword, his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. However, he continued to fight with this fearless and dauntless style. Therefore, this fighting style itself has very serious problems. Unohana Retsu glanced at Ito Makoto, who seemed to be thinking about something, and continued. Besides, Zaraki Kenpachi himself is a half-baked person at the moment, so what's the point of you imitating him like that? Before he could finish his words, Unohana Retsu attacked again with a sword. Ito Makoto endured the severe pain in his chest, gathered his strength, and looked at Unohana Retsu's hand. I can definitely see it. I definitely can. He saw the blade flashing with cold light getting closer and closer to him. Now, Makoto Ito seized the opportunity and raised his sword to block. Clang! Sparks flew when the two blades collided, and an indescribable force was transmitted along the blades to Ito Makoto's body. His whole body was shaken by this huge force, and his blood was boiling. I caught it. Ito Makoto looked a little excited. This was the first time he had directly used Unohana Retsu's sword. Although Unohana Retsu had restricted his Ryatsu and tied his right hand at this moment, this was indeed a qualitative leap for Ito Makoto's swordsmanship. Good understanding. Unohana Retsu found that Ito Makoto was now able to take his sword head-on, and his expression immediately became excited, and he immediately praised him. The secret of God Annihilation, Four Directions Realm. After taking Unohana Retsu's sword, Ito Makoto no longer hesitated and decisively opened the Four Directions Realm. Feeling the blessing from the Four Directions Realm, Ito Makoto's confidence increased greatly, and he swung the Annihilation God in his hand to attack again. Annihilation God style shock. As soon as this move was used, Unohana Retsu instantly felt a strange shock force pulling at his internal organs and began to bleed from his mouth and nose. Feeling the warmth dripping from his nose, Unohana Retsu wiped the blood from his nose. Makoto, you really are quite amusing, Zanpakuto. As Unohana Retsu spoke, a beam of kaido light lit up behind her head, and her internal organs, which had been damaged by the shockwave, began to recover on their own under Kaido's guidance. This scene left Makoto Ito stunned. In this way, Unohana Retsu fought against Ito Makoto in the four-sided world while enduring the doubled shock force and the weakening force of the barrier. Ito Makoto held the Annihilation God tightly in both hands and tapped Shuinpa under his feet to attack again. Black mist continued to pour out from the blade of the God of Annihilation, but this time he did not use the power of breaking the ban. Instead, he kept the power of breaking the ban lingering on the blade to enhance his close-range explosive power. Clang! Thus, the God of Annihilation, wrapped in endless black mist, clashed with Unohana Retsu's sealed state. With the blessing of the black mist, he fought Unohana Retsu on equal terms. Good. Chingjun, you really didn't disappoint me. Seeing Ito Makoto's progress, Unohana Retsu's expression was filled with excitement, his eyes gleaming with blood. He then pursued Ito Makoto fiercely, not using any Heido, Bakudo, or Zanpakudo abilities. He simply used Kaido's power to counter the Annihilation God's shockwaves. Apart from that, he kept chasing Ito Makoto in a sealed state. Although each sword is ordinary, it contains endless power. The pressure of just swinging the sword can cause the rocks to shatter and the earth to crack. Ito Makoto went from passively taking the beating at the beginning to slowly mastering the rhythm and being able to exchange several blows with Unohana Retsu. Until the black mist attached to the blade of Ito Makoto dissipated, Unohana Retsu found an opportunity and cut off his right hand holding the sword with one knife, and suddenly a sharp pain swept through his body. Why do you like cutting off your hands so much? Ito Makoto was a little uncomfortable with Unohana Retsu's penchant for chopping off hands. In just 2 days, his right hand had been broken twice. Just when Ito Makoto was about to deal with it again with Kaido and then fight again, he found that Unohana's knife was already against his chest. Looking at Unohana Retsu's murderous look, Ito Makoto immediately shouted, "Wait, Captain!" Unexpectedly, Unohana Retsu ignored him and slashed with his sword with a cold look. F***K. Makoto Ito's eyes went dark and he fainted again. It was 4 days later when Ito Makoto woke up again. Looking at the familiar ceiling and bay window in his dormitory, he hurriedly got up and found that his right arm had been reattached. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at his right arm, which had been broken twice in just a few days, Ito Makoto subconsciously clenched his fist, giving him a trance-like feeling. Minos Grande House, deep in the underground palace. This place was surrounded by the Four Directions Thunder Realm by Chuan, and was a place he specially opened up for a group of Minos Grandes to practice. At this moment, Chuan was leaning against the edge of the wall with his hands clasped together, watching the battle between the two Vasto lords in the field. Harabel raised the huge bone sword in his hand and chopped it down directly, while Nilu held her spear horizontally to block the attack. Call out. The next moment, both of them launched a loud movement and fought each other in close combat within the huge barrier. Chuan, who was watching the battle, nodded repeatedly. In this way, his Shinigami clone continued to spar with various captain-level figures in Soul Society, and then the original body passed these skills to these Minos Grande. In this way, the Vasto Lords and Ajuchas under his command have improved in combat skills to varying degrees. Take Haribel and Neliel, for example. Their skills now are vastly different from when they first joined the Minos Grande house. The battle between the two women was still going on. Haribel swung the giant sword on his right arm, and a stream of water appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Nelielu was not willing to be outdone and threw the spear in her hand. Broken Waterfall, Emerald Shooter. Just as the huge waves transformed from the broken waterfall and the spear wrapped in Ryatsu were about to explode in Yi Chuan's four-sided thunder world, Yi Chuan, who was watching the battle on the side, flashed into the field, grasped Nilu's spear with his left hand, and at the same time waved his right hand to disperse the broken waterfall. Yi Chuan adult, seeing Yi Chuan suddenly attack, Haribel and Nilu stopped and stood obediently on Yi Chuan's left and right. Tia and Nilu, your fighting skills have improved tremendously. I'm very pleased. Hearing Yi Chuan's words, the two girls' eyes flashed with joy. It was obvious that receiving praise from the always strict Lord Yi Chuan was a rare treasure for them. That's all for today's training. Go and rest. Oh, and call Stark in for me. Yi Chuan gently stroked the heads of the two Vasto Lords with one hand, each to encourage them. Not long after, Haribel and Nilu happily left the training room at the bottom of the underground palace. It was obvious that although they had just exchanged ideas, they also had a good relationship in private. Chapter 91. In the house of Minos Grande, on the second-to-last floor of the underground palace, Haribel and Nelielu arrived one after another. Also waiting on the second-to-last floor were Ulquiorra, Grimjow, Wanda Weiss, Stark, and Lilynette. Seeing the two women coming out of their special training, Grimjow was eager to try. It's my turn now. I'm going to challenge Lord Yi Chuan. Just when Grimjow was about to enter the training room with high fighting spirit, he found that he could not leave. It turned out that his tail was caught in the hand of Wanda Weiss. Hey, you big-headed kid, let go of my tail, or I'll kill you. Grimjow screamed as he saw Wanda Weiss holding onto his tail and was about to pounce on him to fight. Don't interfere with Master Yi Chuan's special training. Wanda Weiss spoke slowly. Looking at Wanda Weiss and Grimjow who were fighting, Nilu sighed and forcibly separated them. If you two want to fight, wait until Master Yi Chuan's special training is over and then go to the barrier yourself. Don't destroy the underground palace here. Haribel, on the side, looked at Stark, who was dozing on the stone bench, and spoke again. Stark, it's time for your special training. Hurry up and go in. Master Yi Chuan is waiting for you. Hearing this, Stark, who was lying on a stone bench, slowly stretched out. Stark yawned and slowly stood up. At this moment, Lilynette rushed up behind him and kicked him in the butt. Stupid Stark, hurry up and go to special training. Don't keep Master Yi Chuan waiting too long. Stark, who had been kicked hard, finally gathered his spirits and walked slowly towards the deepest part of the underground palace. Master Yi Chuan, I'm coming in. Stark came to the door of the training room on the bottom floor, pushed it open and walked in, only to find that there was no one inside. Yi Chuan adult? When Stark was puzzled, Yi Chuan suddenly appeared behind him with a sealed knife in his hand and put the knife directly on his neck. This is exactly the invisibility that comes with Yi Chuan's breath-concealing ability. When Yi Chuan is completely invisible, he can hide all of his Ryatsu, including his breath, and then appear silently next to the enemy and give him a fatal blow silently. If Yi Chuan had just delivered that close-range blow to Stark's face, he would have been seriously injured even if he hadn't died. When is this? Stark, standing by, was already in a cold sweat. With his intuition, he hadn't noticed how Yi Chuan appeared behind him. At the same time, he was also very glad that he was not Yi Chuan's enemy. Seeing Stark's expression, Yi Chuan's mouth curled up slightly under the mask. As expected, Stark can't detect me in my invisible state. I just don't know if it's Aizen or Yamamoto Jinryusai. Master Yi Chuan, you are too scary. Stark on the side scratched his head and said with a look of shock. Sorry, I just gave a small test before. Now the special training officially begins. After saying this, Yi Chuan's expression suddenly changed. Lightning arcs swirled all over his body, and he attacked Stark directly with a knife. Wait, Lord Yi Chuan. Unexpectedly, Yi Chuan took action directly. The knife cut through Stark's cuff. Since Hueco Mundo hasn't yet achieved widespread Aaroncarization, its production capacity is nearly non-existent, and it's still stuck in the era of raw meat and blood. Stark still wears the Death Tyrant suit Yi Chuan gave him, obtained from the Shinigami of the expedition. Seeing the cuff of his death suit being cut by Chuan, Stark looked distressed. After all, it was the only piece of clothing he had. Seeing Stark still acting so carefree and lax, Chuan's expression was cold. "Draw your sword and fight me." Stark seemed to sense the anger in Chuan's tone and reluctantly pulled out the Zanpakuto. Chuan didn't say anything. He took a step forward with a loud noise. Dark golden arcs of lightning swirled on the blade and slashed towards Stark. Stark saw Chuan coming at him aggressively and knew he was serious. So he had to take it seriously, because if he continued to play it safe, he would be killed. Call out. Just when Chuan's sealed state, carrying endless lightning, was about to hit Stark, Stark turned around and avoided the knife. Stark's movement was extremely fast, much faster than Chuan's at the moment. As the movement moved, Stark's figure instantly filled the barrier. Thunderstorm flow. Chuan simply released the power of thunder indiscriminately, completely covering the surroundings. Faced with the endless sea of thunder, Stark had no choice but to unleash Reiatsu. Hundreds of hollow bullets shot out from his chest in an instant, colliding with countless lightning arcs. While Stark was busy running around, Chuan launched a lightning arc and hit him. So fast. Stark was amazed at Chuan's speed. After transforming into lightning, Chuan's speed of rotation far exceeded his own. Just like that, Chuan once again placed the sword on Stark's neck. But Chuan did not feel any joy at all, because he knew that he had not yet reached Arrancar. Even if he could defeat Stark, who had not yet returned to the sword, it would definitely not be so easy. It's clear that Stark didn't really give it his all. "Stark, show us what you can do." Chuan's face was a little unhappy. He didn't expect Stark to be so bad. "You are so lazy in the face of battle. You are really wasting the powerful power that God has given you. When are you going to get serious? Will you wait until the Minos Grande house we worked so hard to build is destroyed, and then all your companions, including Lilynette, are dead? Then you will take the battle seriously?" Stark, who originally looked lazy, finally put away his lazy look and looked at Chuan with determination after Chuan's deafening words. "Got it, Lord Chuan. I'm going to attack with all my strength next. Be careful." Stark's Reiatsu completely erupted, and a stream of terrifying deep blue Reiatsu gushed out of his body. Fortunately, Chuan had set up multiple four-sided thunder realms in the training room at the bottom of the underground palace in advance. Otherwise, Stark's Reiatsu alone would have made many Ajuchas tremble. Okay, that's right. Seeing that Stark finally showed his willingness to fight, Chuan showed no weakness and a dark golden Reiatsu burst out from his body. Chapter 92. In the training room, enveloped by multiple layers of barriers, two violent Reiatsu surged wildly, with the dark golden Reiatsu having a slight edge. Obviously, even though the expeditionary soldiers and 3 Soul King fragments that Chuan had previously devoured were all used to advance his Arrancar process, the increase in Chuan's Reiatsu was not obvious, but it still existed. At this moment, Chuan, who has not yet achieved Arrancar Ajuchas, has already surpassed Stark, who has not yet achieved Reiatsu. Stark on the side was extremely shocked. When he first met Chuan more than 10 years ago, Chuan's Reiatsu was just barely comparable to his own, but now it was actually superior to his. You know, it is very difficult for their Reiatsu to improve even a little bit, and it would take hundreds of years. Chuan has only been around for 10 years, but Reiatsu has grown so much. This growth rate can be called a rocket. Although he had not yet returned to his blade and had not yet fully unleashed Reiatsu, this was what shocked Stark the most, because Chuan did not yet have Arrancar. Chuan Reiatsu was already so strong before Arrancar, and it would be even stronger after Arrancar. And his spiritual sense told him that Chuan was only one step away from Arrancar. Perhaps Lord Chuan Arrancar can really defeat the man named Aizen. Stark shuddered at the thought of that man. On that day, he and the other 3 Vasto lords helped Chuan resist Aizen's Reiatsu. Only then did he realize that there is always someone better than you. He originally thought that his Reiatsu was already ultimate, but compared to that man named Aizen, it seemed so insignificant. Thinking of this, Stark was no longer depressed, and his heart was filled with fighting spirit because he was no longer alone, and he had found what he wanted to protect. He wants to protect Lilynette, Chuan, the Minos Grande house, and every one of his companions. So he raised his head, his eyes filled with fighting spirit, and his gaze was as firm as a knife. "Yes, Stark, I like the look in your eyes right now." Chuan noticed Stark's change immediately, so he attacked with a knife in his hand with an excited look on his face. Facing Chuan's attack, Stark neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, a dark blue zero shot out from his chest. F***K. Seeing this, Chuan had no choice but to activate his thunder armor and take the zero head-on. Even though Lei Kai took on 90% of the power of this zero, Chuan was still blown to pieces by this zero. But the next moment, the granulation tissue on the wounds on Chuan's body began to wriggle, and high-speed regeneration was activated and restored to its original state in an instant. Seeing this, Chuan also gathered a black and red zero and shot it towards Stark. But at the same time, Stark's dark blue zero came from behind and collided with Chuan's zero. Boom! When these two terrifying zeros collided with each other, the aftermath caused the entire underground palace to tremble. The Minos Grande on the upper level were the first to feel the collision of these two powerful Ryatsu. The others were all marveling at the strength of Stark and Chuan, but Grimjow, despite feeling the breath that made him tremble, was still eager to fight. Is it really okay? If we keep fighting, I'm afraid the entire underground palace will sink. Stark felt the vibration of the underground palace and felt worried. It's okay. I've reinforced the barrier in this training room every day for the past 10 years. As long as you don't return to your original form, even if I wanna, you won't be able to destroy it in a short period of time. After hearing Chuan's words, Stark felt relieved, and then another dark blue zero shot out from his chest. Zero is so fast. What Chuan had not expected was that Stark could also instantly release Zero without returning to the blade. Although Chuan's current Zero charging time was short, it was still a few tenths of a second. However, Stark's Zero can be fired instantly, like a virtual bullet. Therefore, even though Chuan's Zero is slightly more powerful than Stark's, he was still overwhelmed by this instant Zero. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the blink of an eye, Stark had already fired 3 zeros. Seeing this, Chuan had no choice but to release lightning thunder to transform into thunder in order to avoid the overwhelming Zero's attack. At this moment, Stark seemed to have turned into a human turret, firing Zero continuously. The battle between the two took place in a training room with limited space, and Stark's Zero's range could completely cover every corner of the training room. So Chuan had no choice but to transform into lightning for a long time and dodge at the fastest speed he could. It's a pity that Chuan had already used his hidden ability once before the battle, so he couldn't use it a second time within 3 hours. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed by this infinite Zero. Although the barrier of the training room was very strong and would not be destroyed by Stark's Zero in a short period of time, it kept causing the underground palace to vibrate continuously. Under this infinite Zero, the entire underground palace seemed to be in vibration mode. The aftermath of the battle between Harabel, Lord Chuan, and Stark was too exaggerated. I wonder if they'll tear down the underground palace. On the second-to-last floor underground, Nellielu was muttering to herself. Don't worry, this barrier was set up by Lord Chuan himself, so there won't be any problems. Harabel's firm kaido clearly showed his unconditional trust in Chuan. In the underground training room, Chuan was still transforming into lightning to avoid the dense blue Zero. It's worthy of being the only fully independent Arrancar in Hueco Mundo. At this moment, Chuan felt deeply the pressure from Stark, but being bombarded by Zero all the time was not a solution. Then, Chuan appeared above Stark and slashed down with a sword carrying the power of thunder. Boom! There was a loud noise at the moment of the slash, like a spring thunder, which was the thunder slash created by Chuan. However, the moment Chuan appeared, he was targeted by several Zero missiles. At the moment before being bombarded by Zero, Chuan activated his thunder armor. In the end, he chose to use his body to resist Zero, and then launched this thunderous strike. Being hit by several Zeros at the same time, Chuan was injured even though he had activated the thunder armor in advance. His limbs and face were bleeding. However, under the effect of high-speed regeneration, he recovered after a while. As a result, the thunderous slash he was about to launch missed. The Stark who launched Zero was just an illusion, and the real Stark had already turned around and attacked Chuan from behind and slashed him with a slash. However, Chuan seemed to have expected this, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly under the mask. Just as Stark slashed with his sword, the bone centipede armor under Chuan's thunder armor suddenly squirmed and transformed into 2 dark white centipedes, which bound Stark tightly, and the violent power of thunder flowed into Stark's body along the centipedes. Oh! Stark cried out in pain as the violent force of thunder entered his body. In just a moment, Chuan's thunderbolt blasted his entire body black. Even the Arrancar steel skin on his body emitted a burning smell. Chuan grinned. I got you. Chuan stretched out a finger, and a terrifying Zero in black, red and dark gold took shape instantly. You treated me to so many rounds of zero. I'll treat you to one too. Stark's eyes were red with anger as he looked at the zero that was about to take shape. However, at the moment when zero was about to take shape, Chuan dispersed zero on his own and gave Stark a playful smile. To scare you. In this way, Chuan fought against the normal Stark, and Chuan won. Chapter 93. After the fight, Chuan reached out and helped up Stark, who was lying on the ground with his body charred. Our Lord Chuan is so strong. I'm no match for him at all. Chuan just smiled at Stark's compliment and didn't take it seriously. He knew Stark hadn't yet returned to his original form. If Stark's Ryatsu and abilities were further enhanced after returning to his original form, Chuan would most likely be defeated. Okay, stop talking nonsense and go get Ulquiorra, Grimmjow, and Wanda Wise. Chuan rolled his eyes at Stark, who at this moment returned to his previous nonchalant look, slowly walking out of the training room with his hands on his hips. A moment later, Ulquiorra, Grimmjow, and Wanda Wise all walked into the training room. What? You want me to team up with that idiot Wanda Wise to fight Ulquiorra? Grimmjow stretched out his front paw with an arrogant look on his face and pointed at Wanda Wise, who was standing there in a daze. It was obvious that he looked down on Wanda Wise. I won't cooperate with stupid cats. Wanda Wise on the side also started to complain about Grimmjow. Idiot, what are you talking about? Do you want to die? Grimmjow immediately retorted. Seeing this, Chuan frowned and sighed. Alas, it's hard to lead a large team. Immediately, a dark golden Ryatsu rose from the surface of his body. Grimmjow and Wanda Wise, don't you understand what I'm saying? Feeling that Chuan was really angry, the two Ajuchas immediately quieted down and stood together, ready to fight Ulquiorra. Then Chuan looked at Ulquiorra with gentle eyes. I'm counting on you. Ulquiorra nodded to Chuan. The reason why he asked Ulquiorra for help was because he was worried that if he lost control, he would defeat Grimmjow and Wanda Wise. It's okay for Wanda Wise since he knows high-speed regeneration, but if Grimmjow is crippled, he will be degraded and will never be able to become Vasto Lord in this life. Chuan is really worried about his own hockey leopard. While Wanda Wise and Grimmjow are both among the top Ajuchas, Urquilla is a Vasto Lord, and a Vasto Lord who is no longer a fully Arankar. Currently, he is the strongest fighter in the entire Minos Grande house, aside from Chuan and Stark. That's why Chuan decided to let Wanda Wise and Grimmjow fight Ulquiorra together. Okay, let's get started. Chuan leaned against the wall with his arms folded, watching the battle. At this moment, Chuan seemed to sense something, and his expression instantly became excited. Present world, Baika Town. Jinjo Kugo wandered aimlessly on the empty streets. In the original Yuka town, all those who carried the Soul King fragments were cleared out by Jinjo Kugo, and the Soul King fragments were taken out. He never forgot the task assigned to him by Ito Makoto, and after graduating from high school, Jinjo Kugo came directly to Baika Town, hoping to find more Soul King fragment carriers in this new place. But after searching for a long time, he found that there seemed to be not even a single hollow in the entire Baika Town, let alone the Soul King fragment. Just when Jinjo Kugo was wondering if he had come to the wrong place, the little centipede on his shoulder suddenly made a loud roar. Then he jumped off his shoulder and ran wildly in a certain direction. Seeing this, Jinjo Kugo hurriedly chased after him. Hey, why are you running so fast? Wait for me. Jinjo Kugo stepped directly into the void. His speed increased greatly, and he chased in the direction the little centipede left. This technique, called Fullbringer, was developed by Jinjo Kugo after he had mastered it to a certain degree. It allowed him to achieve speeds comparable to Shuinpa's in his physical form. Soon, Jinjo Kugo found that the little centipede stopped in front of a tall building. The tall sign in front of the building reads, Mihua Private Hospital. Hospital? Could it be? Seeing that Jinjo Kugo had finally caught up, the little centipede started to move again. Since the little centipede was a soul body, the nurse on duty in the front row could not see him at all, so he walked in directly. Just as Jinjo Kugo was about to follow in as if nothing had happened, he was stopped by the nurse on duty. Sir, this is the VIP ward of a private hospital. If you need medical treatment, please go to the next door clinic to register. If you are visiting, please register here. Do not enter the ward area without permission and disturb the patient's rest. Upon hearing this, Jinjo Kugo froze in his tracks for a moment, then gave the nurse an awkward smile. So the clinic is next door? Then I went to the wrong place. Next to the parking lot of the private hospital, Jinjo Kugo found a secluded corner and lay down, and then his soul left his body. This time he walked right past the young nurse in broad daylight. As an ordinary person, the young nurse did not notice Jinjo Kugo, but just felt a gust of wind passing by. Ah, strange. I'm wearing quite a lot of clothes, so why was it so windy just now? The young nurse muttered to herself in surprise. Jinjo Kugo followed the little centipede's footsteps all the way to the obstetrics and gynecology department on the third floor of the inpatient department, and found that the little centipede stopped in front of ward number 108. Seeing this, Jinjo Kugo pushed the door open and walked in. When he opened the door, there was only one bed in the ward, and lying on it was a woman who had just given birth and became a new mother. There was a young man accompanying the patient at the bedside. Just as the young man discovered that the door of the ward was inexplicably blown open by a gust of wind, he was about to get up to close the door, but he found that his newborn twin sons in the incubator suddenly burst into tears. The mother who had just given birth was suddenly awakened, looked at the incubator next to the bed, and began to coax her child. The young man who closed the door before also came over clumsily and began to tease the twins inside through the transparent box. And in a place that neither of them noticed, Jinjo Kugo activated his ability and took out a piece of Soul King fragment, emitting white light from the bodies of each of the two newborns. Alright, even two. Chapter 94. Yi Chuan, who was far away in Hueco Mundo, saw this scene through the vision of the centipede clone and let out a long roar of excitement. This frightened Ulquiorra, Grimjow, and Wanda Weiss, who were still fighting in the training room. Well, it's okay. You guys continue. I'm going to go out for a while. Realizing his own gaffe, Yi Chuan smiled awkwardly, then disappeared from the spot in a flash. Baika Town, Baika Private Hospital. In Ward 108 of the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department on the third floor, Jinjo Kugo, who had obtained 2 Soul King fragments, hurriedly fed the 2 fragments to the little centipede on his shoulder. Sure enough, the Soul King fragments had a fatal attraction to Sue. The moment he left the ward, he felt dozens of hollow Ryatsu suddenly rising and rushing towards the hospital. Jinjo Kugo and the little centipede clone immediately sped up their efforts to return to their physical bodies. Then he stepped on the flash and quickly left the hospital. When he reached an open space, he took off the necklace from his neck and transformed it into a cross. He then looked into the void and shouted, "You bastards, come out!" Immediately afterwards, hundreds of powerful and even giant voids rushed out, and even Jillian rushed out from the black cavity. Faced with this situation, Jinjo Kugo was not afraid at all. He raised the cross gallows in his hand high, and a strong light green sword light burst out from the broad blade, killing more than a dozen powerful hollows who came to join in the fun. Then Jinjo Kugo jumped high on the complete light and jumped directly to the crack in the black cavity. He raised the cross gallows and smashed it down, smashing Jillian's head that had just stuck out. Obviously, after comprehending the Fullbringer, Jinjo Kugo's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. But Yi Chuan didn't want to wait any longer. To avoid any further complications, his real body rushed over from Hueco Mundo. At the same time, the small centipede clone that had been standing on Jinjo Kugo's shoulder jumped down directly. The dark golden lines on its back began to shine, and then a terrifying thunder force erupted, directly killing hundreds of voids that coveted the Soul King fragments, including the Jillians. As the leader of the dignified Minos Grande house, Yi Chuan has to submit to even the highest-ranking Vasto Lord. Naturally, he will not let a group of inferior voids snatch his Soul King fragments. There was even an Ajuchas that had already smelled the scent and was about to come out of the black cavity, but as soon as it came out, it saw the sky full of lightning outside, so it skillfully closed the black cavity again. After a dazzling flash of lightning, Jinjo Kugo slowly opened his eyes, only to see that hundreds of hollows had been wiped out in an instant. The little centipede hollow also disappeared, but Jinjo Kugo was not panicked by this, so the little centipede would disappear for a while every time it swallowed the Soul King fragment. Somewhere in the Hueco Mundo desert, Yi Chuan stood with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, the void in front of him was disturbed, and a black cavity emerged. An ape-like Ajuchas poked its head out from it. This Ajuchas was the same one that had previously gotten its hands on the Soul King fragment in the present world and was scared away by the lightning emitted by the centipede clone. As soon as he came out of the black cavity, he found Yi Chuan standing in front waiting for him. Sensing the terrifying Ryatsu on Yi Chuan, the monkey Ajuchas was scared to death. Just turn your feet and tap the ground, and run away as fast as you can. However, how could Yi Chuan get his wish? Not to mention whether he would go to Shuya Palace to inform on the matter after escaping. The mere fact that he wanted to get his hands on Yi Chuan's things was already a capital crime. Yi Chuan let the monkey Ajuchas run far away, and with a wave of his left hand, a thick lightning whip suddenly formed and rolled him back. Mercy, mercy! Seeing that the monkey Ajuchas had no way of escaping, he begged for mercy in a very spineless manner. However, Chuan was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. He directly activated Rui, shrinking the monkey to the size of an ant, and then squeezed his right hand to squeeze it into a meat patty. Chuan did not waste any time in activating soul gnawing and absorbed it all. Not long after, the void in front of Chuan was disturbed again, and the black cavity opened. "Are you here?" A moment later, a pale little centipede jumped out of the black cavity and jumped directly onto Chuan's hand. Then it opened its mouth and spit out 2 tiny crystals emitting white light. Finally, Chuan looked at the 2 Spirit King fragments in his hand with an extremely excited expression. "Arankar. I finally want Arankar." The next moment, Chuan put away his ecstasy and casually wiped the back of the little centipede clone. Then the dim golden lines on the back of the little centipede shone again. Then the black cavity opened again, and the little centipede jumped in and returned to the real world. Chuan returned to Minos Grande's house with 2 Soul King fragments. As soon as Chuan entered the Minos Grande house, Ryatsu erupted, and the Ryatsu contained in his words spread to every corner of the Minos Grande house. "From today on, I need to be in seclusion in the training room on the bottom floor. Unless I take the initiative to come out, no one is allowed to enter. Those who disobey will be killed." After a few brief instructions, Chuan arrived at the training room where he had previously trained his subordinates. He first closed the stone door, then reinforced the 4-sided lightning barrier surrounding the stone room several times for safety, and changed the way the lightning barrier operated. Only with Chuan's permission could anyone enter this place. Otherwise, no one could enter unless they could forcibly break the lightning barrier's restrictions. Then he took out one of the 2 Soul King fragments and activated Soul Gnawing directly. A dark golden vortex slowly rose behind Chuan, slowly absorbing the Spirit King fragment the size of his little fingernail. As the milky white spirit particles transformed from the Spirit King fragments turned into a trickle and flowed into Chuan's limbs and bones, suddenly milky, white liquid surged around Chuan's body, and after a moment it turned into a pure white cocoon that completely wrapped Chuan. Chuan in the cocoon suddenly felt his eyelids were particularly heavy, and soon he fell into a deep sleep. At the entrance of the training room, a group of Minos Grande, including Grimjow, stood in unison to protect Chuan. Stark took a deep look at the heavy stone door of the training room. "Lord Chuan, you are starting to become Arankar." However, in an instant, the appearance of Chuan's retreat room had changed drastically. The entire room is filled with white silk threads like spider webs, covering the entire training room. In the very center of the training room, there is a giant oval cocoon, which is the source of all the silk threads. At this moment, Chuan in the giant cocoon had completely fallen asleep. In his dream, he seemed to have returned to his mother's womb and was conceived again. Warm amniotic fluid covered his body, and a steady stream of nutrients flowed into his body from the umbilical cord. In reality, the silk threads outside the giant cocoon are constantly absorbing the violent spirit particles floating free in the air of Hueco Mundo. In fact, compared to Soul Society, Hueco Mundo has the highest concentration of spirit particles in the 3 realms. However, the spirit particles in Hueco Mundo are too coarse to be directly absorbed in large quantities by the Minos Grandes. They can only be absorbed in small amounts imperceptibly. Therefore, Minos Grande will constantly devour other of its kind in order to evolve. At this moment, Chuan's umbilical cord is continuously absorbing those free rough spirit particles directly from the space of Hueco Mundo to provide nutrients for Chuan's evolution. This is very similar to the Quincy's holy slaves, but the holy slaves are forcibly enslaved spirit particles. But Chuan's situation at the moment was quite different. It was as if those spirit particles took the initiative to refine themselves, and then were absorbed by Chuan one by one through those white silk threads. If Chuan at this moment is regarded as an embryo still in the mother's womb, then what is giving birth to him is the entire Hueco Mundo. Chapter 95. Bang, bang, bang. Minos Grande's house, underground training room. There were bursts of sounds coming from the giant milky white cocoon that Chuan had transformed into. These were the sounds of Chuan's heartbeat. At this moment, Chuan's original Minos Grande body completely dissolved in the giant cocoon, and then reconstructed into a new body in the amniotic fluid composed of the purest and rich liquid leptons. Above the entire Minos Grande house, a giant dark golden spirit particle vortex with a diameter of more than hundreds of meters was spinning wildly, and a large amount of spirit particles poured into the dark golden vortex. After being transformed by the vortex, These powerful spirit particles were completely absorbed by the pure white silk threads clinging to the wall, and then continuously transmitted to the giant cocoon where Chuan was. At the entrance of the training room, a group of ajuches felt that their Ryatsu were uncontrollably rushing towards the training room. The strange fish barns and the red goat perk are both veterans who originally followed Chuan, so they are the first group to come and guard the goal when Chuan is in seclusion this time. Perk, I feel like my body is falling apart. The strange fish barns felt the terrifying suction coming from the training room, and his voice trembled. Me too. The muffled kaido of red goat perk. Apparently, they were not the only ones who couldn't bear it. Apparently, most of the ajuches couldn't withstand this terrifying suction. At this moment, Stark's lazy voice came faintly. Those who can't withstand this suction should go back first, and those who can stay and guard it will be fine. As you command, Lord Stark. When the ajuches heard Stark's voice, they all retreated as if they had been pardoned. There were only 6 figures left in the backfield, 4 of whom were Vasto Lord, and the remaining 2 ajuches were naturally Grimjow and Wanda Weiss. Apparently, only Vasto Lord and Minos Grande, who was extremely close to Vasto Lord, could resist this terrifying suction. Shiya Palace. It should be said that the Shiya Palace is under construction. Ever since Berrigan's Shiya Palace without walls and roof was destroyed by Chuan's Thundersea realm, Aizen subdued Berrigan at the ruins of Shiya Palace. However, since Aizen has not yet rebelled against the Soul Society, he naturally will not reside in Hueco Mundo permanently. At this moment, Berrigan is still the nominal king of Hueco Mundo. At this moment, he was following Aizen's orders, leading a group of Minos Grande to build a new Shiya Palace, a real palace with a roof and walls. At this moment, the foolish Jillians were dragging huge stones and piling them together under the command of ajuches. Then, ajuches, whose arms resemble swords or whose body parts have sharp blades, are responsible for cutting the stones uniformly and making giant bricks of the same size and shape. Then a snail-like ajuches spits out mucus to act as concrete. And finally, some humanoid ajuches act as bricklayers, carefully laying the bricks one by one. In this way, a group of Minos Grande worked together to build a real palace in the barren desert. Berrigan, on the other hand, was sitting on his bone throne wearing a crown, watching the many Minos Grandes under his command building the new Shiya Palace like an overseer. At this moment, an ajuches in the form of a half-human tiger came to Berrigan and bowed respectfully. Reporting to Emperor Berrigan, at the southern end of the Hueco Palace, a massive vortex has formed above the organization calling itself the House of Minos Grande, and it's frantically absorbing the free spirit particles from the Hueco Mundo. As soon as we get close, we can feel the Ryatsu leaking out of our bodies uncontrollably. Should we send someone to check it out? If the original Berrigan heard someone was causing trouble in his Hueco Mundo, he would certainly not let them go, and might even send a large army to attack. But now he is no longer the king of Hueco Mundo. He is only temporarily managing Hueco Mundo for Aizen. Whenever he thought of this, he felt extremely humiliated. That's not our concern. Our responsibility now is to complete the construction of the Shiya Palace. Do you understand, Geo Weiger? Hearing this, ajuches hesitated to speak, and finally uttered unwillingly, "Yes, Lord Berrigan." In the training room, the giant cocoon transformed by Chuan still emitted the sound of his heart beating. Chuan had a very long dream. In his dream, he lived with his mother in a small house by the sea. The most leisurely part of his day was lying in his mother's arms on the beach, listening to her singing nursery rhymes and enjoying the sea breeze caressing his cheeks, a feeling of incomparable comfort. Suddenly, Chuan opened his eyes with great effort, wanting to see his mother's appearance clearly, but he couldn't see it clearly. He only vaguely saw that his mother had shiny golden hair. The next moment, Chuan, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. He clearly felt that he was wrapped in warm sea water, and every drop of this sea water was made up of spirit particles. Then Chuan felt his own aura suddenly surge, and the giant cocoon in the underground palace began to shrink gradually. This process lasted for half a month. Crack! With a crisp sound, cracks began to appear on the surface of the completely shriveled cocoon, until the cracks were all over the surface. Crash! A white hand reached out from the shrunken cocoon, and then with a fierce push, a naked figure emerged from the cocoon. In his right hand, he was holding a long sword with a dark golden handle and scabbard. The blade is covered with intricate patterns, as if there is a ferocious centipede hovering around it. He was a handsome young man with black eyes, black hair, and fair skin. He stood over 8 feet tall, his eyes as bright as the stars. His muscles were clearly defined, lean yet not bulky, and his entire figure was as perfect as a work of art. The most important thing was that there was not a trace of mask left on his face, and he looked no different from a normal human. The only difference was that he had a thumb-sized hole in his abdomen. Arrancar succeeded. Chuan first looked at his hands, which were no different from those of a human, and then touched his face. When Chuan felt that the touch was not a cold mask, but his own warm face, he was suddenly overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, the small part of the shriveled white cocoon fragment on the ground turned into a set of exquisite pure white clothes that he draped over himself. These giant cocoon fragments were originally the remains of Chuan, containing the remaining energy essence of the entire Hueco Mundo, which was just right for him to make clothes. The white clothing was naturally made by Chuan based on the Arrancar costume in the original book. Chuan can clearly perceive his own appearance when he closes his eyes, and it is only 30% similar to the Shinigami clone Ito Makoto. If Ito Makoto is considered a gentle and handsome guy, people will unconsciously feel close to him when they meet him. However, Chuan has been giving off an aura of keep away from strangers at this moment. The temperaments of the two are completely different. Chuan continued to sense, and he could clearly sense the many Minos Grandes guarding him outside the door. He closed his eyes and could even see the scene within hundreds of kilometers of Minos Grande house through the spirit particles floating in the air in Hueco Mundo. But what surprised him the most was Chapter 96. Chuan felt the surging Reiatsu in his body and found that his Reiatsu was more than 3 times that before Arrancar, and this was even before he returned to the blade. According to Chuan's estimation, if his Reiatsu were to return to form, it would probably be more than 10 times greater than Arrancar's previous level. I should be considered a first-class spiritual power now, right? He looked at the Zanpakuto in his hand, which was formed by his own power, and played with it carefully. The sealed state I got from Ito Kai can finally be retired with honor. The next moment, Chuan pulled out his Zanpakuto and slashed his arm with force. A deep scar that could be seen to the bone instantly appeared on his arm, but the next moment, the rough and violent spirit particles floating in Hueco Mundo actually flowed into Chuan's wound on their own to help him repair himself. This is not high-speed regeneration. Chuan had just suppressed his high-speed regeneration, but the wound still healed in an instant. These are the spirit particles floating free in the atmosphere of Hueco Mundo, acting on their own to heal Chuan. Chuan even felt that every inch of the spirit in Hueco Mundo was a part of himself, and he could call upon them at will. He even felt that the entire Hueco Mundo was providing for him. He could absorb spirit particles from the atmosphere of Hueco Mundo anytime and anywhere. He could also absorb trace amounts of spirit particles from every living or dead thing in Hueco Mundo. That is to say, when he fights others in Hueco Mundo, his Reiatsu will never be exhausted, and even if he is killed, as long as Hueco Mundo still exists, he can be resurrected with the help of the spirit particles in Hueco Mundo. And he found that his Reiatsu was getting stronger every moment. As long as he stayed in Hueco Mundo, even if he did nothing, his Reiatsu would continue to get stronger. This was a gift from his mother because he was the son of Hueco Mundo. Chuan had a premonition that as long as he stayed in Hueco Mundo, even if he did nothing, for as short as 30 years or as long as 50 years, he would evolve again and become a superior Minos Grande Vasto Lord. Yes, even though Arrancar had achieved success and become the son of Hueco Mundo, he was still essentially an Ajuchas. Even Arrancar, commanding so many Vasto Lords with such power, was still an Ajuchas. Even his subordinates wouldn't believe it. Arrancar succeeded and gained the support of the entire Hueco Mundo. Chuan was confident that he could compete with anyone in Hueco Mundo. If someone wants to kill him now, the only way is to use a large-scale AoE like Yamamoto Jinryu-sized Bankai, which can kill him and then burn the entire Hueco Mundo. However, once Hueco Mundo is destroyed, the 3 realms will collapse immediately. Old man Yamamoto certainly can't do such a thing. Or, like Yuha who absorbed the power of the Soul King and used his omniscience and omnipotence to forcibly modify the laws of this world. Only then could he be completely killed. Next time Aizen comes, I'll let him try my blade. Although Aizen's Kyoka years were heaven-defying, and he was a hexagonal warrior, until he evolved to the point where he could destroy the Soul King Palace with Reiatsu during the Blood War, he lacked a wide range of attack methods. After all, his main forms of output were slashing techniques and kaido. He can't possibly destroy the entire Hueco Mundo with just 5 swirling dragons of destruction, right? After thinking about this, Chuan immediately gained confidence. Outside the barrier, feeling the powerful suction force suddenly stop, the faces of the Minos Grandes instantly became gloomy. Why did the spirit particle vortex suddenly stop? Did Lord Chuan's Aaron car succeed? Nilu's eyes showed worry, and her four sheep hooves kept pacing back and forth, while Harabel beside her whispered comforting words. It's okay, Nilu. You have to trust Master Chuan. Stark, was it like this when you were in Aaron car? Stark was stunned by Harabel's sudden question. It was true that he had gone to Aaron car before him, but his Aaron car was completed in an instant. It did not take so long, and the scale was far smaller than this. Let's just wait for good news. As Stark finished speaking, the door of the training room slowly opened. It's out. A beautiful young man in a white robe with a long sword on his waist walked out of the training room. The Minos Grande were stunned when they saw this person. Are you Lord Chuan? Harabel asked tentatively. Tia, yes, it's me. Immediately afterwards, a mighty Ryatsu surged out from Chuan's body. After sensing this familiar, yet more powerful Ryatsu than before, many Minos Grande knelt on the ground to welcome their king. The rest of the ajuches of Minos Grande's house came running to pay their respects the moment they sensed Chuan Ryatsu. Congratulations to Lord Chuan on his Aaron-car success. Looking at the Minos Grandes who were paying homage to him below, Chuan smiled. He could use the spirit particles floating in the atmosphere of Hueco Mundo at any time, and they would be like invisible arms, lifting up the Minos Grandes who were paying homage. Everyone, please excuse me. Stark, who felt this invisible force lifting him up, suddenly showed a look of horror on his face. The other Minos Grandes, even the Vasto Lord, faced this strange lifting force and thought it was just Lord Chuan's special ability. But Starchek, also a complete Aaron car, saw that Chuan was manipulating the spirit particles in the surrounding air to lift them up. At this moment, when he looked at Chuan, it seemed that what he saw was not an Aaron car, but Hueco Mundo itself. Is this Lord Chuan from Aaron car? Feeling Chuan's vast Ryatsu, Stark was now very certain that even if he and Lilinet merged and returned to the blade, they would probably not be a match for Chuan under normal circumstances. Moreover, Chuan, who was also an Aaron car, could definitely return to the blade. Thank you all for protecting me. Chuan just waved his hand, and the remaining fragments of the giant cocoon that were originally on the ground floor of the training room appeared in his hand. These giant white cocoons were the remains of Chuan Aaron car, the essence of the spirit particles left over from absorbing Hueco Mundo's vast quantities of spirit particles. Chuan used a small portion to craft his own robes, and much remained to reward his subordinates. This item has little effect on those higher-level Minos Grande Vasto Lord, but it is a rare tonic for the ajuches. He first tore off 2 large pieces of the remaining shell, and then divided the remaining part into dozens of equal small pieces, and distributed these small pieces to each ajuches in the house of Minos Grande. Then he handed the 2 large pieces of debris that had been divided in advance to Grimjow and Wanda Weiss respectively. Both of them were top-notch among the ajuches and had the potential to become Vasto Lord, so Chuan gave them special training. Having already rewarded all the ajuches, it was natural that he would not show favoritism to the 4 loyal Vasto Lords under his command. Chuan took out a tiny crystal that shone with a faint white light. It was the remaining fragment of the Spirit King. He clenched his hands, and a vortex of soul-eating spirit particles appeared behind him. The Soul King fragment was divided into 4 equal streams of milky white spirit particles, which flowed into the bodies of the 4 Vasto Lords. Even Lilinet, who was standing beside him, got a little bit of it because of Stark's help. A moment later, Chuan boldly and grandiosely sat on a stone chair in the main hall of the Minos Grande house, looking at the Minos Grandes below. For the past 10 years, you have all been living in the underground palace of Minos Grande house. Now that the new Shiya Palace in Berrigan is almost completed, we can take advantage of this opportunity to move in. Hearing this, the Minos Grande below were stunned for a second, and then they all shouted in unison, "Take charge of Shiya Palace! Take charge of Shiya Palace! Take charge of Shiya Palace!" Chapter 97. In an instant, a powerful Ryatsu erupted from the underground palace of the Minos Grande's house, and then Chuan turned into a ray of lightning and carried a group of Minos Grande under his command towards the Shiya Palace. Berrigan, who was originally sitting calmly on his bone throne supervising the work, suddenly felt that several powerful Ryatsu were approaching the Palace of Night. But when he reacted, he found that a young man in a white robe with a Zanpakuto on his waist was standing in front of him. That strange outfit. Are you human? Or a Shinigami? Berrigan looked at the man in front of him with suspicion. He had previously brought disaster upon himself by disregarding Aizen, and now, seeing a man of unknown origin, he naturally did not dare to disregard him. "Hello, Berrigan. My name is Chuan, and I'm an errand car." Chuan looked at Berrigan, who was like a frightened bird, and smiled brightly, revealing a big white mouth. "What? Your errand car?" Seeing the human in front of him call himself errand car, Berrigan was filled with disbelief. Because in his knowledge, he had seen the errand cars that Aizen had tinkered with before. At best, they were just hollows that had been strengthened after their masks were broken. Errand car shouldn't be. Seeing Berrigan's look of disbelief, Chuan sneered. Should it be what? Should it be like those incomplete errand cars created by Aizen, neither human nor incomplete? Don't compare me to those incomplete errand cars that Aizen churned out. At this moment, I have evolved to a level that you cannot even begin to reach. Poor creature, indulging in a false throne. Hearing this, Berrigan, who was originally sitting on the bone throne with his chin in his fist, shouted loudly and immediately jumped up with a huge axe and rushed towards Chuan. Seeing this, Chuan didn't draw his sword, but smiled faintly. Before Berrigan could even touch him, he pointed a finger. A blade condensed by the power of dark golden thunder was already placed on Berrigan's neck. Will you continue, Berrigan? Chuan's fingertips moved slightly, and the sharp blade formed by the power of thunder penetrated into the bone. Cole, how dare you? Just as Chuan was teasing Berrigan, the Ajuches behind him who were originally responsible for building the new Shuya Palace stood up one after another. The leader was a crab-like Ajuches, who shouted at Chuan. How dare you offend Emperor Berrigan? As he spoke, a high-pressure water bubble shot out from his huge crab claws and headed straight for Chuan. Chuan just stood there and watched the high-pressure water cannon approaching, his expression calm, as if the high-pressure water cannon did not exist at all. Broken waterfall. However, just as the high-pressure water cannon was about to touch Chuan, a towering wall of water instantly rose 3 feet away from Chuan's body, blocking the high-pressure water cannon firmly. Then, Harabel and a group of Vasto lords appeared beside Chuan in a flash. Harabel launched its Songjin cannon at the crab-like Ajuches, sending it flying. Fender. He watched as his few loyal subordinates were knocked unconscious by a single blow from Harabel, their lives unknown. You've bullied me too much. How dare Amir Ajuches offend Lord Chuan? He's courting death. Ulquiorra, who had always been serious behind him, rarely spoke. Berrigan looked at Chuan with an indescribably cold look in his eyes. If looks could kill, then Chuan would have been riddled with holes long ago. He really didn't understand why all of the Minos Grande Vasto lords, who were the highest-ranking ones, should have their own unique pride, but were all submitting to Chuan. He had tried to recruit Harabel many times before and had endured Harabel's offenses many times, but he still ended up in failure. But on the other hand, Chuan has so many Vasto lords at his disposal. You're the guy who built the house of Minos Grande. Seeing several Vasto lords and a group of Ajuches gathered behind Chuan, even if Berrigan was slow-witted, he could guess Chuan's identity. Since you are all hollow, why don't you obey me, the king of Hueco Mundo, Emperor Berrigan, and instead disobey me? Ha 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 ha. After hearing Berrigan's words, Chuan burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. King of Hueco Mundo? Berrigan, do you believe what you said? Do you think that's still a crown on your head? It's just a collar you put on yourself. Seeing Chuan blatantly humiliating him, Berrigan suddenly became furious and chopped towards him again with the black axe in his hand. Chuan turned into a flash of lightning, rushed past Berrigan, and then snapped his fingers. A dazzling flash of lightning appeared and transformed into a lightning barrier that enveloped both Berrigan and Chuan. Looking at Chuan, who could pull him into this barrier without him noticing, Berrigan was horrified, and a strange thought suddenly arose. Maybe he can really defeat Aizen. At this moment, in the barrier that no one else could see, Chuan no longer had the playful look he had before. Holding a dark golden thunderball, he looked at Berrigan with a cold gaze. Berrigan Lizenbairn, I give you 2 choices. First, I will send you to hell right now. Second, swallow this thunderball and submit to me. I, Chuan, swear in the name of the son of Hueco Mundo that one day I will grant you the power to avenge Aizen, and you will accomplish this vengeance yourself. Son of Hueco Mundo. Chuan originally thought that Berrigan would still hesitate, but he didn't expect that the former Hueco Mundo emperor would pick up the thunderball in Chuan's hand and swallow it directly into his stomach without any hesitation. Don't forget your promise. At this moment, Berrigan was no longer as impulsive and irritable as before, but became unusually calm, and there seemed to be a dark fire dancing in the creepy skull eye sockets. The next moment, Berrigan made a move that even Chuan could not have imagined. He removed the crown from his head, which once symbolized the supreme power of the king of Hueco Mundo, and crushed it in his bone claws. Barrigan has a secret buried deep in his heart. Thousands of years ago, Barrigan was just an extremely weak newborn skeleton hollow. At that time, he couldn't even do the most basic hunting alone. Until one day, he and another newborn hollow encountered a mysterious being who called himself the son of Hueco Mundo. With the help of this mysterious being, the two weak new hollows grew up to become Vasto Lord. Later, the mysterious being named Son of Hueco Mundo mysteriously disappeared. Another Vasto Lord also fell into the Soul King Palace after attacking Soul Society. Chapter 98. Shia Palace, Inner Hall. He glanced at Grimjow and Wanda Weiss, who were both fast asleep in front of him. Sayer Apollo, how long will it take for them to wake up? Chuan tilted his head to look at the humanoid Minos Grande behind him. He saw a slender figure with a narrow mask covering its face, leaving only a portion of its pink hair exposed. Behind its back stood 4 tentacles like clothes-drying racks. The most peculiar thing about it was that its hole was actually under its crotch. Master Chuan, they will definitely wake up in 3 to 5 months at the shortest, and half a year at the longest. And when they wake up, they will most likely grow into Minos Grande Vasto Lord. The humanoid Minos Grande spoke in an extremely feminine voice, looking at the sleeping Grimjow and Wanda Weiss as if he were looking at 2 priceless treasures. I understand. During this period, you are not allowed to perform any strange experiments on them. Do you understand? Perhaps seeing through Sayo Laporo's thoughts, Chuan issued a warning. This Minos Grande is none other than the 8th Espada Sayo Laporo Grands in the original novel. At this moment, he has not yet separated his brother from his body, and his status is still that of the superior Minos Grande Vasto Lord. He took the initiative to come to Chuan and seek refuge in the 2nd year after Chuan took over Shia Palace. He had only one condition for being loyal to Chuan, which was to build a laboratory for him in Shia Palace so that he could conduct research at will. Chuan readily agreed to this simple request. However, he also imposed 2 restrictions on Sayo Laporo. The first was that he was not allowed to deliberately harm his companions and make them experimental subjects. The second was that he was not allowed to imitate Stark and split his soul at will. In other words, at this moment, Chuan already has 5 Vasto Lords under his command, and Grimjow and Wanda Weiss, who had a large amount of residual cocoons after eating their own Arankar, also began the process of evolving into Vasto Lords at the same time. That is to say, when the 2 of them wake up, Chuan will have 7 Vasto Lords under his command, if all 7 Vasto Lords were Arankar. But what surprised Chuan the most was that although he was still just in Ajuchas, the residual molt left behind by his Arankar was enough to help other peak Ajuchas Minos Grande break through to Vasto Lord. All I can say is that the status of the son of Hueco Mundo is still too good. In the 4 years since Arankar succeeded and occupied the Palace of Night, the Ryatsu in his body has continued to grow steadily. If he continues at this pace, he will probably be able to be promoted to Vasto Lord on his own in more than 20 years. Aizen hasn't been to Kayamayaku for several years, but large-scale disappearances of souls have occurred frequently in the Soul Society, which are obviously the work of Aizen. Suddenly, in the void somewhere in the Hueco Mundo desert, a black cavity opened up, and 3 figures wearing Captain's Haori walked out. The moment these 3 people stepped into Hueco Mundo, Chuan, the son of Hueco Mundo, sensed it through the ubiquitous spirit particles in Hueco Mundo. You're coming already. Sayo Laporo, notify all Minos Grande in the Shia Palace to hide in their own residences. No one is allowed to come out without my order. Yes, Lord Chuan. Sayo Laporo Grands noticed that Chuan, who had been calm until then, began to look solemn. This was the first time he had seen such a look on Chuan's face in the 3 years since he joined the Shia Palace. Although he didn't understand the reason, he knew that this matter was of great significance. At the same time, outside Shia Palace, Aizen Sosuke, Ikamaru Jin, and Tosen Kaname looked at the magnificent castle built entirely of pure white stones, nestled in the endless sea of white sand. Oh my, I didn't expect these hollows to be so capable. They've already built such a huge palace in just a few years. It looks like they put a lot of effort into Aizen-sama's new world. Ikamaru Jin said with a smile in front of Shia Palace. New world? This is just my temporary home. My new world is always here. Aizen smiled faintly as he looked at the Kaiomayomi Palace in front of him, and then the 3 of them walked in together on Shuinpa. Where did Su go? Tosen Kaname walked through the empty palaces and asked puzzled questions. Although he was blind, his spiritual perception was very sharp. However, He walked for a long time in the palace, but did not sense even a single hollow Ryatsu. It was not until the three of them walked into the hall that they saw a figure in a white robe sitting high on the throne above the main hall, looking down at them. "Welcome to my Kainyaku, Aizen Sosuke." Chuan looked at the three people wearing Captain's Haori below. Seeing this, Aizen pushed his black-framed glasses and said calmly, "Who are you?" Chuan did not respond to this, but just sneered and then unleashed his Ryatsu with all his strength. In an instant, a terrifying dark golden Ryatsu spread over Chuan's body, and then turned into a dark golden Ryatsu light column, passing through the skylight of Shiya Palace and reaching the sky. "This Ryatsu. So you are Kawakuin. You really did Arankar on your own. But now, you are talking to me in this tone. Did Arankar give you the confidence?" Facing Chuan's overstepping behavior, he still had a smile on his face. However, the next moment, Chuan raised his right arm and slashed down with his hand as a knife, cutting into the air. Clang! The result was a strange sound of metal clashing. Chuan swept his right palm, and Tosin Kiname, who was originally standing behind Aizen, appeared in front of the throne at some point and was swept away by Chuan's palm. Puff! Tosin Kiname was hit in the abdomen by Chuan's palm. He half knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood with an expression of disbelief on his face. He clearly rushed to Chuan silently under the cover of Aizen-sama Kyoka Suigetsu, but Chuan was not fooled by Kyoka Suigetsu, and even took his blow with the help of Arankar's steel skin. Seeing this, Aizen Sosuke's face showed a fleeting look of shock, but he quickly returned to normal. "Unfortunately, this weird illusion ability doesn't work on me." Chuan sat bold and grandiose on the throne, his high voice echoing in the Shiya Palace. At this moment, Chuan no longer had the sense of urgency he had when he first met Aizen. Sure enough, all the fear comes from insufficient firepower. Now that he has succeeded in Arankar and has the status of the son of Hueco Mundo, as long as he is still in Hueco Mundo, he will be invincible no matter who he faces. At this moment, of the three people below, Aizen was still staring at Chuan on the throne with an expressionless face. Ikamaru Jin stood to Aizen's right, also squinting his eyes at Chuan, as if thinking about something. Tosin, repelled by Chuan's palm strike, was completely defeated. He had never been so embarrassed since he followed Master Aizen. But now, in Hueco Mundo, he was defeated by an Arankar with a single palm strike. This was something he could not accept in any way. "How dare a mere Arankar look down on me?" He immediately stood up and raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, then placed his hand on the ring of the blade. Bankai, Suzumushi final style, Yinma cricket. Then he swung it towards Chuan, and the 8 circles formed by Ryatsu quickly expanded, covering Chuan. The next moment, a semicircular black barrier was formed, wrapping Chuan inside. Chapter 99. The moment he entered the barrier, Chuan felt that all 5 of his senses were deprived, and even Ryatsu was suppressed to a certain extent. "Nice ability, but you're too weak." Trapped in the hell of ignorance of Tosin's Bankai named Yinma Cricket, Chuan did not panic at all, but commented on it with great interest. Tosin dodged and rushed in front of Chuan, and slashed at Chuan's neck with all his strength, but it only left a shallow white mark on Chuan's neck. "Ah, didn't I tell you that you can't cut through my steel skin?" Chuan stretched out a finger, and a dark golden zero condensed at his fingertips, and then shot out directly. Sizzle. Boom. A terrifying Ryatsu storm erupted directly from Yinma Cricket. Crack. The Yama Cricket shattered in response, which was a good way to deal with this mechanism, but it was the easiest to deal with for players with insufficient stats. Chuan can just use Zero to cover the entire barrier indiscriminately. After the Yinma Crickets dispersed, Chuan, who was unharmed, and Tosin Kiname, whose body was charred, were revealed. At this moment, Tosin Kiname was still conscious. He knelt on his knees and used the sealed state as support to avoid falling to the ground. He couldn't believe that the Bankai he had practiced so hard to get was so vulnerable. He immediately struggled to stand up, ready to pick up his sword and fight again. "That's enough." At this moment, Aizen, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke. However, Tosin Kiname seemed to be blinded by anger and still roared to rush forward to fight Chuan. "Just Arankar. I said, enough is enough, I want it." Seeing that Tosin Kiname ignored his orders, Aizen tilted his head slightly, and the Ryatsu in his body was released for a moment. Tosin Kiname then woke up from a dream and obediently retreated behind him. "Chuan Jun, do you think that Arankar's success gives you the capital to challenge me?" In the field, Aizen, who had been silent before, spoke. His expression remained calm, but a confident smile was always on his face. My Zanpakuto is called Kyoka Suigetsu, an illusion-type Zanpakuto, and its effect is complete hypnosis. I already cast Kyoka Suigetsu on you when I first met you. I don't know how you were immune to my Kyoka Suigetsu, but if you think that Kyoka Suigetsu is ineffective against you, then I'm helpless. That's simply ridiculous. The next moment, Aizen drew the Zanpakuto from his waist and rushed towards Yi Chuan on the throne with a shuinpa holding a knife. Snap! At the same time, Yi Chuan also snapped his fingers, and a four-sided lightning circle fell, instantly enveloping both Yi Chuan and Aizen, and then turned into a dazzling lightning and flew directly out of Shuya Palace and headed straight for the sky. Yi Chuan didn't want the palace he had just built to be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between the two. You can actually forcibly move me with you? Inside the barrier, Aizen Sosuke sounded slightly surprised. Then Aizen swung the knife with one hand. Yi Chuan did not dare to be arrogant and pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, holding the knife with both hands to fight with him. Clang, clang, clang. After their weapons clashed 3 times, Aizen directly slashed Yi Chuan's left shoulder with a knife, leaving a deep scar that could be seen to the bone. Did I cut too shallow? I thought this sword could cut off your arm. No, it's more like your steel skin is too strong. Aizen looked at Yi Chuan with a smile on his face. He always had that expression as if he had everything under control. Stop joking. It seems to me that Master Aizen didn't eat enough. Although Yi Chuan was harsh in words, he was secretly frightened. Aizen's slashing technique is not inferior to Unohana Retsu at all. Through constant fighting with Unohana Retsu, the Shinigami clone's slashing skills have made a qualitative leap, but he did not expect to be injured by Aizen within a few moves. The next moment, the wound on Yi Chuan's left shoulder began to wriggle. Under the powerful healing power of high-speed regeneration, it healed instantly. Aizen was not surprised by this and simply smiled faintly. So, Chuan-kun, the hardest part of your body is your mouth. Suddenly, Aizen's expression turned cold, and the speed of his knife drawing became much faster. In an instant, Yi Chuan had 7 or 8 more wounds on his body. But with high-speed regeneration, those wounds healed quickly. However, Aizen, who was fighting against him, found that Yi Chuan's killing skills always gave him a familiar feeling. Always so familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it. Kawakuin, your slashing technique is truly exquisite. I never imagined a hollow could master slashing techniques to this level. I feel like I'm fighting against captains of grandmaster slashing techniques. It's truly bizarre. How on earth did you learn this skill of slashing? Aizen looked at Yi Chuan with a smile on his face and spoke softly. At the same time, he slashed Yi Chuan's back with a knife. Blood seeped out and dyed his white robe red. The next moment, the flesh buds squirmed and then recovered as before. Yi Chuan grinned. Do you really need to learn something like the art of slashing? In your soul society, you can become the captain just by randomly swinging a few swords. Yeah, Chuan-kun, your strongest point is indeed your mouth. At the same time, Tosin Kiname and Ikamura Jin were standing on the roof of the Palace of Night, looking at the four-sided lightning realm in the sky. As a blind man, Tosin Kiname could not see the situation inside, let alone perceive the battle in the lightning realm. Jin, let's go up and help Master Aizen. Tosin Kiname, who was seriously injured and had disordered breathing, said anxiously. Oh my, Captain Tosin, don't worry. You have to trust Master Aizen. He is invincible. Ikamaru Jin's frivolous voice sounded. But what Tosin couldn't see was that Ikamaru Jin's expression was different at this moment. He didn't squint his eyes, but opened them wide, looked up at the lightning barrier in the sky, and rubbed the Zanpakuto at his waist with his right hand. I don't know what he is thinking. Puff. Aizen stabbed Yi Chuan in the chest and abdomen and turned the Zanpakuto, obviously intending to crush Yi Chuan's internal organs. Then he pulled out Zanpakuto and gently flicked the bloodline on the blade. With all your organs shattered, can you still perform high-speed regeneration? Aizen looked at Yi Chuan with a confident look on his face. Feeling Aizen's violent ryatsu raging inside him, crushing all his internal organs, Yi Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Ahem, Master Aizen is right. My internal organs have been completely shredded. High-speed regeneration is indeed impossible. Yi Chuan opened his chest, and the spirit particles floating in the air rushed into Yi Chuan's wounds to help repair his damaged internal organs. In an instant, his broken internal organs recovered. But I have more than just high-speed regeneration. When Aizen saw that the rough spirit particles in Hueco Mundo actually flowed into Yi Chuan's body on their own, a look of surprise appeared on his calm face. While Aizen was stunned by his heaven-defying recovery method, Yi Chuan seized this opportunity, rushed forward, and slashed Aizen's arm with a knife. Tick, tick. Bright red blood kept dripping down through the fingers. Your expression finally changed, Aizen. I thought you had facial paralysis. I'll tell you another secret. I didn't exempt you from Kyoka Suigetsu. It's just that I have more eyes than just the one on my face now that I'm in Hueco Mundo. Because everything in Hueco Mundo, from the huge things in the Night Palace to the smallest blades of grass and trees, or even every grain of sand in the desert, and the faint spirit particles floating in the air, are my eyes. Now, as long as you can't do the entire Hueco Mundo with Kyoka Suigetsu hypnosis, then I won't be affected. Hearing this, Aizen Sosuke's eyes turned slightly cold and his expression became a little unnatural, and then he slowly said, Kawakuin's ability is really tricky. Of course, this was just a false statement deliberately made by Yi Chuan to lure the enemy. He was not like Odoribishi Rojuro, who would be so foolish as to tell his opponent all his abilities. In fact, even if Aizen could one day truly hypnosis the entire Hueco Mundo, Kyoka Suigetsu still wouldn't be able to fool Yi Chuan. Because as long as Yi Chuan is still in Hueco Mundo, he can continuously absorb weak spiritual particles from the people or bodies who are also in Hueco Mundo. Through the weak spiritual particles he absorbs, he can clearly identify the location of Aizen's true body. Looking at Aizen Sosuke, who rarely showed a serious expression, Yi Chuan sighed. Alas, I was counting on the Fuke blade to defeat you, but I didn't expect you to be so difficult without Kyoka Suigetsu. To show my respect for you, I decided to kill you with my strongest power. Yi Chuan held the Zanpakuto horizontally in front of him, then extended his left index finger and flicked the blade, muttering, Roar, Thunder Emperor. Chapter 100. A dazzling dark golden lightning filled the sky and earth. The terrifying Ryatsu even passed through the four-sided thunder boundary set up by Yi Chuan and wreaked havoc in the sky. Although the barrier had blocked 80% of Yi Chuan's Ryatsu, just the leaked residual aura set off a terrifying Ryatsu storm. The dark golden Ryatsu turned into dense raindrops that fell down, covering the Kuya Palace and an area of hundreds of kilometers in radius. This scene shocked Ikamaru Jin and Tosin Kaname on the top of the Kuya Palace. At the same time, many Minos Grande who were ordered by Yi Chuan to hide in their respective palaces all felt this Ryatsu that seemed to be destroying the world. Fortunately, Yi Chuan chose to return to the sword in the barrier above the sky. Otherwise, the newly built Shuya Palace would probably suffer. Is this your true stance? Aizen looked at Yi Chuan with a rare hint of excitement in his eyes. At this moment, after Yi Chuan returned to the human form, his human posture did not change at all. The only difference from before he returned to the human form was that the hollow in his abdomen had become much larger, and his entire body was covered with dark golden armor with intricate patterns. A ferocious centipede was coiled around his waist. The giant lightning pattern on the breastplate was faintly visible. At this moment, after Yi Chuan returned to the blade, he no longer looked like a Minos Grande, but rather like a god wearing dark gold armor, controlling thunder and walking on the earth. Kawakuin, you truly amaze me. This perfect balance of hollow and Shinigami power. Your Raizo will definitely aid me in my research. Aizen Sosuke spoke slowly, his words filled with joy. He even took advantage of Yi Chuan's return to the sword and used a special technique to intercept a strand of Yi Chuan's dark golden Ryatsu. Yi Chuan sneered. Aizen Sosuke, you might as well study my sword again. As he spoke, a long sword made of dark golden thunder appeared in Yi Chuan's right palm. It turned into a lightning arc and slashed towards Aizen's face at the fastest speed in the world. Bang! Sizzle! At the critical moment, Aizen leaned back and barely avoided the knife, but the black-framed glasses on his face were cut into two pieces. The broken glasses fell on the barrier of the enchantment below and were instantly turned into nothingness by the power of thunder. You look better without glasses. Aizen was surprised by Yi Chuan's teasing. He didn't expect that a mere Minos Grande Arrancar could be so powerful. It was obviously beyond his expectations. Have you ever experienced despair, Aizen? Yi Chuan felt the unparalleled Ryatsu in his body, and his confidence suddenly soared. Then he turned into lightning again and fought with Aizen. Clang! However, Aizen took the blow. Chuan Jun, don't speak so arrogantly easily. It will only reveal your weakness. It seemed that after a moment of adjustment, Aizen regained his composure, and at the same time, his sword-swinging speed increased to an incredible level. He was able to block several swords swung by Yi Chuan, who had transformed into lightning. Is that so? Then, are you also trying to hide your weakness by saying this, Aizen? Hearing this, Yi Chuan just chuckled, then put his hands together and gathered Ryatsu all over his body. Thunder Centipede Dharma Image. Instantly, the centipede hovering above Yi Chuan's dark golden armor came to life, transforming into a giant centipede condensed from a vast amount of thunder power. Boom! As soon as the Thunder Centipede Dharma image appeared, the sky of Hueco Mundo in the outside world immediately became extremely dark, and it looked like a storm was about to come. Seeing this, Yi Chuan hurriedly reinforced a layer of four-sided Thunder Realm, which allowed the outside sky to return to normal. Bakudo 81, Splitting Void. Seeing the terrifying giant centipede rushing towards him with endless thunder power, Aizen directly released Splitting Void without chanting. However, the next moment, a scene happened that made him tear his eyes out. Crash! The seemingly solid invisible barrier could not stop the Thunder Centipede at all. It was like fragile glass that shattered at the slightest touch. Kaido 90. Black Coffin. At the critical moment, Aizen unexpectedly released Black Coffin again in a very short time. He tried to use Black Coffin to neutralize the Thunder Centipede's attack, but it backfired. The terrifying Thunder Centipede still broke through the Black Coffin's blockade and rushed towards Aizen Sosuke. Aizen had no choice but to burst out Ryatsu to resist the attack of the Thunder Centipede. Boom! The dark golden lightning centipede collided with Aizen, causing an intense burst of light that exploded the entire four-sided lightning realm. A dazzling flash of lightning exploded in the sky, causing the entire Shuya Palace and the area within hundreds of kilometers to shake violently. This level of Ryatsu. Below, on the top of the Kyuya Palace, the seriously injured Tosen Kaname sensed this terrifying Ryatsu and couldn't help but clench his fists. He knew that this level of battle was not something he could participate in at all. Ikamaru Jin, standing aside, remained silent, looking towards the battlefield in the sky. As the bright light faded, Aizen Sosuke's disheveled figure was revealed. He was hit head-on by Yi Chuan's Thunder Centipede Dharma image, and the captain's Haori that he had originally worn had become tattered. Aizen simply tore off the tattered clothes, revealing his charred upper body. Apparently, the previous Splitting Void and Black Coffin consumed some of Yi Chuan's Thunder Centipede's power, otherwise Aizen wouldn't have suffered such minor injuries after taking this direct hit. Yi Chuan immediately took advantage of the victory, transformed into a flash of lightning, stepped on the ringing wheel, and continued to attack Aizen with the Thunder Blade in hand. Puff! Under the blessing of endless lightning and huge Ryatsu, Yi Chuan's sword was almost reaching ultimate. At this moment, Aizen was severely injured by the Thunder Centipede and was in a paralyzed state. Yi Chuan directly slashed Aizen's shoulder with a knife. In an instant, a stream of bright red blood gushed out from his left shoulder. Aizen showed an expression of disbelief and swung his sword backhandedly, slashing at Yi Chuan's chest. Clang! A lightning barrier rose from Yi Chuan's chest, and Aizen's knife could not penetrate even an inch. Aizen Sosuke, why is your sword so weak? Yi Chuan looked at Aizen, who was in such a state of panic at the moment, and sneered, "What did you say?" Hearing this, Aizen seemed to be a little furious, but he slashed out several times in succession, most of which were blocked by the lightning shield. Only one sword passed through the lightning shield and injured Yi Chuan's left hand. However, with the help of high-speed regeneration and Hueco Mundo spirit particles, it posed no threat to him at all. The two fought against each other again. After dozens of moves, Aizen had more than 10 knife wounds all over his body, and his breath became a little disordered. Yi Chuan remained calm and composed, and even with the help of Hueco Mundo's endless spirit particles, he was still in full condition at the moment. Aizen, on the other hand, was now shirtless, his body covered in wounds, some from knife cuts, others from lightning strikes. His expression was no longer calm and composed, and his eyes, as he looked at Yi Chuan, were filled with murderous intent. Aizen was seen rushing towards Yi Chuan with a Zanpakuto in hand and a gloomy expression. At this moment, due to his injury and the influence of his mentality, his sword-drawing speed slowed down, and Yi Chuan directly grabbed the blade with his left hand. Aizen, is this all you have? Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.